Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in October the 7th, 2018. I finished my final draft of The Empress this week, so that is now ready for an edit. And so I finished that on Wednesday, and then on Friday I spent most of the day outlining the next book in the series, which is called The Emperor. And so I'm really excited about this particular episode in the series because it's going to be the end of the first main arc of the story. So a lot of the separate story threads will come together into what I hope will be a satisfying climax. But then because I still have, another 17 episodes to go after that, there's obviously still a lot of story to go. So I mentioned last week that I'm going to start reading some nautical fantasy, some stories set on ships. One of the ones that got recommended several times was Naomi Novik's Her Majesty's Dragon, which on the surface sounds like it's going to be exactly what I was looking for. It's basically a fantasy novel set in the Napoleonic Wars. The difference being that the British and French armies both have dragons. So I suppose it answers the question of what would it be like if there was an air force in the Napoleonic Wars. Now, I really enjoyed this novel. I thought it was very good. I love the way it developed the relationship between the main character and the dragon, but it didn't do what I wanted. It was not set on a boat. And so there were some things with boats and whatnot, but there was nothing really to get my teeth into. Another book I got recommended was The Red Wolf Conspiracy by Robert V.S. Reddick. Now, I had real trouble getting hold of a copy of this, so I tried my usual sources. So it wasn't on Audible, it wasn't on the RNIB library. I ended up signing up for a trial of audiobooks.com, and so I've actually got this one for free, so that's pretty cool. Really enjoying it. I'm about 60% of the way through, and this is exactly what I was looking for. So what I'm going to try and do later this week, probably on Thursday, is go and visit Lancaster's Maritime Museum, just to get more of a feel for maritime stuff. I'm sure I'll find some objects that'll inspire something. So as well as that, I've also been reading a craft book this week. This is a book by Chris Fox called Plot Gardening, and this is basically about story structure, and a lot of it is stuff that I'm already familiar with. So I think this is a really good book. I'll probably end up recommending this to Russ on the Stop Booking Around podcast. It hits a lot of the important things that authors need to know with very broad strokes. I think what I'm looking for at the minute is how to improve my craft on a sentence level, how to really get the emotional impact out with my writing. So I think that's what I'm going to try and focus on over the next few months. If you're listening to this podcast on the 7th, if you're actually listening to it on the day this comes out, you'll be able to get my book, Night of the Wasteland, for free. This is the last day it's going to be on this free offer, so I've been doing this for the last 5 days. Managed to give away, I think it's about 3,500 copies of this book. Now, I've never actually tried giving this book away before, but what it's led to is a lot of sales of the first book and a lot of sales of the third book. So it's probably a strategy that I'm going to use going forward in order to get more sales. So Wizard of the Wasteland has got a bestseller tag. It went to number 1 in a couple of categories on Amazon. Same with King of the Wasteland, nice orange tag. I wish they stayed. They just go away after seemingly a few days if you don't sustain the number 1 spot, but it still looks pretty cool as a screenshot. But I think when I've tried free promos before, I've always gone for the first book or the prequel, and I think having the second book for free gives people more of an incentive to buy the first book. That being said, though, the King of the Wasteland has sold almost half again more than the Wizard of the Wasteland book, so perhaps there's a lot of people who've maybe read Wizard in the past and forgot about the series, and so this is giving them a nice little reminder that there are more books of mine to read. That's pretty cool. I should have the High Priestess all proofread and ready by Thursday. That's what it's looking like at the moment. I think basically as soon as I get it back, I'm going to put the next book up for pre-order, The Empress, and then pull the trigger on launching the High Priestess. I'm aiming to get a book out on the 15th of every month in my Ravenglass series. So if I do that, then I'll be able to bring the pre-order date forward. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have any questions, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You can also get in touch with me on the Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. I'm now on Instagram, so you can follow me on there. It's Jon Cronshaw Author. I will probably be posting pictures of things when I go to the Maritime Museum, so you should definitely check that out if that's something you're interested in. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in October the 14th, 2018. This week I finished the first draft of The Emperor, which is a 5th novella in my Ravenglass Chronicles series, and I'm about a third of the way through the second draft of that. so that's gone really well. The third book, which is called The High Priestess, is coming out on Monday, so I managed to bring the pre-order date forward because I got everything proofread and formatted on Thursday, so that will come out tomorrow. I spoke to Russ this week about the Stop Booking Around podcast, and I think we're going to put it on a bit of a hiatus. He's basically got some family issues at the moment, and any free time he has for the foreseeable future is going to be spent caring for a family member, so I feel really bad for Russ about that. So I do have one more episode in the bag. This is an interview with Paul Teague. This is where we're talking about time management for authors. So what I'm going to do is have a bit of a regroup as regards the podcast, because at the core of the show it is about helping my friend through the journey of writing his first book. And so I'm not sure as to whether to take the show in a different direction, maybe talk about the similar subjects that I have been with Russ, about the craft of writing and storytelling, and bring in some other people, or whether just to put it on hold for a while. And so that's still up in the air, because I'm not really sure as to where to go. There's part of me leaning more towards waiting for Russ, or just knocking the podcast on the head if he isn't able to come back and do the show. Because the thing about podcasting is they do actually take quite a lot of time to produce and edit and upload, and I think it's something like for every minute that you do on a podcast, that takes 5 minutes work. But I will still be doing the Otaku on Writing podcast with Killian and Lynn. We're just putting together our 5th short story collection based on this show. So we've got 3 short stories which are inspired by Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. And so we've all ended up producing stories that are set on a generation ship. So this is a ship that will take humanity between the stars for several generations. And so we've each written a story about a fighting tournament on a generation ship. And so I've really enjoyed writing that story. It's nice to keep the sci-fi stuff ticking along. I think writing a story every 3 weeks is really keeping me sharp and focused and letting me experiment with different forms of telling stories. So I finished reading The Red Wolf Conspiracy by Robert V.S. Reddick. For what I wanted, which was basically nautical fantasy, it worked really well. It was set on a ship and had a lot of the details and descriptions that I was looking for. But the story itself wasn't fantastic. It wasn't bad, but there are much better stories out there. So I've started reading Master and Commander because I will probably start writing The Hierophant, which is the book that will be set on a boat after the October half term. And so basically I've got next week left to finish The Emperor to try and get the second draft complete. Then you've got the October half term, which means I'm having a week off. And then I'll start writing The Hierophant, which will be the release for January in the Ravenglass Chronicles series. Now, a few people have asked me whether I'm going to be doing NaNoWriMo this year, which is the National Novel Writing Month. And at first I was quite resistant to the idea. It worked for me really well when I wrote Wizard of the Wasteland. That is a NaNoWriMo novel. And then I tried doing it last year and it didn't work for me. I don't know why, but I felt like I'd got into quite a nice groove with what I was doing, and giving myself this different kind of pressure was actually counterproductive. And so there's part of me thinking, right, I should just carry on writing the Ravenglass Chronicles, work on the Hierophant, get that done, maybe get 3 of these novellas done before Christmas. But then there is another part of me thinking I could spend this time finishing Cleric of the Wasteland, getting that first draft done, because it's one of those things that's hanging over me. I know I need to write it. I've got the cover. There are too many questions that I've left open in the series. And so it's one of those things that just needs to get done and dusted. So I'm still not sure what I'm going to do. I think I might just take it week by week in November and just see how it goes. I feel like the way I've been working on these novellas, which has essentially been doing these kind of quick self-contained stories and then building them up with the editing, has been a really good way for me to work. It's really productive. I'm getting these novellas written in 3 to 4 weeks. So my word count is actually higher than when I was working on something like Blind Gambit, for example, which was a really hard book to write. So if you've got any questions, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also tweet me at JLCronshaw. Next Friday, I should be doing a reading at Spotlight in Lancaster. So I'm going to do a spot where I read one of my short stories. So I still don't know what I'm going to read yet, but it will be fun nonetheless. If you happen to be in the Lancaster area, come down. It's at Story. It's from 7:30. And there's usually a really good night of poetry, fiction, music, performance. It's usually a really good mix of people. So do come down if you happen to be in the area. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending October the 21st, 2018. I finished my second draft of The Emperor this week, so I have now sent that to some alpha readers. I was determined to get this draft finished by the end of this week because my wife and son are off school for a week. So I'm really looking forward to spending some quality time with them. Lynn, Killian and myself released our 5th collection of otaku stories. This one is called Fight. And it's 3 short stories inspired by Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. So we had a lot of fun doing the podcast and then coming up with the ideas inspired by the film. Now, to give you an idea of how much they deviate from the original ideas, we ended up writing sci-fi shorts about being on a generation ship, which is essentially a ship that takes more than a generation to get between the stars. And so I've been really enjoying these podcasts. I think they're just a great way to throw in some inspiration and brainstorming and come up with new creative ideas. So if you've not listened to what we do, check out the Otaku on Writing podcast. That's OTAKU on Writing. And every 3 weeks, one of us will nominate a new anime, movie or show for us to watch and dissect, and then come up with a prompt for an original story based on that. I'm still not sure what to do about NaNoWriMo this year. It's one of those things where I keep flipping backwards and forwards over what to actually do. Part of me is thinking just to keep going with the Ravenglass Chronicles, not to stop, and to just keep that momentum going, try and write 3 more of the books before Christmas if possible. But then there is the other half of me going, I really should write Wasteland Book 4. So I still don't know. I ran a promo earlier this month on the Wasteland series, so I have had a lot of new readers. And so if I was thinking as a purely financial decision, then maybe it would be a good time to get Book 4 done. But then I don't want to lose the momentum with the Ravenglass Chronicles, so I don't know. I'll probably end up flipping a coin or something like that. I've carried on my reading of nautical books, so I finished reading Master and Commander, which I really enjoyed, and now I'm on a book called Mad Ship by Robin Hobb. Now, I think I read the first book in this series probably a year or so ago, and so it's good to come back to the series. I think my only criticism of Hobb's work is that the writing is really bloated, far too many adverbs for my liking, but I think she's got some great characters, so that's the main thing. As part of my research, I ended up going to Lancaster Maritime Museum yesterday. Got to learn about ships and barrels and winches and all that good stuff. There's even a picture my wife took of me sat next to Rosie and Jim looking rather unimpressed. And because my son is with his grandma this weekend, we had a good time in Lancaster, went to the Lancaster Brewery, had a very nice pint of triple hop IPA. That was very good. Enjoyed that. So as I say, next week is the half-term holiday, so I don't know how much I'm actually going to get done in terms of writing. I've got a few little things that I want to do to improve my website, so I'm thinking I might write a post about the tarot card that inspired each of my books in the Ravenglass Chronicles and what it means and how it relates. Now, I do this already in the author notes, but I think it'll be good to have the card picture there as a reference. So I've had no questions this week, but if you've got a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. And if you want to get in touch on Twitter, it's @JLCronshaw. Do remember to check out Otaku Stories Volume 5 and all the previous titles if you haven't done so already. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in October the 28th, 2018. This week has been half term, so my son and wife have been at home. So it's basically been a scheduled week off for me. I've not done much in the way of work. I've done a few fiddly admin tasks and marketing tasks and things like that. But in terms of writing, I've added nothing this week. I've been thinking a lot about NaNoWriMo. This is National Novel Writing Month, and I've decided finally that this year I'm not going to do it. I've got into a really good routine writing my Ravenglass Chronicles series, so I'm just going to keep on writing those. And okay, I've got 16 more books to do in that series, but that is where my mind is at, that is where my focus is. So I'm just going to keep on with that series, with the aim of writing the last novella before the end of 2019. So I've been reading a non-fiction book this week called The One Thing, which I think has really helped me to focus my ideas and to think about what it is I actually want to do as an author. And for the foreseeable future, I'm just going to keep writing fantasy. I'll probably still be writing science fiction short stories as part of the Otaku on Writing podcast, but my primary focus going forward is going to be writing fantasy fiction. I have my current series that I'm working on, the Ravenglass Chronicles. I then have another series planned in the same world. And I've got another series that I've been thinking a lot about as well that isn't in the same world, but it is still well within the fantasy realm. I suppose having the week off has given me a time to reflect and to think about what I want to do over the next 3 to 5 years. And I don't think that the scattergun approach of writing a bit of post-apocalyptic here, a game-lit novel here, I'm trying to convince myself that I'm writing in the same genre, that they all just fall under this speculative fiction umbrella. Okay, that works for me. But when I'm thinking about it in terms of readers, I know a lot of readers go, okay, I read epic fantasy, but I don't read urban fantasy. Or they'll say I'll read military science fiction, but I don't read dystopian. So I know that my tribe are other fantasy readers. I could talk about fantasy books all day, and to be honest, I usually do. So what this means is I need to start shifting my visual brand as an author. So a lot of my branding on my website and things like that has been focused on promoting the Wasteland series. Now I'm going to consider that series has run its course. It is still selling, which is great. I had a really good month this month in terms of sales. But in terms of my writing and the things that I want to say as an author and the type of themes that I want to work with, I've got to focus on Jon Cronshaw, fantasy author. So that should have been obvious to me because I'm usually a very self-reflective person, but here we are. So as well as reading The One Thing, I got about 20% through the Mad Ship book by Robin Hobb, and I abandoned it. I was talking last week about the writing, and it was just too much. It detracted from the story. I've read her books before. I really enjoyed her Farseer series. Now, this is set in the same world, but all of the characters are whiny, and the writing is just terrible. Really, really bad. Now, if you're training to become an author, let me just say that you don't need to have an adverb after every single dialogue tag. You don't need an adverb after every movement. You don't need to explain stuff that people already know in the story and that the reader already knows as a reminder. I felt that it was, a 33-hour audiobook, so I think this could have been easily chopped in half by just getting rid of a lot of the waffle, a lot of the fluff, a lot of the over-description. It felt like trying to walk through thick mud, and I rarely abandon books. So that was abandoned, and now I've moved on to reading Making Money by Terry Pratchett, which is well written, so that's good. So I've started watching the second series of Making a Murderer on Netflix. I don't know if you've seen the first one of this, but this is basically a bit of a true crime story about someone who is believed to have been framed for a murder. In fact, the guy was framed for a murder and served, I think it was 20 years in prison. He came out and then he was framed for another murder and he was sent to prison for that. And so for this second series, I've got some super lawyer, and it's very reminiscent of an episode of Mythbusters. So there's a lot of reenactments and picking apart every bit of evidence that the prosecution put before the court. So in terms of storytelling, I just think that it's really compelling. And I would highly recommend it if you're interested in that kind of thing. It's a bit like Serial, which I'm also enjoying a new series of that, which is the podcast, which is following a courthouse in Ohio for a year. So I did actually get a question this week, but I've already answered it. It was about NaNoWriMo. So no, I'm not doing it this year. So remember, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. I am also on Instagram at Jon Cronshaw Author. If you haven't done so already, please do check out The Fool, which is the first book in my Ravenglass Chronicles series. Now, I'm changing the links on my books because I realised that the tiny URL links were only sending people to Amazon.com. So it's geni.us/Ravenglass. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in November the 4th, 2018. I always find it's a bit slow going in the first week back after having a break, just getting back into the routine and the rhythm of writing. But what I ended up doing was adding another 2,000 words to The Empress, and then I've finished the final draft as well of The Emperor. So I've now got those novellas complete and ready for the editor. Now what I'm going to do once these novellas are out is I'm going to repackage them as a box set. So for people who have missed out on reading the first few episodes, then they'll be able to come in at the series and get straight into the story. My plan is that when this whole process is complete of writing all these novellas, then I will repackage them again as novels, because the way I'm writing them is in these arcs. So the book that I've just written, The Emperor, works as like the last act of a novel. And then in the entire arc of the main story, this will be in a hero's journey. This would be the bit where they go to the other world. So this, for example, in Star Wars, is the point where Luke Skywalker has to leave his home planet. And so that's where I am now in the story. These first 5 books are the end of the first act in this wider story. I've been brainstorming a lot of ideas for how the next few books are going to go. I know what I'm going to be doing for the Hierophant. I've got that outlined. I want to start writing that on Monday. As for the rest of the series, it's still a bit up in the air. I know where it's going. I know what the main plot points are going to be throughout the series, what needs to be achieved by the end of each book. But as I've found writing these previous novellas, things change, new ideas for storylines emerge. It's been a really exciting creative process. Early this week, we launched the 6th collection of Otaku stories. This one is called Bloodline, and these are 3 vampire stories, so we got them out just in time for Halloween. I have to say, looking at all the covers together, it's amazing that we've already got 6 collections out there. So I think we need to give ourselves a bit of a collective pat on the back for that. I think what we're going to do with the Otaku One Writing podcast is record our next set of reviews. So these are of an anime from the 80s called Dominion Tank Police. And then we're going to produce stories for that, release that, and then we're going to take a bit of hiatus, maybe until the new year. So this basically means that we'll have December off, because producing a short story every 3 weeks and doing all the podcasts is actually quite time-consuming, and it's just a good way to recharge and get ready for the new year and to have a look at ways we can improve the format of the show or anything like that. On the Stop Booking Around podcast, I did a bit of a solo show last week. Russ is on hiatus, so he's just been in Amsterdam this week, opening a shop as part of his regular business. Then he's got stuff to do in London next week, so it's going to be a few weeks yet until I get Russ back and see how he's getting on with his writing. So I've just been speaking to Killian Carter, who is an independent author who's just about to go full-time as an author. And so we had a really good conversation about the mindset you need as an author. So hopefully that'll be really useful for people who listen to the podcast. In reading, I read Making Money by Terry Pratchett. It was a great antidote to the Robin Hobb book that I abandoned. One thing Terry Pratchett is good at is moving a story along. So it was a nice, fun, tight read, well written, great characters, everything I could want from a fantasy novel. As well as that, I've also been reading a craft book about dialogue by William Bernhardt. Now, there was nothing in this that was new to me, and so it's made me think that maybe I need to think about ways that I can take my writing to the next level, maybe next year or the year after, attending some kind of writer's workshop or something like that. So I found it really beneficial to me. I think it was in 2015 when I attended an Avron course, which was a science fiction workshop. So it was a week residential, and I got to spend time with people like Jeff Ryman, Simon Ings, and other aspiring authors. And so I don't know, I need something else to bring my writing up. I'm always wanting to improve my writing. So anything that I can do to take it up to that next level is going to be really good. I've also been listening to some lectures. So these are part of the Modern Scholar series. These are basically just about medieval history. So I think it's called the Medieval World 1 series that I've just finished listening to, and I've started on the Medieval World 2. So the first one is basically just about empires and kingdoms and things like that. And then the one that I've just started is more about economics and the social structure and culture and things like that, which are the things that interest me more as an author. I finished watching the second series of Making a Murderer, and my goodness, that show is so compelling. So this is the true crime documentary that I mentioned last week, and the new lawyer that Stephen Avery's got, I think she's called Kathleen Zellner, is just a complete badass. She has completely demolished the case against Stephen Avery, and she believes that she has solved the murder, pointing a finger at another alleged murderer. So very interesting show, highly recommended. It's very dark, it's very grim and gritty, it's very sad as well. But I think that as an author, I'm learning stuff from that, from the way the story's being presented, how you keep the attention of people, how you keep things being compelling when sometimes it can be quite a dry, pernickety subject in the law. So I've had no questions this week, but if you do have a question, please get in touch. It's at JL Cronshaw on the Twitter. You can also email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. If you want to get into my Ravenglass Chronicles series, please visit geni.us/Ravenglass, and that will take you to the Amazon page. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in November the 11th, 2018. I've had a busy week. I wrote the first draft to The Hierophant, which is the 6th novella in my Ravenglass Chronicle series. And so I've already started doing the second draft rewrites of that. I found a lot of resistance going into this because the story's set on a ship, and I think on Monday I wrote something like 400 words. Bear in mind, on Tuesday I wrote 4,500 words. That gives you an idea of the difference in word count. And what I found really helped was I watched a few videos on YouTube that were tours of ships. So I've been doing a thing where I've been reading fantasy novels and nautical novels just to kind of get that feel for being on a boat. And there was just something that wasn't quite clicking. And so looking at these tours of things like the HMS Victory and these old sailing ships have really helped me just to get more of a feel and a picture and the details of the boat. So one thing that I found really useful was in a video I watched about HMS Victory. It talked about the food, the type of meals that were being served. And there was the idea that some of the biscuits would often be filled with weevils and maggots and absolutely disgusting. So I've managed to get those little details now into the story. So in a way, I'm kind of glad that I've done this story. This is the one I was least confident about in the series, just because I know that I want to do it right. And so if you listen back to these diaries, you'll have heard I've gone to all these nautical novels and been to the Maritime Museum, and I live in a coastal town, so going to look at even things like modern lifeboats and being out on the beach and the jetty and things like that, just to get a feel for the physicality of the wind and the rain against you, the sound of the waves and the feeling of salt on your skin. So I'm hoping to get the second draft of that done over the next week. On Friday, I did the Stop Booking Around podcast with R.J. Barker. Now, I mentioned him a few months ago because I read his trilogy, which had books like The Age of Assassins and Blood of Assassins, King of Assassins, that kind of thing. And so I really wanted to get him on to talk about meaningful fight scenes and how to work with violence in a novel. So I'm hoping that the listeners will get a lot from that. I know I did. He was just a really nice guy to talk to as well, so that was good. That'll be out on Tuesday. And then with the other podcast, the Otaku on Writing, we're about to do our brainstorm episode based on the anime series Dominion Tank Police. Now, this series was completely insane, and I have no idea how we're going to do it. I'm actually fearing this episode because there was so much stupidity in this series. For example, one of the main storylines was a pair of cat girls who were also strippers, needed to steal vats of urine from a hospital, and in order to stop the tank police from getting them, they set landmines, which weren't landmines, they were actually giant self-inflating dildos. So I don't know what kind of story we are going to write based on this. I am deeply scared. I fear that we're going to end up in some kind of terrible erotica category or something. So I'm hoping we can find a way to rein it in a little bit. I had some annoying news in terms of my Blind Gambit audiobook. So quite a few months ago, I agreed to go with a audio production company to produce the book, and it looks like I'm going to have to put the book back out for audition because the narrator has basically missed the deadlines for submitting the first 15 minutes, and the production company aren't having any luck working with that narrator and have taken him off their books. So that means more work for me. So I don't know, I might hold off for a little bit, maybe re-approach it in the new year. There is a narrator that I want, so I might contact him directly and see whether we can work something out. In terms of reading, I've read a book this week called Jareg by Stephen Bruce. This was a fantasy novel, very cool story, told from the point of view of an assassin. I've also been listening to a Great Courses series of lectures on covert operations and espionage. So without giving too much away, I was doing research on maritime stuff for one story. Now I'm doing stuff about assassins and espionage. I don't know if you can make connections there between where my Ravenglass Chronicle serial is going. Had some old friends from Leeds come across to stay this weekend, so that was really good. We spent this morning watching Inside Out, the Pixar movie, and I'd never seen it before, and if you've not seen it, I would recommend watching it because it is one of those films that gets you with a really nice emotional gut punch. I've watched that film a few times now, and I think I basically need to go back to it again and study it and pick it apart in terms of structure and how it's working because it is such a wonderful film. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, it's at JL Cronshaw on Twitter, or you can email me, it's john@joncronshaw.com. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in November 18th, 2018. I've been working on the second draft of The Hierophant, and so I'm about half the way through that. I was finding it really difficult to get the words done this week just because, I don't know, maybe it's the time of year because I get seasonal affective disorder, or it might be that I'm just starting to feel a little bit burnt out with editing, because when I'm doing these novellas, I'll be drafting for a few days and then it's basically 3-4 weeks of editing. So what I decided to do this week to make myself continue being productive was to work in the afternoons on Cleric of the Wasteland. So I've added a few more chapters to that, so that is coming along nicely. And I'm just going to keep doing that, I think, going forward, because I would like to get this last book out. I don't want it hanging over me. I feel like I owe it to the readers to get it done, so I'm going to do it in parallel when I'm editing and just keep plodding away at the story. If I'm adding 1,000 or 2,000 words to it in an afternoon when I'm writing, then I should be able to get a first draft done maybe by the end of January. As well as that, I've also been putting the final touches to a story for the next collection of otaku stories. So this is one called Perfectly Blue and Perfectly Square, and it's a story about space cats, and it's really stupid, the story, to be honest. It's comedic, it's funny. I hope it's funny. It's funny to me, and I think that's what's important. So I think we'll be putting those stories together over the next week or two and getting those out as soon as possible. Now, with the podcasts, we've just recorded our last episode of the year for Otaku on Writing. So this is basically just a follow-up to talk about our short stories inspired by Dominion Tamp Police. Now, in one way, this is just to give me a break from podcasting and editing, because obviously I'm running Otaku on Writing and Stop Booking Around and this podcast. So this will be the only podcast that I'll continue doing throughout December. So I've been getting some really good feedback on the interviews I've been doing on Stop Booking Around. Had a really fun interview come out on Tuesday with author R.J. Barker. This is where we talked about writing fight scenes and violence, and that was a lot of fun to do. And then earlier this week I interviewed Claire Sager about writing long books. So I realised that her debut novel is longer than my entire Wasteland series. So we had a conversation about writing long books and researching historical fantasy, and we went all over the place with the conversation, but I think it was a really good episode. I also interviewed an author called Emma Gein, who has actually done a PhD in creative writing. So I met her at a writing workshop in 2016, which was about writing non-humans. So I decided to talk to her about that, and that was a fascinating discussion. I think there's a lot in there for writers. And so again, I'm going to have a break after these 2 episodes. I'm going to try and catch up with Russ, but life is getting in the way at the moment for him. And I have said to him, just focus on your family, don't worry about a podcast. It's just a podcast. So December's going to be a quiet month. I'll continue doing my author diaries. I won't be doing any over Christmas, but there'll be something on the podcast feed. I've got a few ideas for something I could do. On the recommendation of a couple of author friends, namely Cillian Carter and Claire Sager, I've started to do what's called bullet journaling. Now, this is basically a way of organising things like to-do lists and tracking progress on projects and things like that. Now, I'm thinking, because I do seem to be spinning quite a few plates at the moment, it'd be good to have a way of getting everything together in a focused way rather than having it all in my head. So I've really enjoyed setting that up. I bought myself a jumbo notepad. I've been setting up some of the pages for that. Started ticking off some tasks. Now, what I've done with this, which is something I learned from the book The One Thing, is not only do I need to focus on my business, focus on my writing, but also I need to make a conscious effort to focus on family and friends. So I'm actually putting in things like spending quality time with my wife as a task, because if it's there, I'll tick it off and it'll get done. I'm also going to use the book to start collating my ideas about story, structure and writing, and add interesting things that I find, little anecdotes I overhear or interesting ideas. So of course, with anything like this, I can see how bullet journaling can become all-encompassing, and so it's one of these things that I'll have to do at arm's length and make sure that they don't take up too much of my time. I think it's when something starts taking time away from the primary tasks, that's a bad thing. But I think having little reminders of marketing tasks and things like that that I need to do will be useful for me. In terms of reading, I finished off that series of Great Courses lectures on covert operations and espionage. Really fascinating stuff. It went from prehistory right up until the modern day, and I think I got a lot of ideas from that. Luckily, I came out of it with no desires to write a spy novel, which is what my worry was, so that's good. I've also started reading a novel called The Element of Fire by Martha Wells. Now, this is part of my ongoing thing to read some fantasy featuring assassins. So if you've got any recommendations, please let me know on Twitter. It's at Jon Cronshaw. The same goes for any books about military training. So I've got a few in mind, but if you know of any good fantasy ones, do let me know. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me a question, it's john@joncronshaw.com. I'm now on Instagram, so you can follow me there. It's Jon Cronshaw Author. I'm basically just posting a lot of pictures from round and about, things that inspire me for fantasy world building. This tends to be just cool landscapes or cool buildings or interesting objects I spot in museums. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in November the 25th, 2018. I've had another busy week. I finished my second draft of The Hierophant, so I've sent that now to a couple of alpha readers. Most of my Ravenglass stories have been in the 22 to 25,000 word range. This one has come up a little short, so this one's around 16,000 words. So although I'm pleased with the story, I know I need to add at least another 3,000 or 4,000 words. So hopefully when I get some comments back from the alpha readers, I'll have something to work with, have some new ideas into the story. I've started redrafting the Black Death series. So this is a collaborative series that I started, it was last October, I think. And because of various things, it's gone on the back burner a bit as a project. But I think we're going to do a real push now to get this trilogy finished and out. Hopefully by the end of January, we'll start releasing the books. So my wife and son are out today, so I've been working on the second draft of my contribution to the first novel, and I'm really pleased with the story. I've tightened up the writing, clarified a few things, and brought out a bit more of the internal drama that's going on with the main character. So my aim over the next few weeks is to get this second draft done, so we can work on getting a final edit done in January. So what this means for my other stuff is I'm putting everything on hold again. So I think the plan basically with the Black Death trilogy is once we've got everything together and tied all the scenes together, then we're going to do a rapid release. So I'll have books 1, 2 and 3 coming out in quick succession and hopefully have that as a solid jumping off point for the collaborative projects. So one thing I've said is that the Otaku on Writing podcast, which we've just gone on our Christmas break for, we're going to put that on hiatus until the Black Death trilogy is done. And this is just so we can all focus on this project. And this goes for the Stop Booking Around podcast as well, so I'm not going to be doing any more episodes after Tuesday until the new year. So this last episode, I had an interview with Emma Geen, who did a PhD and master's research based on writing from the perspective of animals. And so I had a really good conversation with her. And then next week I've got Claire Sager on the podcast, who is a historical fantasy author. Now she does the Confessions of a First-Time Author podcast, so do check that out. If you like this format, she's another one doing this kind of thing. So I started reading The Odyssey by Homer. I think I read the Iliad probably earlier this year. And so I've decided next year I really want to make a concerted effort to read more of the great books in the canon. And I also want to teach myself how to play harmonica. So that's going to be my aim for next year, apart from my writing goals. The reason I want to learn harmonica is because I feel like a lot of my education stuff that I'm doing is all to do with my writing. So harmonica is something new. It's an instrument I really like the sound of, but it's also something that I've never really done before. So I've asked my wife to get me a harmonica in G, because I know that that will create a nice tone for playing blues and things like that. As well as that, I'm also reading a book called Save the Cat Writes a Novel. Now, this is a craft book. I really like the series of Save the Cat by Blake Snyder. This is basically another way of talking about this form of storytelling, but specifically for novelists, because the Save the Cat books are all about films and screenwriting. Now, a lot of this stuff is stuff I know already, stuff I've gone over before, but I do think it's useful to go over things like story structure and writing, just to kind of get the stuff really embedded in my subconscious, so that when I do sit down to write and plan, that these ideas are in the back of my mind. So next week's going to be all about redrafting the Black Death trilogy, as I really want to do that by the time my wife and son break up for the Christmas holiday. I think I will. I think I'll be able to get there if I really focus. Next week, I'm going to be going to a local podcasters meetup. I went to one of these a few months ago, and it was really useful. And so if you've listened to the Stop Booking Around podcast, you'll have heard me interview Paul Teague and Ewan Lawson. And so they're both going to be there, and they're also both authors. So we're going to meet up a little bit earlier and talk some author stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that. So I've had no questions this week, but if you've got a question, please do get in touch on Twitter. It's at JL Cronshaw. You can also email me at john@johncronshaw.com. If you want to start reading my Ravenglass Chronicles serial, go to geni.us/Ravenglass, and you'll be able to read the first book for free. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending December the 2nd, 2018. Had a bit of a crap week. First half of the week, I was quite unwell, had a stomach bug. My wife and son had the same thing, and so that really took it out of me. I've also been struggling quite a bit with the depression this week. So if you've been listening to this for a long while, then you know that I really struggle during winters with seasonal affective disorder. And sometimes it's just really hard to keep on top of. Now, I have tried really hard this year with it. So I've been doing things like taking vitamin D tablets, vitamin B tablets. I've got a daylight lamp. Been making sure that I go out for walks. And most nights I've been going to bed at about 8:30. But even with all that, it's still getting on top of me a bit. I think of it a bit like running Windows in safe mode, where, okay, you can do certain things. There's a lot of normal functionality. It looks pretty much the same. But any of the deeper stuff, any of the more complicated stuff, it's just a real struggle. So I have been getting on with work this week. I've actually been quite productive considering everything else. I managed to redraft Black Death Book 1 and Black Death Book 2. So I'm really pleased with the stories of those. They didn't require as much work as I thought they would. So that was really pleasing. A lot of it was just tightening up on a line level. Now, because I'm doing this as a collaborative project, I've now put those in a Google Drive, and my other co-authors will look over that, look for any typos, look for any ways where I can improve the story or improve the writing on a sentence level. And so we're all going to do that with each other's work before it gets a final edit and we put everything together early next year. I'm trying to work out a way going forward that I can get a better balance of editing and first drafting. I think I know the answer. I think basically what I need to do is work on first drafts in the morning and then do editing in the afternoons. My only resistance to this is I think it might take a lot of the energy out of those first drafts, which is where I'm just focused on getting the words down. But I think it's worth trying. It's worth an experiment. Worth seeing what I end up with. You know, if it takes me the same amount of time to get to the second draft phase with something using that method, then it's probably going to be better because I won't be sat in front of a screen for so long. I won't be putting so much strain on my eyes. And it also means that I'll be moving around more because when I'm dictating, I walk around. So as well as that, I've been working through a course which is more for the business side of being an author. This is called Clocking Out. It's by the people who do the Story Studio podcast and things like that. I got this course on a Black Friday deal for $99. And I think when I did it originally, it was $599. And I have to say, very glad that I didn't pay full price. There's nothing wrong with the course per se, but I'm just past the halfway point. And apart from a couple of useful tips on how to think about my genre, how to think about tying the climax of a story into the characterisation, you know, there hasn't been that much so far, which has been new. But I'll continue to the end anyway. Hopefully the second half will have more kind of practical things that I can use that can really help me take my author career to the next level. Because I feel at the minute like it is in a bit of a slump. Now, I'm releasing these fantasy novellas, and because of Amazon's royalty structure, you know, I can sell quite a lot of these in terms of units, but I don't make much money from them. And so when I do things like bundle them into box sets and things like that, and eventually re-release them as novels, then that'll be the way to kind of recoup some of those earnings. But because of putting Black Death on the back burner last year, underestimating how long Blind Gambit would take to write, my non-fiction book not selling, and then having to abandon Blind Reset, I'm really starting to feel the squeeze of that now. And so hopefully the Black Death series, when that comes out next year, will give me the boost and the cash flow that I need, because all my spare money is going into bills. As well as that, I also finished Homer's Odyssey this week. Really enjoyed that. Can see what a massive influence that has had on just so many different things. I do think Odysseus got quite the raw deal throughout. So I'm not sure what I'm going to read next. Got a couple of things that I'd like to read. I might reread Catcher in the Rye. Not read it for about 20 years, maybe more. It was one of those first books that really spoke to me, and so I'd like to revisit that. And there's also Tristram Shandy as well that I'd like to read. So apologies if this has been a bit of a negative episode this week. Hopefully next time I'll be more positive. So remember, follow me on the Twitter at JL Cronshaw. If you've got any questions for the show, please email me. It's john@johncronshaw.com. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in December the 9th, 2018. This week's been a bit better than last week. It's still been ups and downs. I decided on Monday that I just needed to get out and tear down the Hierophant, build it back up. So what I did is I took my phone with my Kindle app, reread the story, then I went for a walk along the beach, stared at the Lake District fells across the sea for a while. And then I went to the Midlands Hotel, which overlooks a stone jetty onto the water, and did a reverse outline of my story. So what this meant was I went through each chapter and did a bullet point of every beat, every event, every change that happens within the story, and then looked for places that I could improve or change. In the original draft of this story, there is a bit where the ship, which is travelling to a foreign land, is chased down by an enchanted ship. Now, in this first draft, it was the ship basically appeared on the horizon. My main character was urged to go inside, and she did. And so while there is some action going on, she's out of the fray. Now, I don't know how I ended up doing this in my first outline. I put this down to my not being at full capacity during the winter months, during December, because as a storyteller, I should be going for the conflict, going for the most interesting bits of the story and not going, well, something interesting could happen here. Best sit out of it. So what I've got now is, instead of the ship appearing on the horizon, the ship appears from nowhere because they are essentially sailing through fog. The ships collide, they are boarded, there's a fight, we get some craziness with magic. So there's little things like that I've needed to change. This goes for the opening scene as well, because I think the Emperor ended on such a high note with the excitement and all the craziness coming together. It felt as if I was writing into the first chapter. So what I need to do with that is do another overhaul with that. And instead of having her reflecting on what happened in the last 4 books, I need her to be worried about the fact that she's got a new uncertain life and that the life she knew before has now gone. And so after doing that, on Friday I got the draft back from one of my alpha readers. She raised a lot of these points, but she's given me a few other things as well. So I don't know, this one has been a struggle. This one has taken a lot longer than it should have done. So I've written some of the scenes, I've added them to the manuscript. I now need to go back and retweak some of these earlier scenes and bring out some of the drama, bring out some of the conflict. It's one of those things that I look at and I just think, well, why didn't I get that? Why didn't I realise? But hey, at least I've realised now, and not a few weeks after the book's out and the reviews are terrible. Because I think when you're writing and when you're trying to balance stories in your head, it can actually take up a lot of mental bandwidth. And if you listen to last week's episode, you'll know that I've been struggling with the seasonal affective disorder this past few weeks. And I think I will do for another few weeks, but I think I need to just make a mental note of that every year. Just say, okay, what you produce in December is probably going to be crap. So give yourself a break. Give yourself a bit longer to do normal tasks. I think, as well, this time of year, I end up losing my focus a little bit and getting into different projects, different ideas that maybe aren't necessarily the best idea for building a future business. So one thing that I spent a day doing was I've been thinking about the idea of relaunching my Wasteland series, but before doing that, doing a new edit of all of the books. Now, I've released these books and they are written in an unusual way. They are third person, present tense. Now, because I read in a lot of different genres, there are some genres where this is fine, and there are some genres where this is a difficult sell. And I think post-apocalyptic is one of those genres where it is a difficult sell. So I've got this series. that is also based on fantasy tropes, trying to sell to a post-apocalyptic market, which again isn't the most obvious sell. You know, something like the Black Death series, you know, if I was thinking with a marketing hat on, that would be more obvious. And it's also written in third person, past tense. So I've been going through the first few chapters, turning it into past tense. Now, there's part of me thinking that this might be a good idea, do a relaunch. And then there's another part that's just thinking I need to focus that time on producing new things. And so the way I've thought about it is it's almost like I've got this road I need to go down. And what I've been doing by doing that is essentially going back over the road I've already walked down, filling in potholes. Now, that is not going to help me progress forward. That's not going to help me produce my novellas. It's not going to help me produce the next Wasteland book. It's not going to help me with the final edit of Black Death. So I know that I'm not thinking straight. I know that I'm not as focused as I could be. This has hit me with the storytelling. This has hit me with the writing. Like, I had a look over the Hierophant doing the first set of line edits, and there were just so many errors, so many grammatical errors, silly and obvious mistakes that I should have caught. But again, it's this thing of I can beat myself up about it, or I can just think, well, you know what, I need to do an overhaul anyway of these scenes, and they will get improved. So as I say, I've added more scenes to the Hierophant. I've been working on the third draft. I've got about 4,600 words left to do of that. But then, as I say, I'll go back to the beginning and redo the start. So that's basically a bit of a long-winded way of saying that I need to keep focused on my Ravenglass books for the short term. And then I will need to do a second draft of Black Death Book 3 when my other co-authors catch up. I'd like to have the Hierophant ready for the editor by the end of next week. And then maybe the week after that, get the first draft done of The Lovers, which is the next book in the Ravenglass Chronicles. So as well as all that nonsense and rambling, I went to see my family in Wolverhampton this weekend, so that was really good. I've just got back from that. Now, what was really cool about this is that it takes us a few hours in the car to do this journey. And recently my son, so he's 6, he's recently been reading The Magic Faraway Tree, books by Enid Blyton, and so we've been reading him those at bedtime. And so this is the first book he's read that's actually got chapters, and so it goes through a story over several nights, and so that's been really good. And so what we did on the journey was we listened to The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe by C.S. Lewis. So we listened to that on the way and on the way back, and he absolutely loved it. So we listened to the first 10 chapters on the way, and then we listened to the end today. And so we spent a lot of time drawing pictures of Aslan and Mr. Tumnus, and Edmund and Peter and the Snow Witch and all that stuff. So that was a book that I loved when I was a kid. Obviously inspired me to take an interest in fantasy stuff, and now I've been able to pass it on, which is great. I'm now going to have to think of stories that we can listen to on car journeys that are probably under 4 hours long, just so we can get through them over a weekend if we say go down to Wolverhampton or something like that. So as well as that, I've also been reading David Hume's An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. Now, I read this last probably in about 2001, 2002. So when I was undergraduate at Keele, studying philosophy. And okay, several years have passed now since reading that book. So, you know, I've read a lot of philosophy since then. I remember finding this book really dense and really difficult to read. And now it's a breeze. So this is probably just because I've been reading philosophy for a lot of years now. And it actually seems like quite a simple and clear text compared to some things I've read. So I've really enjoyed revisiting that. I think what's interesting in terms of my fantasy writing is that there are some ideas that Hume is arguing against, which obviously because of the context of the book must have been quite prevalent. So it's just getting into that mindset, that historical mindset, if that makes sense. So this is part of that thing I mentioned, I think it was last week or the week before, where I'm going to make an effort to read more of the great books in the literary canon, I suppose you'd call it. And so this includes philosophy as well as fiction. So one thing I've done over the past week is I've removed Twitter from my phone. Now, I've muted a lot of words from my Twitter over the past few months, but I've decided that I don't want to sit scrolling through Twitter anymore. It's such a toxic place. I don't tend to get involved with discussions that annoy me, but there's a lot of things that are discussed on there that I think require nuance, that require a discussion, that require a debate. And I think because of the nature of the platform, the nature of the fact that you've only got, 240, 280 characters now, you cannot formulate an argument. And so what you end up with is just tribalism and the equivalent of two people shouting at each other across a room with a bunch of other people throwing in their insults. And hey, I might go back to it in the new year. I don't know. But the way I'm feeling at the moment, It's just not a very positive place to be. And I think that could be said online in general. I think I've been quite quiet online over the past few weeks. Not really engaged with people on Facebook. Not really done much on Twitter. But I'm sure that will change. So I've had no questions this week. If you want to send a question, please do. It's john@joncronshaw.com. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in December the 16th, 2018. I've had a busy week this week. I have got the Hierophant to a point now where I'm happy. So I've basically added extra scenes, done some moving around. And so the only thing left to do now is to get it edited and to add my author notes. Now, what I've been doing in the back of these episodes is talk about how the card inspired the story. And the Hierophant's a really weird card. It's a really difficult one to get to grasp with. Maybe that explains part of the challenge of getting to grips with this story. It's still a little bit shorter than I'd like, but the way I'm seeing it is the story needs what the story needs. If I end up adding any more, it'll be for the sake of padding and for the sake of literally adding word count. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put this one out there and then start work on the next episode. Now, I'm not sure whether I'm going to start this tomorrow or whether I'm going to start it in January. My feeling is that I'm going to start it tomorrow and get as much of the first draft done as I can. Had a lot of other stuff to do as well last week. So I spent most of Friday doing basically admin tasks, formatting ebooks, that kind of thing. So The Emperor is now done. It's been proofread. I've moved forward the pre-order, so that will come out tomorrow. What I need to do is send that to my review team, so they can leave their reviews as quickly as possible. As well as doing that, because of the way I'm writing these books and thinking about them in terms of being novels when they're put together, so I now have a 100,000 word novel, so I'm going to launch that as a box set. So this brings together the first 5 episodes, and it's what I'm going to start directing readers to rather than the individual episodes. And this is one of those things that I've mentioned before about just the way Amazon structures its royalties for authors. Like I make 35% on a book that's priced below $2.99, $2.99 and above, I get 70%. So this is just a good way to get people into the series and get people really invested in the story. A few weeks ago I was talking to an author called Claire Sager on the Stop Booking Around podcast, and I was talking to her about the idea of writing long books. And one thing she said that stuck with me is this idea that readers really get invested when they're with characters for a long time. So her books are about 185,000 word mark. So when I do eventually bundle everything together, it's going to be a long story following a single character's journey, but that's still a way off yet. As well as that, this week I also attended my son's nativity. So he was one of the wise men, had some lines to do. So it was really cool to see him. I think it's a nice little rite of passage. So I was really proud of him. And so he breaks up from school next week on Friday, so then I'll have until the 7th of January basically been in full-time dad mode. So I'm looking forward to that. I started reading Moby Dick. Now, I read this for the first time about 10 years ago and loved it. And so it's really cool to revisit it. And so I think I'm about 10 chapters into that. It's not set sail yet. But the narrator's really good. I actually got it off LibriVox, which is a repository for public domain audiobooks, and they really do vary in quality. So some of them will be done a single novel by several narrators, some of whom might not have English as their first language, but this narrator is excellent, so I'm really pleased with that. So last week I think I mentioned deleting Twitter from my phone, and so I've not really been on there much this week at all. I think there was a few times where out of habit I picked up my phone to check it, and then I didn't, so that's good. It's felt a bit like turning the volume down on some really annoying TV show. And of course, this is one of those troubles with modern life. You are beholden, in a way, to these social networks, especially if you're running a business which is primarily distributing things over the internet. But I am pulling back from using Facebook and Twitter just because I know it does sap my time and energy and probably sanity as well. So I've had no questions this week, but if you do have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in December the 23rd, 2018. This week has been a bit of a mixed bag. I felt like I've been a bit all over the place with different projects, but I've just been trying to tie up things before I go on to my Christmas break, which technically I'm now on. So on Monday I launched The Emperor, which is a 5th book in my Ravenglass Chronicles series, and I've outlined book 7, which is called The Lovers. And what I've done is I've also gone back to my original outline for the series, because I've seen how things have shifted. So I've got the key events now until book 11, and then the story should be back on track. If it does diverge from the outline, that's not too much of a problem. As long as all roads lead back to the last book, then things are going to be okay. So I don't know whether this is against my better judgment or not, but I've been mulling over the idea of re-editing and relaunching my Wasteland series books. And I think one of the things I've mentioned before is that I have now come to regret writing the series in a bit of a strange style. This will probably be okay for a literary genre, but not for post-apocalyptic, and I think it has been a bit of a resistance point for some readers. So the way it's written is what's known as objective third-person present tense. It's literally like there's a camera on my main character's shoulder. We see what he sees, but we don't get access to his thoughts. And so I'm about halfway through the first book, Wizard of the Wasteland, changing it to past tense and improving some of the language. I'm a much better writer now than I was when I wrote that first book. I think a lot of Wizard of the Wasteland is actually overwritten, and I think my understanding of structure within scenes is much better. So I've done some things to improve the pacing, and I've also given the reader access to my main character's thoughts. And so what I've been able to do with this is put in a subplot about my main character coming to terms with getting clean from addiction. So that is there in the background of the story, but now you can see how it plays on his thoughts, how it motivates him. And so my hope is it'll be a more satisfying story. It'll make people want to read the later books more. And from a technical marketing standpoint, it's really good when you relaunch a book because Amazon does a lot of work to help you promote it. So it'll put it in new release categories and things like that. So this has been a bit of a tedious process, but what I'm basically doing is going through a document for the entire series. So I've got all 3 books in one Microsoft Word file, and I'm doing the Control-H thing of find and replace and going through replacing every single verb that is in the past tense. Now, as you can imagine, this is actually taking quite a while to do because, yeah, it's great. You replace a word and it'll make 30 replacements throughout the whole series, but then some of those will be within dialogue, so then I've got to change it back. So I'm not going to make this a priority task, but I think this is one of those things where I will keep chipping away at it. My priority is the Ravenglass Chronicles, but I think doing this edit will just give the series a new boost. I've been reading a really good book this week, which is called The Perennial Seller. Now, this is a marketing book, and I would recommend it for other authors, for anyone doing creative enterprises or anything entrepreneurial, which is about creating things that will last for more than a decade. Now, this ties in perfectly with the shift that I've done. So long term, I will be writing solely fantasy stuff. That's my plan. And one good thing about fantasy, unlike some other genres like, I don't know, near-future science fiction or some of the contemporary genres, is that this stuff won't age. I can read an epic fantasy that was written 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and okay, some of the attitudes might be different than what you'll see today, but there's nothing specifically about the story that brings you out of it, say, because of the technology. So I've found this especially with some of the classics in sci-fi, Arthur C. Clarke's and Isaac Asimov's, people like that, where they imagine future technologies that now seem quite quaint. So Arthur C. Clarke with his electric newspapers, electric slide rules, Asimov's far future microfiches, everyone's still smoking. So my hope is that the fantasy stuff that I'm writing now, I'll still be able to sell and repackage in 30, 40, 50 years' time. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. As soon as I've posted this, this will be my last task until I get back to writing in the second week of January. So I've got 2 weeks off now. So I will be pre-recording some episodes to upload to the feed. So this will be one of them looking back at 2018, about the highs and lows for me, and then another one looking forward. So have a happy Christmas and a wonderful New Year. I've decided to take a look back over the year, the ups and downs, the high points, the low points, the lessons I've learned. And so I think because I'm a bit of a masochist, I went back and listened to my author diaries for the year, just so I could assess my progress. And so at the end of 2017, I basically had 3 short story collections available on Amazon. plus the first 3 books in my Wasteland series. Now, I've also had the prequel novella, Addict of the Wasteland, available. So I would call that 7 releases going into 2018. So over the past few months, I've been working on my Ravenglass Chronicles serial. Now, I was doing a lot of the world building for that over the last Christmas holiday. And I think I did an outline for a couple of characters which aren't actually appearing in the current series, but are something that I probably will expand and write for the next series in the same world. So I think at the start of the year, I was working on the first draft to Blind Gambit. I was writing the first draft of the 3rd book in the Black Death series. Now, this is something that I'm just revisiting now, and so we're looking to release that early next year. Now, it was around this time as well that we started discussing the idea of the Otaku on Writing podcast. And although that did take a while to get going, we've now released 22 episodes of the show and 7 short story collections in relation to that. So in January as well, I met Digit, my guide dog, for the first time. So he came round to stay for a weekend. It's crazy to think that he's only been with me since February this year. He just feels like a part of the family, a part of the furniture, and he's had a really positive impact on my life. Looking back at some of my spreadsheets, I realised that I was doing somewhere in the region of around 2,000 words on a writing day, sometimes 3,000. This has now gone up significantly. I can usually do somewhere in the region of 4,000 to 5,000 words on a writing day. And next year I want to keep pushing this. I'd like this to be around the 6,000 word mark. I think I mentioned in one of the podcasts that I wanted to get up to a point where I'm doing 4,000 words in a day, and that seemed like quite a long stretch, and now I could do that quite easily when I'm drafting. And because of writing the Stop Booking Around book, I did the first 10,000 words of that in one writing session. So I know that it is possible to get 10,000 words out in a day, and that is something I'd like to aim for eventually, but I think that's still a way off. So next year, 6,000 words on writing days is going to be my aim by December. So in January, I released the Wasteland Trilogy box set, which is basically just another way of repackaging my Wasteland series. And it seems that there's a bit of a different audience who buy box sets rather than individual novels as they come out. So that's been good to have an additional revenue stream. Moving into February, I went to the 20 Books conference in London. I met some really great people there, learnt a lot. So this was a really positive experience. And so I went to that right after doing guide dog training. So I was doing guide dog training for 10 days straight. And then I was home for a day and then flew down to London. Now, I've actually signed up to go to the 20 Books Edinburgh conference next July. So I'm really looking forward to that again. This is when I also finished the first draft of Book 3 of the Black Death trilogy and released the audiobook for King of the Wasteland. Don't know what you call it, whether it's synchronicity or serendipity or something like that, but I think sometimes life throws you things and pushes you in a different direction to what you were planning. So I think my idea was to write Cleric of the Wasteland, Wasteland Book 4, in the first quarter of this year. And hey, it's still not written. I've been hacking away at the first draft all year, doing bits here and there. But I was invited to write an article for The Guardian about the experience of discrimination as a guide dog user. Now, I've written for The Guardian a few times as a freelance journalist. And so my hope was that I was writing a book, Blind Gambit, which was about dealing with visual impairment, as well as being a bit of a fun adventure in a virtual world. And so I thought I would try and capitalise on this. So I put Blind Gambit up for pre-order. Bear in mind that I hadn't finished the first draft yet. And I did this with the hope that the Guardian article would mention the book. I put a little biography thing at the end saying who I was, where they could find my book. And unfortunately, they didn't bother. So that really disappointed me, but I'd committed myself to this pre-order. So I went all in to write Blind Gambit. And I think I underestimated how hard it was to write. I'm perfectly happy writing stuff that is fantasy, that is sci-fi. But I think the scenes where it was really reflective, really deep, really raw. I mean, yeah, it's good writing. It's solid storytelling. And I think what I did was really important and honest. But it was a hard slog and draining. So this was a month as well where I wrote the short story Clockwork Titan, which is set in the same world as my Ravenglass Chronicles, I'd say about 100 years earlier. And so this was part of I suppose you call it an anthology series, where a bunch of authors, including myself, got together to release a series of stories based on the same prompt. And then they all had similar covers and were linked in a series. And we released them every 2 weeks for a while. Now, this wasn't as successful as we would have hoped. Didn't make many sales. We gave away a lot of free copies, but in terms of actually getting people buying the books, it didn't work. So that was one of those things where there was a lot of effort put in, a lot of work, which didn't pay off, which was a shame. So this month as well, I also got the cover for Cleric of the Wasteland and my Ravenglass Chronicles series. So the Cleric of the Wasteland thing still needs to get used. And so moving on to March, I was invited to do something for the Steampunk Festival in Morecambe, so I ended up writing a story, and then I performed that in June. I also read a story at the End of the Pier Festival in Morecambe. So I really enjoyed doing these live readings. I don't know if I'm the best reader in the world, but I think it helps me to see how my stories are going down, see the bits where they're engaged, see the bits if they're glazing over, that kind of thing. So I also finished the second draft of Blind Gambit in March, and I think I was having a bit of a crisis confidence about the Wasteland Book 4, and so in April I wrote a new outline, and I also outlined Gambit Book 2. This was going to be called Blind Reset. Now, I'd had a lot of pre-orders for Blind Gambit. I was really excited about the potential for this book. When I wrote it, it was meant to be a standalone, and then I think I saw the money. So, did an outline for Blind Reset, and it was around here as well that my friend Russ started talking to me about doing a podcast with him, maybe helping him out write a novel. I thought, hey, let's combine the two ideas, do it about that. He was up for it. And so in May, I launched Blind Gambit, and I launched the Stop Booking Around podcast as well. Now, what was interesting for me with Blind Gambit compared to my Wasteland series is my Wasteland series still makes me money. It still sells. I still get thousands of page reads on Kindle Unlimited. So it's one of those things that's constantly been bubbling over. But Blind Gambit seemed to have a big spike. It did well in the first few weeks and then it just dropped. And so this is one of these books that maybe sells a couple of copies a week now and it gets a few thousand page reads over an entire month. And what I found as well is there was a lot of toxicity in the Gamelit community. I found there were a couple of key players who weren't helpful at all, and when I asked what I thought were reasonable questions, I'd get shot down and things like that. So these people weren't my tribe. These people weren't as supportive as, say, the post-apocalyptic authors have been and the fantasy authors now. And so that was a bit of an eye-opener to find out that not all author communities are good places to be. And so I put the pre-order up for Blind Reset. So this basically gave me 90 days to write it. And so people who've listened to the podcast, followed along, you'll know what happened with that. I had a really great narrator read the first couple of chapters of Blind Gambit live on his YouTube channel called Sameboard Theatre. So this was a guy called Jeff Hayes who's read a lot of really good audiobooks, and I really wanted him as a narrator. That hasn't happened. And I went for another audiobook company and they let me down last month. So I'm now back to square one with not having an audiobook for a novel which I wrote specifically with a blind audience in mind. So that's something I need to focus on next year, trying to get that done. So in June, I actually pulled Blind Reset from pre-order. This is something that was really difficult for me to do. I felt as though the story wasn't working. And this was one of those decisions where it was the balance between art and money, and I chose art. And I definitely think that has affected me financially this year. I think there's a few things I have. I think putting the Black Death trilogy on the back burner meant that my last quarter of 2017, which was spent writing that, and also January, that is time that I could have spent writing another Wasteland book or something like that. But I know that this next year I'll have that trilogy to release. And I haven't been back to Blind Reset. I haven't looked at it since I abandoned it. And I think what happened was I was working on the book. I had a week off for half term. I went back to it and I hated it. Now it might be that I go back to it and I haven't got the pressure of the deadline. Maybe if I go back to it with fresh eyes, maybe it's not as bad as I think. I don't know. It might be worth doing, but then I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be a backward step. I made the decision a few months ago that I really need to focus on the fantasy stuff going forward. So now I've got a couple of post-apocalyptic projects that I need to finish. So this is Wasteland 4, this is the Black Death trilogy. But then going forward, it's going to be focusing on fantasy, but also maybe the odd collaborative project here and there. Because I've said before, I've still got this Space Marine series I want to do. At least 3 fantasy series now that are in my head. So I've got all these ideas and not enough time. That was also around this time where I wrote the Stop Booking Around book. So this was basically a guide for writers doing their first novel. I think that this might have been my way of procrastinating, my resistance against doing Blind Reset. So I wrote it, I released it, not even covered the costs of the covers. The book flopped. I gave away a lot of copies in the first week, in the hope that at least one person would leave a review. Now, this annoyed me because this book is aimed at authors, and I know from speaking to other authors that reviews are really important. And so of all the audiences who would know that reviews are important, I would have hoped that this would have been the author community. But on Amazon.com, it has no reviews. It's made hardly any sales. So I've got the podcast, which is great. I really enjoyed doing the show, and I've had a lot of great feedback. A lot of people are behind Russ's journey. I hope next year he'll be back on board. But I think the book might have been a bit premature, might have been a waste of time. I recorded the audiobook for it as well, which took far longer than it should have done. So, I mean, we're halfway through the year at this point, and I've still only had one major release, which was Blind Gambit. And so my plans to release a novel a quarter have gone completely out the window this year. So in July, all the Stop Booking Around stuff came out. So this was the book, the audiobook and all that. And we also launched the Otaku on Writing podcast. So this is the podcast that I've been doing with Liam and Killian, where we've been reviewing anime movies and then using it to brainstorm and then write original fiction inspired by the movies. So it was around this time that I started writing The Fool, which was the first story in the Ravenglass Chronicles series. I wrote The Magician, The High Priestess over the August. We released the first two collections of Otaku stories, so this was Awake and Uplift. And then in September, we released the third collection, which was called Symbiote. And I released The Magician, which was the first paid book in the Ravenglass Chronicles series. So the first book, The Fool, is permanently free. This is a bit of a taster. It's what I call your gateway drug to the series. That one's on me, and everything else is 99 cents. So in October, we released 3 Otaku story collections. So this was Trope, Fight, and Bloodline. So in October, released High Priestess, and then the next month, The Empress, and then December, The Emperor. And what's been really interesting about this series is it really started to gain traction when I released the 4th book. So in January, I'm going to release the first box set, so hopefully that'll be another release. Then I've got the Hierophant as well to come out. And so over the past few weeks, I've been redrafting the Black Death series, and we're in the process of putting that together. So all in all, it's been a bit of a crazy year, a lot of ups and downs. I think the first half of the year was more of a struggle than it should have been. And I think I've now started to find my groove with these monthly releases of novellas. Now, I've still got 15 novellas to write, so that should take me to the end of the year. So I think next week what I'm going to do is come back and talk a little bit about the goals that I want to achieve next year. And I hope this episode wasn't too rambly. So until next time, cheerio. So what I want to talk about now is 2019, what I hope that will hold for me, what my aims are, what I've got planned, what I'd like to do if the stars align. So my big goals in terms of releases, I want to get at least 10 of my Ravenglass books out. So this will start with the Hierophant, then I've got the Lovers, and then this will go on until I'm at book 16. Now it might be that I do 12 books. My aim is to do one a month, but I also know that I've got a 6 weeks holiday in July, August, so I'm considering those months a write-off. As well as the Ravenglass books, I'm also going to do everything I can to get the Black Death books out in the first quarter, hopefully by the end of January. But of course, this depends on my co-authors, making sure that all the moving parts are in place. But I think doing the rapid release, where we're releasing 3 novels over 3 weeks, and really pushing the first book between 3 different people with different marketing strategies, I think that is going to help. Hopefully it'll be a hit. Fingers crossed. The covers look awesome. The story's really strong. As well as that, I also want to finish writing the Wasteland series. So this is going to be Cleric of the Wasteland finished. Maybe look for something around the June mark to release. I think in terms of releases, that will probably be enough. I think with the Black Death series, once that is over and we can assess how that's done, we have got another idea for a different series, which is a Space Marine series. Now, if you have read Otaku Stories 3, Symbiote, we really love that concept. We really love that idea. I think it's one that we want to develop. Now, it's figuring out how that's going to be done. Maybe it's going to be done in a little bit of the same way that I'm doing the Ravenglass Chronicles, so doing it as a monthly serial, where the commitment in terms of word count isn't that high comparatively. So if there's 3 of us doing it and we can all put something like 8,000 to 10,000 words in each episode, maybe do a bit of joint planning, that kind of thing, I think that'll be a really good way of doing it. But it's one of those things where we've got to make it work with our other projects, with our individual projects. I think as well, once I've got the Wasteland Book 4 finished, I'll want another new project to do alongside the Ravenglass Chronicles, just so I'm not spending all my time editing. In terms of podcasting, obviously I want to keep on doing my author diary. Once the Black Death stuff is out the way, we're going to go back to Otaku on Writing. And as for Stop Booking Around, that's still up in the air. I need to have a sit down with Russ and find out whether he can do it. I've really enjoyed doing the interviews, but there are a lot of work to organise, there are a lot of work to edit. The whole point of the show is to help a friend do his novel. So that's going to be my focus. If I can do that, if I could do it with just Russ, have the occasional guest, that's the perfect way of doing it for me. Otherwise, I don't want it to turn into a weekly interview show. So we'll see how that goes, basically. As for education stuff, I really want to learn how to do Facebook ads next year. I've been using Amazon ads quite a lot, and they've been really helpful in order to get my books in front of people. I think I need to do a bit of an overhaul of my website, so it's more geared towards me as a fantasy author. I'm also going to learn how to play harmonica, because I've been playing guitar since I was young, and I can play quite a few instruments, but harmonica's one that I've never really got into. So my wife bought me a harmonica for Christmas, and so I'm going to start learning that. In terms of travel next year, I've got my ticket for the 20 Books Edinburgh conference, so I need to do that. I'd also like to get to Worldcon if I can in Dublin. Now this depends on finances, so if I can raise enough cash to pay for flights and hotels and tickets for that event, then I'll be going there. I'd also like to go to Edgelit in Derby, which I think will be in June. And if I can afford it, maybe next year, or probably more likely the year after, I'd really like to go to another Avron course. So I went to one of these workshops in 2015, and I think it really gave me a boost to my writing, really gave me focus. I think if I can do another one of those, that'll be really helpful. So in general stuff, I'm just going to keep reading. I want to read more great books next year, and maybe revisiting some of the philosophical texts that I read when I was at university. So that was back 2000 to 2004. And I think my knowledge and understanding of this kind of thing is a lot better, a lot stronger. So I think it'd be worth revisiting and then just keep on writing. I'd love to hear from you. If you've got any questions for the show, please do get in touch. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. Or you can get in touch on Twitter @JLCronshaw. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in January the 13th, 2019. So this is my first author diary of the year, so Happy New Year. I had a good break and started back with my writing on Monday. So this week I have written the first draft to book 7 in my Ravenglass Chronicles. So this is the book called The Lovers. Now, I'm not particularly keen on the title of this. I'm going to keep it anyway because it's based on the tarot card, but it does make it sound like a romance book when it isn't. So I've completed that. I'm really pleased with the story. It's introduced a key character, and it ends at the point where my main character reaches the goal, which is going to be the start of the rest of the story. I released the box set for the first 5 books. So this goes from The Fool up to The Emperor. And so I'm shifting my focus into marketing that rather than marketing The Fool. And I've also put up the prices of the individual novellas just to make the box set much better value for readers. So I've still got the first book, The Fool, for free. The second one, The Magician, is 99 cents. And then the rest of them are $2.99. Now, I would like to do them at $1.99, but I can't do that because of the way Amazon structures its royalties. So what I'm going to carry on doing is have the pre-order at 99 cents and a new release at 99 cents. So people who do get in early get rewarded. So as well as getting that done, I've also been carrying on the edits on my Wasteland series. So I'm about 65% through the first book. And what I've been doing is turning that into past tense, third person, and also giving access to my main character's thoughts, adding an internal subplot, which is there in the story, but now it's brought out more. And I've deleted a couple of scenes that weren't doing anything for the story. They weren't moving anything on. And so as I've said before, this isn't a priority, but it's something I'm just going to keep doing every now and again until it's done. On Friday, I outlined the next book in my Ravenglass series. So this is book 8. This is going to be a book called The Chariot. I'm going to try a different strategy than I did last year, because what I'm finding is I'm spending maybe 3 or 4 days writing these first drafts, and then I'm spending 2, maybe 3 weeks on the edits. And what I want to do is start drafting The Chariot next week in the mornings and edit The Lovers in the afternoons. So I'm going to see how that goes. If I do that, then there's a possibility that I could get another 4 books drafted by the time we get to the February half term. So I had a look at the amount of writing days that I've actually got this year. And considering I'm doing this full time, it's not actually that many, just because of various things like my wife, who's a teacher, and my son. Their holidays don't always mesh. So I've got 156 writing days for this year. So that'll now be 152. And so this has actually given me quite a sense of urgency that I need to get things done, need to be more focused. And so one of the things I've done to address this is I've started meditating. Now, I've never done this before, and I've meditated every day this week so far. And it's just nice to have that clarity and focus before I start my writing. So I'm going to continue doing that, and I'll let you know when I achieve enlightenment. Over the Christmas break, I listened to a lot of podcasts. One in particular stood out that I would recommend listening to. It's not an easy listen, and it deals with some really difficult subjects. It's about a mass suicide of a religious cult called Heaven's Gate. The podcast itself is called Heaven's Gate, and for some crazy reason, they've got hundreds of hours of audio footage of people from the Heaven's Gate cult. These were basically a UFO cult that believed that the spaceship was going to come and take them away, take them to heaven. And so 39 people ended up committing mass suicide, and then a few more members killed themselves in the following months. And it was just about the cult, how it got set up, and then the people who were in the cult and the families that they left behind. Because it was one of these cults where you join and you shed things like your family and your past. You all dress in the same clothes and get the same haircuts. And I did find myself crying in the last episode. It was really difficult listen, but it's like reading about the Holocaust. It's one of those things that I feel you should read and understand, especially as a writer, when understanding humanity is really important. In terms of reading, I've decided to get a bit more strategic, a bit more formulaic with what I read. So I mentioned, I think, last year that I started bullet journaling. I've also got a bit of an aim this year to read more classics. So this can be both fiction and things like philosophical texts and poetry and things like that. So each month, I've set myself the goal of reading a book on writing craft, a book on business, a classic, and then something that's maybe relevant to my writing. So this could be a book on history, this could be some kind of specific research book. And then once I've gone through that sequence, then I can have one for me. I've just done one for me, which was The Prince of Thorns by Mark Lawrence. This was a really cool fantasy book, kind of sword and sorcery, quite gritty, quite violent, set in a fantasy version of Europe. And so it's weird having a fantasy series where there's references to stuff in our world. So there's references to Shakespeare and Aristotle, and there's Christianity and all this stuff. So it's a really interesting fantasy, actually. I really liked it. And I've just got to the end of the first book. I'm kind of convinced that it might be something similar to what Gene Wolfe or Jack Vance does, where, okay, this is like a medieval fantasy, but it's actually very far in the future. Because there was one instance within the book where the main character's conversing with a spirit that's on a panel on a wall. And it seems to me that, okay, now we're dealing with technology that is so distant in the past that he's perceiving it as magic or some kind of spiritual thing. So I really enjoyed that. I think it's a really different take on fantasy. And so I'll have to read more books in that series, I think. And what was great as well, just to add on to this, was it was a full fantasy novel that was a 9-hour audiobook. Now, most of the fantasy novels that I seem to read end up being at least double that. I mean, the last Brandon Sanderson one was something like 54 hours long. So it's great just to get in, get out, enjoy the story, have a blast at the same time. So after finishing that, I've just started reading a book called One Bullet Away. Now, this is a story about officer training in the Marines. Now, this is one of my books for research. So obviously I'm not writing about the US Marine Corps in my fantasy series. But what I am doing in the book The Chariot is my main character will join a militaristic organisation called the Guardians, and she will start her training. Now, what was interesting about this book is it had a list of principles that the Marines have to go by. And so these were bearing, courage, decisiveness, dependability, endurance, enthusiasm, initiative, integrity, judgment, justice, knowledge, loyalty, tact, and unselfishness. And so even though I'm not going to say it specifically, what I'm now thinking about is how I can base different exercises, different challenges around those principles. So I think this will add a sense of realism and a clearer structure to the training. So I mentioned as well at the end of last year that I was going to pull away from Twitter. I have done that. I think I've been on maybe 2 or 3 times since Christmas, and this has just been to promote my books, and I have not missed the experience at all. It's felt like giving my head a bit of a clean out, flushing out all the rubbish, all the nonsense. It seems at the moment that there's a lot of things where anyone who sees a bit of success, people will go through their Twitter feeds all the way back to the early days of Twitter to find something that can be interpreted in the least charitable way possible, not realising that A, people have different opinions on things, B, people change, C, people sometimes say things as a joke that might be perceived as offensive. And so I'm just very glad to have moved away from that, because it is nonsense, it is unhealthy, it's negative, it's toxic, and it does no good. Because that's the thing I think people fail to ask is, what good will this bring? What will shaming someone for saying something 10 years ago bring to the table, apart from maybe scoring some points on some weird virtue signalling hierarchy? I don't know. It's odd, and it's a very unfortunate state of affairs. But hey, there we go. Whatever. So finally, I want to talk about the fact that I got a harmonica for Christmas, and I've started doing some lessons. So I've been working through some ones on YouTube, learning how to do things like chugging and practicing my scales. I'm really enjoying this. It's really strange to start an instrument again, because I've played several instruments over the years. My main instrument's the guitar. I'm very proficient with that. But harmonica is something completely alien to me. So I'm just getting my head around how the scales work, how the breathing works, different techniques that you can use to bend the notes and things like that. There's a thing that you have to do, which is do a silent vibrato with your throat, which I cannot do. So I need to work out how to do that, because otherwise my plans to learn how to play blues harmonica will fall flat. So I'm going to keep doing that, try and do at least 10 minutes a day. My plan is to get at least 20 hours worth of really focused practice done by the summer. So I can't remember what it was I read, but it's basically that 20 hours is the amount of focus that you need on a single thing in order to get competent at it. But it needs to be very deliberate, very focused. And so that's what I'm going to do. So I've had no questions, but if you've got a question, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. If you go to my website now, which is johncronshaw.com, click on the original fiction tab. I have just posted up my story Clockwork Titan. So this is a fantasy story set in the same world as the Ravenglass Chronicles. So do check that out. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in January the 20th, 2019. This week's been a bit of a mixed bag. My son was off school on Wednesday with a bit of a bad stomach, so that has thrown my schedule a bit. So I was hoping to have the second draft of The Lovers written by now. I should have that finished by Monday. As well as that, I've also been working on turning my Wasteland series to past tense. So I'm about 70% of the way through Wizard of the Wasteland now. I think this will take me several months, and I need to think about exactly what it is I'm going to do once the books are updated. My thoughts are to do a complete relaunch and try to reach a new audience, but based on the current rate of how that's going, I'm not sure whether that'll be until next year. I went over the edits for the Hierophant this week, so that is now formatted and ready to go. So that'll come out on Thursday the 24th. Next week I'm going to carry on writing The Lovers. I'm going to get it sent off, hopefully, to a couple of my alpha readers. And then I'm going to start working on the next book, which is called The Chariot. And sales for the box set of the first 5 books are starting to drip in now. It's not setting the world on fire or anything like that, but it's nice to have these different ways for readers to come in. Now, what I've done this week, which is something I'm going to try as an experiment for a year, is I've set up a Patreon page. Now, what I'm going to do with this is post my short stories. So for the first couple of months, I think I'm going to post a short story every week. Some of those will be available to the public. So you'll be able to go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author and read some of the stories. I'll also be putting this author diary there a day early. So if you want to hear this on a Saturday, then that's the place to do it. So I'll be posting weekly with the stories just to get the ball rolling. And then I think I can sustain it over a long period of time by posting a short story every 10 days. And what I'll do is I'll give people access to all those stories for $1 a month. Now we'll do higher tiers. So there's a $3 a month tier, which gives readers access to all my books before they come out. And what I'll do is I will put a book funnel link on the Patreon site. And what this means is you'll be able to click on, download it and read it on any device that you want. So this is great for people who don't use Amazon, because all my books at the moment are exclusive to Amazon. So if you use iTunes or Kobo or something like that, you'll be able to get these books a week early and not be forced to read them on a Kindle. So it'd be cool if you're listening to this, if you'd like to look at the Patreon page. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. If you've got any feedback or any suggestions for things I could offer as incentives, I think this will be a really good way for me to get stories out there and to have an incentive to do that. So please do check that out. I've been reading a book this week, non-fiction one, called The Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Now this is a memoir of sorts. It's about the Soviet gulags about how utterly terrible communism was in Russia. And now I've read quite a bit of dystopian fiction over the years, and I don't think anything has come close to being as disturbing or as heart-wrenching as what I've been reading in this. Now, I'm only on the first volume, I'm about halfway through, and I wish it was fiction, because it's absolutely vile what happened. I've mentioned this before about books that it's necessary to read, it's important to read, and I think this is one of those books, and just highlights the dangers of collectivism when taken to its extreme. The style of it is just so raw as well. The writing's savage, it's angry, there's a sense of absolute outrage running through it. But what makes it so powerful is that Solzhenitsyn all the way through is reflecting on himself. He's responsible as much as everyone else. And so it's a hard read, but I think it's a necessary one. It made me think of when I was at university. I did a master's degree and a PhD in the history of art. And the department that I was in was very much engaged with cultural studies, they called it. There was a lot of promotion of Marxist ideas. And for a while, I think I was convinced by these arguments. This wasn't on the reading list. Knowing about this side of things, knowing about Maoist China and the cultural purges, the excesses of collectivism in the 20th century, this should be essential reading. We know a lot about the Nazis, we know about the Holocaust. I think it's our duty to learn more and know more and be aware of this stuff and know that political excess of any stripe leads to terrible things happening. So I did have a question this week. It was from Debbie. And Debbie asked whether I'm going to be writing Wasteland Book 4. I think I've had this question a few times, but yes, I am. It's taken a while, but I will get there. So remember, if you've got a question, please do ask me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. And please do check out and support my Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And so until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in January the 27th, 2019. Can't believe this is my last author diary of January already. Doesn't even feel like the month has had a chance to get going yet. But here we are, approaching February, so that's pretty crazy. I've had a productive week. I wrote my third draft of The Lovers. I expanded my outline for The Chariot, and I've started writing my first draft of The Chariot, so I've written 2 chapters for that. So that's a good start. That means on Monday I'll just be able to get right into it. No resistance, just get straight to work. So I've just launched book 6, which is The Hierophant. And so I'm really enjoying doing these monthly releases, getting them out. Because every time I release one of these, it seems that a new bunch of people discovers the first episode. And so I'm getting constant read through, so that's really cool. Now what I'm finding crazy is that I am now starting book 8. For me, this is where the story really begins. So some people have asked about my character Red in the past. This was from my short story collection, Her Name Was Red. And now my main character has started to be known as Red. And she's moving from being quite a naive girl to someone who's quite competent and kicks ass. And so I've still got another 14 books to write after this one. But it's crazy to think that just over a year ago, this was a bit of a pie-in-the-sky idea. I joked about it being like a concept album. You know, each book being based on the tarot, that kind of thing. But, you know, now I've really got my teeth into it. Now I'm into the heart of the story. It's great. And I think as well, the fact that I'm doing it on this kind of episodic basis, it's forcing me to get them written and to keep looking forward. So last week I mentioned that I'd launched a Patreon. So I've had my first 2 patrons. So I want to thank G. Mark Cole and Niall for offering his support. This is really appreciated. G. Mark Cole was a first Patreon, so he went in at the $1 level. Niall went in at the $5 level, which is amazing. So thank you both very much. It's really appreciated. Now what I'm doing with my Patreon page is I'll be posting at least 2 short stories a month on there. And also if you enjoy listening to these author diaries, you can listen to them through the Patreon site a day early. So that's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. Now I finished reading Moby Dick this week. So I started reading this over Christmas and I've just been picking away a couple of chapters at a time. And it definitely rewards a second read. I last read this in 2009 and I think this is just such a tremendous book. I love it. I could see why it's not for everyone. I could see why there's a lot of resistance to this book, but I think it's great. I also finished reading a book called The Success Principles by Jack Canfield. I suppose you call it like a business self-help book, so this is just about getting into the right mindset to run a successful business. Now, there were a lot of good tips in this, but this was one of those things where it verged into woo. So talking about visualization and asking for spiritual guidance and things like that, that's not for me. But as with a lot of these things, it's about taking the things that are useful, applying them to my working life. So I've also started reading a book called Gate Thief by Orson Scott Card. Now, this is in his My the Mage series. So this is basically contemporary fantasy. This is set in America in the 2000s, makes references to YouTube and things like that. And it basically follows a boy who has inherited the powers of Loki. So I read the first book in this series. I think it was probably in about 2016. And it was really good. And I forgot this series existed. So I've picked up the second book. And a couple of chapters in, so far so good. Was immediately transported back to the world. Remembered the characters, remembered what was going on, so that was good. Now, I mentioned, I think it was probably in the new year that I wanted to start doing meditation, so I've been doing that every day. I've been doing that using the Headspace app on my phone, and so I've actually bought the app because I completed the basic course, and I've started doing a 30-day course on focus, and I have found this really beneficial. I didn't think I would. I thought, okay, it's going to help me relax, it's going to help me clear my mind a little bit, but I felt myself being more focused as I'm working, getting less distracted, so I would recommend doing that. It's not something even a couple of years ago I would have saw myself doing, because I've always thought of meditation, again, on this kind of level of woo, new age spirituality kind of stuff, but I was listening to a podcast, I think it was last year, by a guy called Sam Harris, and he does a lot of stuff exploring philosophy of mind. On his podcast, he talks a lot about meditation from a non-religious perspective, and I've had quite a few authors recommend meditation to me, and so yeah, I have been resistant to it, but it's served me well so far. And finally, a bit of an update on my harmonica playing. So I've been following some lessons online, a lot of YouTube stuff, and so now I think I'm pretty good. I've got the breathing techniques down, I've got the chugging, I've got the different rhythms, I can also bend the notes now. Now, what I'm finding with harmonica is maybe it's just the way I'm doing it and the way I'm playing it, but it feels a lot less deliberate than, say, something like the guitar, where you almost need the muscle memory for the chord changes. It feels a little bit more free-flowing, and I think probably because of the way it's set up in a diatonic scale, then you're not going to get bum notes, you're not going to get things that are off-key, it's all in-key. What I really like is my son has now started playing, so he's 6, and I've been teaching him little bits here and there. He's got his own harmonica now, and he's been really enthusiastic about that, so that's pretty cool. I hope he carries on doing it. He does seem really good at sticking with things like that. It's like if he's got a project that he's doing, he will take it quite far. So he decided the other day that he wanted to make a Arctic animal poster, and he did, and it's huge. It's bigger than his door, and it's covered in things like narwhals and polar bears and Arctic hares and birds that I've never heard of. And he did a similar kind of thing with Pokemon when he got really interested in that. He's got a poster that he made that is probably about 20 foot long, and it's just A4 pieces of paper stuck together that are filled with drawings of Pokemon, literally hundreds of them, and he kept adding to it over weeks. In fact, he reminds me of me a little bit, being able to keep on these projects for a while. So my hope is that he'll carry on doing the harmonica. We can help each other learn, we can support each other. And it's a nice thing to do with my son. So I did have a question this week. This one is from Sophia. She asked, what does your writing process look like? So what I'll tend to do is I will start with an idea. I'll think about it for ages, sometimes months, sometimes years. Current project that I'm on at the moment, I've been thinking about for over a decade. And then what I'll do is I will write an outline, usually by hand, scribble notes, do drawings, draw maps, that kind of thing. And then once I've got all these notes, I tend to leave them for a few days and then revisit them and then type them up into something that I can work from as an outline. And then when I write the first draft, I will dictate. So I've got a recording app on my phone. I will literally walk around talking into my phone and just get the story out. And then because it gets transcribed using a piece of software called Dragon, it's usually a bit of a mess. It doesn't get everything. And especially when you use the transcription mode, it's probably about 90% accurate. And so when I do my second draft, there's a lot of writing to do. I usually double my word count, because the way I tend to work is I'll get the dialogue down, I'll get the actions down, everything else, descriptions, that kind of thing, they come later. First draft is all about the story. And yeah, second draft is tidying it up, padding things out, making sure everything makes sense, making sure it flows, make sure the rhythm's right. And then as I go into the third draft, this is when I'm really focused on the stuff on a sentence level. It's where I get rid of all things like passive sentences, unnecessary words, repeated words. It's about the rhythm of the sentence. And then they get edited. And then before I release, I'll go through the edits with my wife, and she'll read out the text to me, and we'll go through it and proofread together. And so that's really good, hearing someone else read it, hearing where there's stumbles. Sometimes I will hear echoes in sentences, so sometimes where you've got the same sound repeated a couple of times, and that just sounds clumsy. And so once we've finished doing that, that's when I'll get it formatted and published. So with these books I'm working on at the moment, The whole process, I think, takes about 4 weeks. But as you've probably heard listening to this, I'm working on the early draft of one book. I've got another book waiting for edit, so it's always a constant flow of things going on. So remember, you can visit my website, it's joncronshaw.com. There you can sign up for my newsletter. That's the best way to keep in touch. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in February the 3rd, 2019. I'll try and keep this one short and sweet this week. Depression has been kicking my ass over the past week or so. So I've managed to get about half of my first draft done for The Chariot, which actually sounds worse than it is because this one looks like it's going to be the longest episode yet. So my word count has remained consistent. I didn't do any work on Friday though, because I spent most of the day in bed listening to podcasts because I just had no energy, really tired. And I thought I just needed to have a day off because I do work hard and I think I was feeling very run down. So I've set up a Facebook group this week for readers of epic and military fantasy. Now I like talking about fantasy books, as you probably realise. I figured setting up a Facebook group would be a great way to meet like-minded people. So I've set up the group, it's called the Arcane Book Club. So we're going to start off doing a monthly read. So the one for this month, which I've just started, is a book called The Black Company by Glenn Cook. Now I read this book years ago and I seem to remember it being quite dark, quite gritty, a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to revisiting that and then talking to other people in the group about it. So what I did is I let my newsletter know that I set this up, giving them an invite. So it's already got quite a few members who've joined up, so that's awesome. I could tell when I need to take a break because little things that usually wouldn't bother me get to me. So I've been really bothered by reviews this week. I think I've mentioned before that, people's opinions on my work isn't really my business. I don't care. But it's the idiotic reviews that have been winding me up. And I've been doing the meditation thing. I'm trying to be more mindful, but this hasn't helped. So I've got my book, The Full, and I did a promo the other day, which is called a free books promo, which is where a book gets sent out to a lot of people download it and read it. And so The Fool is basically a novelette length intro to the series. It's free, it's always free. And I've had quite a few reviews complaining about the length on the back of this free book seat, and it's a free book, it's free. It's like, I don't understand people who waste their time complaining about something they didn't pay for. I've had one person put in big capital letters as a headline. This was a 1-star review as well that said, "Warning, not a real book." What's a real book? It's not a novel. It's a fucking book. So it's just really pissing me off this week, really annoying me. And it shouldn't, because it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And I know this, but it still hasn't stopped the way my mind's working this week. So hopefully, I'm doing the meditation, taking vitamin D, I've got a daylight lamp set up, all these things that are supposed to help. One thing that I'm doing, which is at least good, is I'm not responding to these reviews. I mean, I'm kind of responding to them here, but not on Amazon. So I'm going to leave it here today. I'm running out of energy to do this. Remember, you can support me on Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. I've been posting short stories on there. You'll also be able to listen to this a day early. And remember, if you're into epic fantasy, military fantasy, please check out the Arcane Book Club on Facebook. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in February the 10th, 2019. I've had a really productive week. I finished my first draft of The Chariot, and I'm now about a quarter of the way through doing the second draft of that. This ended up coming up quite long. The first draft was as long as the final drafts of my other novellas, and what I tend to do is underwrite my first draft just to get the story out, and then I will add in things like descriptions and turn the writing into something palatable. So as well as that, I've also got The Lovers finished. I've got feedback from my alpha readers, and I'm now going through the final edits of that. So I'm hoping that will be out by the end of the month. So I think last week was a bit of a short episode, a bit of an abrupt one. I'm feeling a lot better in myself. I want to thank a few of you who reached out. You know, depression is something that I've had on and off for my entire adult life, and it really gets to me in the winter months. I think a couple of times a year it really hits me. But I've just focused on getting my story finished and doing what I can to improve my mental health. What I've actually found really helpful is I was listening to podcasts by an entrepreneur called Tim Ferriss last week. So he does a podcast and he speaks to people who are successful and kind of deconstructs their success and the kind of mindset that you need in order to do well. I was listening to some of the old episodes and there was an interview with I think it was a former Navy SEAL called Jocko Willink. Now, I've read one of his books recently, which is called Discipline Equals Freedom. And there were just some of the things that he was talking about in his interview that really helped me kind of crystallise some of my thoughts, really helped me give me focus and reframe some of the stuff that I'm finding difficult at the moment. And I think one thing that, you know, I've realised over the years with depression is that even though it's always there, it's always in the background, it rears its head in the winter a lot more. It can also be managed with mindset and with reframing things and challenging your initial thoughts about situations. And so I would really recommend taking a listen to that. It's really good. So that's Tim Ferriss' podcast. So I started reading a dark epic fantasy book called The Way of Shadows by Brent Weeks. Now, this is a book that has been on my radar for years, and it's just one that I haven't got around to reading yet. So I've started reading it. I'm about 15 chapters in. So far, so good. The author has got a real knack of getting you to empathise with the main character. Now, there's one thing that I'm not particularly keen of with it, which is there's a lot of point of view switching. And it's one of those things where the main character is really good, really interesting. And then there's one character it keeps switching to who doesn't feel as well defined yet or as interesting. So we'll see how it goes. I'm happy to forgive a weak point of view if the other points of view are interesting. So we'll see how that goes. So I've got one more week left until my son's off for half term. So that basically means I've got 4 writing days next week. So I really want to get my second draft of The Chariot done and to hopefully get The Lovers to a point where it's ready for formatting. Now, what I'm doing now is if you're on my Patreon above a $3 level, then you will receive all of my releases a week early. And because they'll be shared via Book Funnel, this means that if you're not an Amazon reader, if you read, for example, on Kobo or through Apple or something like that, then this is the way that you can get the book before anyone else. So please do visit patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And I've actually been posting some short stories up there. Some of them are available publicly. So if you want to read my story Clockwork Titan or Addict of the Wasteland, anything like that, go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So I've had no questions this week. As I say, a few of you did get in touch offering your support. I think there was a bit of concern there. I didn't mean to alarm anyone or anything like that. I'm not going to do anything stupid. But I suppose that's the thing with these author diaries is some weeks I feel very positive and motivated and then sometimes I don't. And so hopefully you'll be able to see that even though I'm here getting the work done, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's an easy task. So if you do have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in February the 17th, 2019. I've had a productive week. I've not got to where I wanted to be at this point with my writing. So I've been working on the second draft of The Chariot and I hoped I would be finished by now. But this one is a bit longer than the other ones, so I've still got about 5,000 words to do. Now my wife and son have broken up from school. So next week I'll be off on half term with them. Now I don't usually do this, but I think what I'm going to do is try and do an hour each morning just to catch up, just to get this second draft finished. Because I would really like to get back after the half term and start work on the next book, which is called Strength. So I've written a preliminary outline for Strength. I think what I'll probably end up doing is giving it a rewrite, letting it settle for a few days and then go back to it. But I have to say I'm really pleased with The Chariot as a story. I think it's probably the strongest one yet in the series. I think when I first came up with the idea for the series, this was what it was gearing towards. There were lots of scenes within this that I'd thought about, that I'd had in my mind. So it's been really easy to write, and I'm just really pleased with how it's gone. As well as that, I've also been carrying on with rewriting my Wasteland series. So I mentioned that I've been doing this on and off over the last few months. And so what I've been doing is turning it from being third-person present tense to third-person past tense. And I also give the reader access to my main character's thoughts. So I'm hoping that this will make for a more satisfying read and work well when I relaunch the series at some point. So I've finished Wizard of the Wasteland, so that's done. I'm going to make a start on Knight of the Wasteland probably the week after next. Again, this is going to be another one of those things of just doing it gradually, little bits at a time, fitting it around my main focus, which is, of course, the Ravenglass Chronicles series. So I've been looking at my schedule and I've realised that next few months are going to be a little bit crazy because of the way the terms are working out in terms of holidays and things like that. I think I've got 20 writing days left until May, so this isn't a lot of time at all, really. I would like to do another 2 episodes of the Ravenglass Chronicles within that time. So that's over 5 weeks. I think it's doable. I think it's going to be very tight. And then it's the Easter break. And the trouble this year, which I think happened last year as well, is that my wife and my son's holidays don't actually mesh together. So there's actually going to be more than 3 weeks of holiday. Now, we'll be doing some work within that time, but I can't schedule writing days. And I've found it pretty much impossible to dictate when I know that there's somebody else in the house. Don't know whether it's self-consciousness, whether it's just not being able to get into that focus zone when I can hear someone else walking around or doing stuff or demanding my attention. So it's going to be tight, but I've got The Lovers prepared for my February release. That's almost edited now. I think I'm going to go over the last proofread of that with my wife over the next week. And I've got The Chariot to release in March. So there's still a long way to go. I've been carrying on reading The Way of Shadows by Brent Weeks. I think I'm a couple of hours from the end of the audiobook. And it's really good. Really enjoying the story. And I think it's one of those ones that I'm going to have to go back to just to study it, just to work out how the author is structuring the scenes, how he's structuring the story. So I think it works really well. I think it's really effective. I think he does a lot of stuff to make you empathise with the main character. So anything that I can learn on that level is going to be really useful. Also watched a couple of films over the past week, so these are ones that have been recommended by people. First one was called The Greatest Showman. I wasn't a fan of this film at all. It wasn't my cup of tea in terms of the music. I don't mind musicals per se, but the music just didn't appeal to me at all. I thought that the story sucked completely. I think the film was about halfway through, and I turned to my wife and I was like, where's the story in this? This is just like a bunch of vaguely connected vignettes that pulled on some melodramatic heartstrings. I think that film won an Oscar, but not for me. Didn't like it. Now, the other film that I watched, which was great, was The Death of Stalin. Now, this had people like Steve Buscemi in, Michael Palin, and a bunch of people who were in the thick of it. Now, over the past few weeks, I've been reading a book called The Gulag Archipelago by Alexandra Solzhenitsyn, which is a history of the gulags in Soviet Russia. I'm having to read it in fits and starts because it is really heavy going. And so this Death of Stalin film brought a lot of this stuff to the fore. Just the complete inhumanity of this Soviet regime and the absurdity and darkness of it all. Now, there was a really interesting stylistic decision that was made with this film that I thought worked really well. And that was all the actors who played the Soviet bigwigs all spoke in an accent that wasn't Russian. And so Stalin basically had a thick Cockney accent and Khrushchev was basically Steve Buscemi in his usual voice, which gave it a real feeling of absurdity, which I think is what the whole situation warranted. So that film I would recommend, highly recommend that. Excellent film. Great Showman, not so much. So I had a question from Debbie this week who asked whether I've got any plans to do an audiobook of the Ravenglass Chronicles. The answer is yes, but not for a while. So what I want to do with this series is release it in a serialised way, and then I'm going to come back to it, repackage them as maybe 3 or 4 novels, and then do an audiobook based on that. Now, when this story's finished, it's going to be somewhere in a region of 400,000 to 500,000 words. So it's going to be a long audiobook. So this might be one of those things where I'll pitch it to one of the big audiobook companies so they can do the production properly, so they can take charge of the marketing, and I don't have to do anything with it. So this week as well, I've been posting some stuff on my Patreon. I've added some more stories, and I've added some audio from a few years ago that I recorded, which is a review of Robbie by Isaac Asimov. So I've tried to remaster it. I've tried to make the audio better, but it does sound like it was recorded in a submarine. But I think it's just interesting anyway as a from the archive type thing. So do check that out. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And if you've ever got any value from this podcast, if you've got any value from my newsletter or my work, I'd really appreciate if you'd consider offering your support. So that's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending February the 24th, 2019. This week has been half term, so I've spent most of it with my family. My mother came to stay for a few days, and I've been doing things like teaching my son how to play cards, games like noughts and crosses, and going to the library to get out Pokemon books and things like that. So it's been good. Managed to get a little bit of work done. I wanted to have this week off, but I decided that I wanted to get the Chariot done, so come Monday I can start work on the next book. So I finished my second draft of the Chariot. I've sent that off now to a couple of alpha readers. Now the Chariot is almost as long as the last two episodes combined, and it's the longest episode yet in the series. So I'm really pleased with the story. I think it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of action, a lot of fun and games, that kind of thing. So this week I've been carrying on reading The Black Company by Glenn Cook. Now I'm reading this as our book of the month on the Arcane Book Club Facebook group. So this is basically a very grimdark military fantasy story. I think I last read it about 5 years ago. Seem to have vivid memories of listening to this while commuting between Leeds and Halifax. Last Sunday, I recorded an introductory podcast to a new project that I'm involved with, which is called the Sci-Fi Roundtable. Now, this is a Facebook group I've been a member of for a few years now. This is going back to before I even wrote my first book. And so as a group, we've decided to do a podcast. My feeling is that when ideas get thrown around like this in big groups, a lot of people say, yeah, that sounds great, but then nothing really comes of it. I think it's a really good idea. I think it's a great way to discuss fun things and also a really good way for me to get my name out there. So I'll be hosting a number of the episodes, maybe not all of them. I think there'll be someone else who will do it, but it is essentially going to be focused conversations on a subject in sci-fi or fantasy. I think we're going to do these on a bi-weekly basis, so every 2 weeks, do an episode, get one or two guest authors on and rotate things like the hosts, rotate the guests. I think it'll be a great way for me to meet other authors and to talk about stuff that I enjoy. So I've had no questions this week, but if you want to send me one, it's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. I've also been posting stuff on Patreon recently, so I've got some new short stories. And I've also been posting episodes from my old podcast, the Short Science Fiction Review. So I've tried to remaster them as best as I can. And so if you'd like to support me on there, if you found any value from these podcasts or anything else that I've done, like the Stop Booking Around podcast, please do consider offering your support. Go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. You can visit there today, and there are short stories that are available to the public. So you can take a read of those and get on board for as little as $1 a month. So that's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending March the 3rd, 2019. We've had some insanely gorgeous weather this week. I don't know what's been going on, but it's felt like the end of May. So I've really enjoyed getting a bit of sunshine, getting outside. So that beats the usual February misery. So very pleased with that. So I've had a really busy week. I was intending to start my book Strength, but instead what I did is I wrote another draft of The Chariot. There were just a few things niggling in the back of my mind, and so I corrected those and did a lot of line editing, a lot of restructuring of sentences, so just getting it to that more polished state before it goes off for an edit. As part of my research for the next book, I am reading Immediate Action by Andy McNabb. Now, I think I read this book when I was about 14, something like that, back in the days when I was in Air Cadets and had aspirations of being in the SAS. Now, as someone who's registered blind and not particularly good at sports, that's one of those aspirations that didn't exactly pan out. But I've been enjoying the book. The Chariot has been all about having my main character training to be a part of this strange military organisation called the Guardians. And in this next book, which is called Strength, she's going to be learning how to be a Watcher, which is one of the many roles that they have within the Guardians. So the Watchers, I see them as somewhere between a spy and an investigator. And so I have memories of reading Immediate Action back in the day and it being about training and qualifying for the SAS. And so it's like when I read the One Bullet Away recently, it's not that I want to just lift stuff from this and steal ideas, but there will be things in there that will spark little things in my imagination, little details, little things to give it that extra sense of realism and to give it a bit more grounding, because I think when you're writing fantasy, it can be easy to go away with the fairies, so to speak. Giving readers something to hold on to that has one foot in reality, I think, is quite important. As well as reading, I have taken a course this week, which is... It's on a website called Masterclass, and on this I've done courses with them before. I've done the James Patterson one about writing, and I've just finished one about storytelling with Neil Gaiman. Now, I really like Neil Gaiman's writing, but I'm not sure this is something I would actually recommend to someone who has been writing. I think this is probably really good for someone who is just starting out. Calling it a masterclass is a bit misleading. I think this is a beginner's class. This is a 101. There wasn't much in the way of practical things that I could use, but I could listen to Neil Gaiman all day, and I think a lot of the stuff in there was more kind of inspirational. And so I came away from it with a sense of purpose and a sense of vigour, so that's good in that respect. You know, I keep reading craft books, I keep trying to improve my writing all the time, and I don't know whether it's just something that I'm looking for that doesn't exist, but I just feel like I need something else. I need to get my writing to the next level, I need to get my storytelling to a higher level. I think my writing on a sentence level's definitely improved over the past year. You know, I am working on that, but I want to be as good at this as I possibly can be. I don't know whether I've reached a kind of saturation point, and maybe I need to seek a mentor who is firmly established, who's a very good writer, something like that. So I'm not really sure how that can work, how I can arrange that. And maybe it is this thing of looking for something that isn't there. I don't know. All I know is I want to get better. I want to improve. I want to be the best at this that I can be. I've had more people join my Patreon, which is awesome. Thank you very much. Last month I posted 15 different things. So this is stories, articles, audio. So one series of articles that I'm doing is called Keep or Cull. So this is where I am looking through my CD collection, deciding whether to keep or cull an album. And what I'm doing is I'm doing a music review, but also doing a thing where I'm reflecting on the album, reflecting on memories. So it's kind of like somewhere between a review and a memoir is the best way to describe it. So they're personal reviews. So this is an excellent album, go and buy it. This is what this album means to me and whether I want to keep it. So I've posted a few of them so far, and I've got stories on there that I've never published anywhere else. And you can get access to all that for just $1 a month. So that's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. I was listening to a podcast yesterday from the Joe Rogan Experience. Now, I really like listening to Joe Rogan. I think he has some really fascinating guests, really interesting long-form discussions. And he had someone on yesterday called Alex Jones. And from what I can gather, this guy is just really out there, conspiracy theorist, into some absolutely crazy stuff. And he seems to have been banned from things like Twitter and Facebook and Spotify and iTunes. He's like been completely deplatformed. And he reminded me of Philip K. Dick, because he was coming up with all these out there ideas about conspiracies. So he was talking about the idea of, human-animal hybrids that are being used to harvest organs in China. He was talking about mind control cell towers. He was talking about 6-dimensional clockwork elves that are signing intergalactic treaties between the aliens and NASA. It was crazy stuff, absolutely crazy, but so much good stuff in there for storytellers, for sci-fi writers especially. It was like a treasure trove of story ideas. So yeah, stuff is out there, and a lot of it was almost stream of consciousness making little sense. I think the guy genuinely has some kind of schizophrenia or some paranoid delusions, but amongst that there were some great writing prompts, which I'm sure he'll be happy to know. I'm sure that's why he intended to do that podcast. So I've had a question this week. This is from Alicia. She asked me why I use wyverns in my stories. So this is in my Ravenglass Chronicles series. I have talking wyverns. And wyverns are basically like dragons that don't breathe fire, and they talk. And I wanted to have sentient creatures that may be about the size of dogs, and they can fly. And they may have different senses, different powers to humans. I never made it explicit, but there's a lot of hints thrown at what they can do. In fact, if you read my story Clockwork Titan, then you will see more about what wyverns can do and how they can manipulate people and control people. And you can read that on Patreon. So go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And finally, we've got the book for the Arcane Book Club For March, we voted on this as a group. We had some suggestions, threw a few in the hat. Seemed that the Fire and Blood by George R.R. Martin has won. So this is basically the story of the Targaryens. I think it's set a few hundred years before the events of Game of Thrones. So this is like a spin-off prequel thing. I mean, I'm looking forward to reading it, but I would have rather he finished Winds of Winter. So if you've not done so already, please do join the Arcane Book Club. Last time I checked, we had about 80 members, so it's growing. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in March the 10th, 2019. I've been ill this week, so I've not done much in the way of writing, which means I am now 2 weeks behind on my schedule for writing and strength. So all week I've had a chest infection. I think I'm over the hump now, nearly cleared with it. Spent a couple of days in bed watching masterclass courses. So I think I mentioned last week that I did the Neil Gaiman one. And this week I did the Dan Brown one, which was focused on writing thrillers. Now, I don't particularly write or read thrillers, but I did find it really useful anyway to consider ways to add more pace to my writing and little tips that I will take forward. So I was quite pleased with that. I think Dan Brown does get a lot of stick because he writes to a certain market, and he does not write for anyone who is interested in writing on a sentence level as a literary thing. But what he does is he creates page-turning stories. And so if I can get a balance between the kind of quality and voice of writing that I want with my work, which isn't as simplistic as a Dan Brown, but at the same time I don't want it to be in the literary fiction kind of level. I want it to be more lyrical, more rhythmic. That's important to me. So someone like Ursula K. Le Guin, if I can achieve something like that, then that would be wonderful. It's about striking that balance and finding my voice, which even though I've published 4 novels and several novellas, I still think I'm in that process of finding out who I am as a writer. So as well as doing the masterclass videos, I also read a book called The Portable MFA in Creative Writing. Now, this was very much the antithesis, I would say, of what Dan Brown was doing. This was very much about creative writing as an art form. So there was a lot of stuff about fiction, a lot of stuff about poetry. And then there were also things like memoir and magazine writing and things like that. So it was interesting to get that different perspective. I think there's a few things that I will take away from that. But I honestly think that of the stuff that I've done lately, I think the Dan Brown stuff is more useful, more relevant, more practical, something that I can apply straight away that isn't just vague kind of pondering. So as well as all that stuff, I also read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. So this is part of me trying to read a classic every month. So I really enjoyed this. It's very much similar to the Disney version, and it was a nice quick read. Last weekend I had my friend Russ come to stay. Now, if you listened to my other podcast, Stop Booking Around, you'll have heard how I'm helping him write his first novel. And we've had to take a little hiatus off this podcast for a few months, but he came up on the weekend and we talked about his story. We've got some ideas, so I think we might be going forward again with the podcast soon, picking up where we left off. See it as season 2 of Stop Booking Around, so I'm hoping that we can organise that. Now, I mentioned a while ago that I didn't want it just to turn into a weekly interview podcast with different authors and things like that, but I still want to throw in the occasional guest, maybe once a month, just to take a bit of the pressure off for us. So if you've not listened to that podcast yet, go and check out Stop Booking Around and start listening today. So the only thing I've been doing this week in terms of actual writing is outlining. I've outlined the next 2 books in the Ravenglass Chronicles. So I don't know whether it's going to be possible, but I'd like to draft them before the Easter holidays. So this means I've got 12 more writing days to do this. So we'll see how that goes. I've also received some feedback on The Chariot from one of my alpha readers that has been really useful. So I did make some changes to that. Just little tweaks to make the story stronger, to restructure some of the scenes, just to bring out the emotional impact, that kind of thing. So that's now ready for the editor. So looking forward to getting that out as soon as possible. So I've been carrying on posting stuff on Patreon, and I've had some new patrons, so that's awesome. So people at the $1 level don't get a shout out, but anyone who goes on the $3 level or above will get a shout out on the podcast. But still, I really appreciate everyone who's supporting. I've recently posted a story called Perfectly Blue and Perfectly Square, which is a story that I've never released anywhere else before. It's a space opera story about two-dimensional squares appearing in space, and some space cats on a cruise ship are the only ones who could save the day. So it's a bit daft, a bit silly, but it's a fun story. So I've had no questions this week. If you've got a question, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. Remember, you can support me on the Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in March 17th, 2019. I've had a busy week. I got my first draft of Strength done, which is book number 9 in the Ravenglass Chronicles series. I've just finished editing The Chariot, so what I need to do with that is get the author notes done, get a final proofread done. So that is almost ready to go. I've got 2 more weeks left until the Easter break. I don't know how I'm going to work around this. My wife is off for the first week, and then my son's off school for 2 weeks. So there's basically going to be 3 weeks where I'm probably not going to be able to get much work done. I am going to try, though. I think I'll probably have 1 week off within that, but I think 3 weeks will be quite detrimental to my momentum in terms of writing. So because of this 3 weeks as well, I'm thinking that I might actually do a first draft of the book The Hermit before I start editing Strength. This is so I can spend the time doing the dictation, not get disturbed, and then I can fit the editing around our daily schedule and things like that. I did another masterclass this week. This time it was a Margaret Atwood one. And again, disappointing. I think I need to rethink how I am going about learning about writing. I think I'm basically at a point now where everything I do is a case of diminishing returns. So I need to work out whether investing my time in reading craft books and taking these courses is actually adding anything to my knowledge. You know, if I'm spending 4 hours doing a masterclass thing and come away with maybe something that I hadn't considered before, is that worth it? I'm not sure it is. So I do think that my next step is to try and find some kind of mentoring or something like that, or maybe attend a actual writing workshop. So I did one of these in 2015 that I found really helpful. I think it really gave me focus and helped me get rid of a lot of the issues that I was having with my work. So who knows? I think maybe I need to pull back a little bit from educating myself on fiction writing, maybe focus on some other areas of my business, maybe do a bit more on marketing, maybe a bit more on copywriting. So, for example, writing blurbs and things like that for my books. So who knows? I need to refigure anyway. So I read some cool books this week. I read a book by Simon Lewis, which is called Japanese Mythology. This was basically a retelling of traditional Japanese stories. Some of these are really interesting. So I've got things like 8-headed dragons and stories about a boy who was an inch high, who went around killing rats with a needle, and a story about a woman who came down from the moon. So lots of interesting stuff, really rich mythology. The reason I'm doing this is I basically started work on a new podcast called the Sci-Fi Roundtable. So we're getting some episodes in the bag before we launch. And our next one is going to be about Japanese mythology. So I thought I would gen up on that. We recorded our first proper episode last week, and that was about the multiverse, about the idea of parallel universes and things like that. So that was really interesting. Got to geek out about the potential for an infinite number of parallel universes and talk about shows like Rick and Morty, Back to the Future, that kind of thing. A lot of fun. So I'm hoping that we'll start launching that probably in April. As well as that, I'm also reading a book called Mother of Eden by Chris Beckett. I read the first 2 books of this series a few years ago, and for some reason the audiobook of book 3 took quite a while to come out, and I think it was picked up by Audible Studios in the end. And I love this series. I think that Chris Beckett is one of the most underrated writers in this country. It's just such an original take on a science fiction story. It's about how things like religious thinking evolves on a world that's completely alien. So the first book in that series is called Dark Eden. I would highly, highly recommend that series. It's really good. I also had to give up on a book. I've mentioned before that I've set up a Facebook group called the Arcane Book Club. This is where we look at epic and military fantasy. We have a book to read every month. And the book that got voted was Fire and Blood by George R.R. Martin. Now, because I am a bit of a Game of Thrones fanboy, I've already read the novellas that make up this book. I thought this was going to be a new release, but it brings together the stories that have been in anthologies like Dangerous Women and Rogues, Book of Swords, things like that. So I've already read these stories, so I've had to tap out of that, unfortunately. But it's given me a chance to read the Chris Beckett stuff, so Every Cloud, etc. So I've had a couple of questions this week. Melanie asked, are you still meditating? The answer is yes. I finished a 30-day course on focus on the Headspace app, and now I've moved on to one on creativity. So I'm finding it really useful, finding just getting less distracted during the day when I'm working. So I think that really helps. Christine asked, what is your most personal book? Now, this would be Blind Gambit, which came out in May last year. So even though this is a game-lit novel, there's a lot of adventure, a lot of fun. It's also about coming to terms with visual impairment, coming to terms with blindness, which is something that I've had to do. So it was a really hard book to write, just because it involved a lot of self-reflection and trying to understand my own feelings about something that is happening to me. And that's a standalone as well, so you can just check that out and you don't have to invest in a series or anything like that. So if you've got a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also check out my Patreon. It's patreon.com/JohnCronshawAuthor. You'll get this author diary a day early, plus regular stories and articles and audio and things like that. So please do feel free to check that out. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in March the 24th, 2019. I've had a busy week. I've been working on my second draft of Strength, which is going a little bit slower than I would like, but I'm about halfway through that. I was hoping to have got the second draft done this week, but that hasn't happened. So I think what I'm going to do is put that on hold just for a little bit. I think next week I'm going to focus on getting the first draft done for The Hermit, which is the next episode. So, because next week is going to be my last week for about 4 weeks where I'm going to have a chance to do some first draft writing. So I think I'll be able to fit in some editing here and there. But apart from that, I really need to focus on getting stuff that I can work on. So following my episode last week, I got an invite to join a Discord group for other fantasy authors. So I've just signed up. I've made my first post. So I think this was because I was talking about marketing books last week. So thanks to Nicole for the invite. Looking forward to getting involved in that. And on Sunday, I recorded the second full episode of the Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast. So this one was about Japanese mythology, and there was a lot of geeking out in that, so that was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed that. I think I've got another one lined up for Sunday. So it's a bit weird at the moment because of the way that the daylight savings time works in America. It's already gone. Ours doesn't go for another few weeks. So they're essentially starting at 10 o'clock on Sunday evening, which is pretty late. That's way past my bedtime usually. I'm usually getting ready for bed at about 10 o'clock. So I'm looking forward to the clocks changing because of that. In other podcast news, I released the first episode of Stop Booking Around for a while. So this was a discussion I had with Chris O'Gorman and Ben Hennessy-Garside about what people in the music industry can learn from authors and vice versa. So it was mainly about character development and personas and branding and things like that. So it was a really interesting discussion, and I've just recorded another episode of the podcast with my friend Laura. I've known Laura for about 17 years, and she's just dipping her toe into writing now. So I've been helping her with that, including sending her a copy of the Stop Booking Around book. So she's read that, and then I'm talking to her about how to build her novel using the snowflake method. So that's been really interesting to do. I had a phone call yesterday from my friend Russ, who is a person who I started the podcast with, so it was our idea to help him get through his first novel, and he can't do the podcast anymore. So I thought this was coming really. He had a lot of issues over Christmas, and I think the pressure of a podcast is actually being detrimental to his writing. And I think this was one of those things that he'd built up in his head as a big thing, like he was afraid to tell me or something, and I want him to do what's best. I want him to write the best story he can, but I don't want to put him in a situation that's going to add to anxiety or anything like that. So I'm going to post my episode with Laura, and I think I'm going to knock the podcast on the head. It's been a lot of fun doing it, but as I've said before, I didn't want this thing to turn into like a weekly interview podcast or something like that, because it was about Russ's journey, and Russ isn't there anymore. I mean, the good thing about that is it does free me up. You know, it does take a while to edit these episodes and to do things like show notes and all that. So I think with the Sci-Fi Roundtable, I've got a podcast now that I'll keep doing for a while. I think we've got stuff until June lined up, so that's very cool. So I finished reading the Chris Beckett book this week, Daughter of Eden. So it was the last book in the Dark Eden series, and it was fantastic. It's really sad, really well written, really imaginative. Absolutely loved it. So I'd recommend that. And because It's 4 years since Terry Pratchett died. This week I decided to start a Terry Pratchett book. So I've been reading Unseen Academicals, and I'm about halfway through and it's great. So when I finish that, I'm going to start reading some marketing books. So this should be fun and exciting for all involved, I'm sure. I've bought the book, Adweek's Guide to Copywriting, so I'm sure that will be a thrilling read. And I've also bought a book, this was on the recommendation of Paul Teague, which was a book about BookBub ads by David Gorgren. So I'm going to work through that and see if I can get more eyes on my stories. I think I'm in a bit of an awkward space at the moment with selling my books. I don't usually talk about marketing stuff on this podcast, but I've got my book Blind Gambit, which doesn't really sell anymore. Then I've got my Wasteland series. And now what I've done recently is I've put my first book, Wizards of the Wasteland, for free. And the same with my first book in the Ravenglass Chronicles, The Fool, that's for free as well. That's to get people into the series, to get them interested. I'm going to keep the Wasteland book for free for a while until I basically relaunch the series with the rewrites. So if you recall, I rewrote the Wizards of the Wasteland in past tense and added more layers to the story, improved the scenes, tightened stuff up. It was quite a serious edit, to be honest. And I'm going to do the same with the following 2 books. And then when I finish writing the 4th book, Cleric of the Wasteland, I'm going to do a complete relaunch of everything. But that'll be a way off yet. With the Ravenglass Chronicles, what I'm thinking of doing is actually getting rid of The Fool as a freebie to get people into the series. I think I'm basically getting a bit sick of reviewers complaining about it being short, so I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to put The Fool as the first part of The Magician, and then put The Magician at 99p, and have the rest of the series at $2.99. So I think I'll probably do that at some point over the next few weeks. So I've had no questions this week. If you have a question, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. And if you're a fan of epic fantasy, military fantasy, please do come and join our Facebook group, the Arcane Book Club. There we've got a monthly read and starting to have some discussions about epic and military fantasy. So that'd be awesome if you would like to come over there. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in April the 7th, 2019. This week's been a mixed bag. My wife has been off work for her Easter break. I actually managed to get a 3rd draft done of Strength. Now the book is still with my alpha readers, but I figured I'll do the 3rd draft and then when the notes come in, I can make any changes as necessary. But now I've got it up to a point where if my alpha readers go, yeah, it's spot on, then it's ready to go to the editor. To be fair, I've only had that happen once, so chances are I'll probably have to tweak my story and add some bits here and there. So on Thursday, I launched The Chariot, which is book 7 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. From the feedback I've been getting from my ARC readers, this is their favourite book so far. I think it takes a series in a bit of an unexpected direction, and there's a lot of action and a lot of development of the character. So next week I have gained a writing day. This is because my wife is taking my son to the zoo. Now, zoos and guide dogs don't work very well together. You either get the lemurs freaking out, or the dog just gets distracted by all the strange animals. So I say it's going to be a writing day. It's actually going to be a sorting out my Ravenglass Chronicles series day. And so what I need to do is prepare my book files, because I am getting rid of The Fool. I am deleting that. I'm unpublishing it. I'm then going to merge The Fool and The Magician together to make a longer intro novella. And what I've realised is that there's actually a lot more work involved in this than I thought. So I think that all I'd need to do really is change the number, re-upload the manuscript, but then I've got to do things like change links in my newsletter and in the backs of my books and things like that. So there's actually quite a bit that I need to do to get this right. So that is what I will do on Monday. So as well as that, I've also been doing some work on writing my Amazon descriptions. So I bought a book by Brian Meeks called Mastering Amazon Descriptions, Copywriting for Authors. And I also did a course by an author called Adam Croft, which is about writing blurbs as well. So I think between them, I've got everything that I need now to start putting together blurbs that'll hook people, that'll get people interested in the series. I thought that having the free first book would actually entice people into the series, having the taster, but it hasn't worked how I wanted it to. Instead of readers downloading The Fool and then going on to The Magician, there are a certain number of people who are downloading The Fool and then leaving a negative review saying it's too short, even though it was free. So this is why I'm changing things up. I'm putting out something that's longer, but it's not going to be free anymore. Because I'm an independent author, I can pivot, I can adapt. I can change things up. And I think as well, because the first book was free, it made me very reluctant to run paid ads. So having this first book for 99p is going to give me a reason now to push the series again. So as well as all the marketing stuff, I've also been reading a book for the Arcane Book Club. Remember, you can check that out on Facebook. It's our epic and military fantasy reading group. And we're reading a book called The Dragonbone Chair by Tad Williams. Now, this is a book that has been completely off my radar, but it seems like it's a well-loved classic. And reading it, you can see why. You can see how a lot of the stuff in that book has inspired later fantasy. So I'm really enjoying it so far. I think I'm about 5 hours in to a 33-hour audiobook, so there's still a while to go. Last week I was talking about being a bit frustrated with the progress of the Black Death series, how one of the collaborators is still not delivered the draft of the third book. Now he's gone and lost the draft for the second book. Now, I'm glad that I'm meditating at the moment, because I think in times past this would have really made me tear my hair out. So it is what it is. And he said he's going to rewrite his contribution to the second novel. I hope that happens. I'm basically now given a hard deadline in my head of December. I mean, that's going to be 2 years since I started work on this. So I think that's more than long enough to deliver on something like this. So I'm hoping it does work. I'm hoping that it does get done. But that's a long way off yet. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I've been posting lots of stuff on my Patreon. So I've been doing more articles, old podcasts that are no longer available, that kind of thing. Quite a few short stories that haven't been published anywhere else, so please do check those out. Go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in March 31st, 2019. I've been working frantically to try and get the second draft of Strength finished this week, so I managed to do that with about 15 minutes left on my writing day on Friday. So what I'll do now is get that sent off to some alpha readers, hopefully get some feedback on the story before I go into the third draft. Now, I was intending to do the first draft of The Hermit, but my head wasn't in it. So I think I need to just accept that I need to complete these novellas before moving on to the next one. I think I've tried a few times and it's ended up wasting, maybe half a day, something like that, just trying to get into something where my head's not quite ready yet. So I need to be efficient and try to stay focused on the things that I need to stay focused on. So as well as getting that done, I've also got The Chariot finished and ready for release. So that's going to come out on April the 4th. So I think The Chariot is still the longest one. I think it's actually about 10,000 words longer than Strength. But I think what ends up happening with my third draft is I end up adding maybe a few thousand words. So it's still going to be in the region of the other novellas. So I've been reading some really cool books this week. I read The Giver by Lois Lowry. I've never read that book before. I've been recommended it several times. It's very good. Definitely a young adult dystopian story. I think there were a few things that were maybe missing from the story, but it was a solid read, and I think if I'd read that as a 14, 15-year-old, something like that, I think it would have been quite an impactful book. And speaking of impactful books, I revisited a book that I read when I was about 16 that had a real impact on me. So I reread Catherine the Rye by J.D. Salinger, and this book's tremendous. Cannot recommend it enough. Absolutely loved it. I mentioned last week that I'm going to start reading some books on copywriting and marketing. So I am currently reading a book called This is Marketing by Seth Godin, and I am also reading the Adweek Guide to Copywriting. So my plan is to work through those and make notes and hopefully get better at getting my books to people. So I think as I'm coming to the end of March, I'm thinking about what I need to do for the next quarter. My main aim is I want to get at least 2 more books in the Ravenglass Chronicles written. I also want to get Night of the Wasteland finished. I did the rewrite of Wizard. Now I'm working on Night, so I've done the first chapter of that, and I want to keep plodding on with that. I'm also hoping that one of my collaborators on the Black Death series should be finished with his draft of Book 3. So if you remember, I wrote my contribution to this over a year ago, so it's just been hanging there. So I really want to get this out, really want to get it done. I don't like waiting this long on a project. I feel like we've left a lot of money on the table, and we would have had a year of earnings, a year of cash flow if we'd released it when we originally planned. So I mentioned last week, I think, that I've been recording episodes for the Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast. We did our third episode last week where we actually interviewed a rocket scientist. So that was pretty cool. So we're going to launch this podcast. I think we're going to send out the first few episodes on the launch day on April the 24th. So there's still a few weeks to go, but what we're doing is we're getting a few episodes in the bag before we launch, so we can get maybe 5 episodes out within the first week and then go on a weekly schedule where we have an interview episode one week and then an extract of someone's writing on the next. So that should be very exciting. So I've had no questions this week, but if you've got a question, email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I'd also like you to consider supporting me on Patreon. So this is patreon.com/JohnCronshawAuthor. From as little as $1 a month, you can get access to exclusive stories, articles, audio stuff. If you go there now, you can read some of my stories for free, so please do check that out. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in April the 7th, 2019. This week's been a mixed bag. My wife has been off work for her Easter break. I actually managed to get a third draft done of Strength. Now the book is still with my alpha readers, but I figured I'll do the third draft and then when the notes come in, I can make any changes as necessary. But now I've got it up to a point where if my alpha readers go, yeah, it's spot on, then it's ready to go to the editor. To be fair, I've only had that happen once, so chances are I'll probably have to tweak my story and add some bits here and there. So on Thursday, I launched The Chariot, which is book 7 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. From the feedback I've been getting from my ARC readers, this is their favourite book so far. I think it takes a series in a bit of an unexpected direction, and there's a lot of action and a lot of development of the character. So next week I have gained a writing day. This is because my wife is taking my son to the zoo. Now, zoos and guide dogs don't work very well together. You either get the lemurs freaking out, or the dog just gets distracted by all the strange animals. So, I say it's going to be a writing day. It's actually going to be a sorting out my Ravenglass Chronicles series day. And so what I need to do is prepare my book files, because I am getting rid of the Fool. I am deleting that. I'm unpublishing it. I'm then going to merge the Fool and the Magician together to make a longer intro novella. And what I've realised is that there's actually a lot more work involved in this than I thought. So I think that all I'd need to do really is change the number, re-upload the manuscript, but then I've got to do things like change links in my newsletter and in the backs of my books and things like that. So there's actually quite a bit that I need to do to get this right. So that is what I will do on Monday. So as well as that, I've also been doing some work on writing my Amazon descriptions. So I bought a book by Brian Meigs called Mastering Amazon Descriptions, Copywriting for Authors. And I also did a course by an author called Adam Croft, which is about writing blurbs as well. So I think between them, I've got everything that I need now to start putting together blurbs that'll hook people, that'll get people interested in the series. I thought that having the free first book would actually entice people into the series, having the taster, but it hasn't worked how I wanted it to. Instead of readers downloading The Fool and then going on to The Magician, there are a certain number of people who are downloading The Fool and then leaving a negative review saying it's too short, even though it was free. So this is why I'm changing things up. I'm putting out something that's longer, but it's not going to be free anymore. Because I'm an independent author, I can pivot, I can adapt, I can change things up. And I think as well, because the first book was free, it made me very reluctant to run paid ads. So having this first book for 99p is going to give me a reason now to push the series again. So as well as all the marketing stuff, I've also been reading a book for the Arcane Book Club. Remember, you can check that out on Facebook. It's our epic and military fantasy reading group. And we're reading a book called The Dragonbone Chair by Tad Williams. Now, this is a book that has been completely off my radar, but it seems like it's a well-loved classic. And reading it, you can see why. You can see how a lot of the stuff in that book has inspired later fantasy. So I'm really enjoying it so far. I think I'm about 5 hours in to a 33-hour audiobook, so there's still a while to go. Last week I was talking about being a bit frustrated with the progress of the Black Death series, how one of the collaborators is still not delivered the draft of the third book. Now he's gone and lost the draft for the second book. Now, I'm glad that I'm meditating at the moment, because I think in times past this would have really made me tear my hair out. So it is what it is. And he says he's going to rewrite his contribution to the second novel. I hope that happens. I'm basically now given a hard deadline in my head of December. I mean, that's going to be 2 years since I started work on this. So I think that's more than long enough to deliver on something like this. So I'm hoping it does work. I'm hoping that it does get done, but that's a long way off yet. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I've been posting lots of stuff on my Patreon, so I've been doing more articles, old podcasts that are no longer available, that kind of thing. Quite a few short stories that haven't been published anywhere else, so please do check those out. Go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in March 31st, 2019. I've been working frantically to try and get the second draft of Strength finished this week, so I managed to do that with about 15 minutes left on my writing day on Friday. So what I'll do now is get that sent off to some alpha readers, hopefully get some feedback on the story before I go into the third draft. Now, I was intending to do the first draft of The Hermit, but my head wasn't in it, so I think I need to just accept that I need to complete these novellas before moving on to the next one. I think I've tried a few times and it's ended up wasting, maybe half a day, something like that, just trying to get into something where my head's not quite ready yet. So I need to be efficient and try to stay focused on the things that I need to stay focused on. So as well as getting that done, I've also got The Chariot finished and ready for release, so that's going to come out on April the 4th. So I think The Chariot is still the longest one. I think it's actually about 10,000 words longer than Strength. But I think what ends up happening with my third draft is I end up adding maybe a few thousand words. So it's still going to be in the region of the other novellas. So I've been reading some really cool books this week. I read The Giver by Lois Lowry. I've never read that book before. I've been recommended it several times. It's very good. Definitely a young adult dystopian story. I think there were a few things that were maybe missing from the story, but it was a solid read, and I think if I'd read that as a 14, 15-year-old, something like that, I think it would have been quite an impactful book. And speaking of impactful books, I revisited a book that I read when I was about 16 that had a real impact on me. So I reread Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger, and this book's tremendous. Cannot recommend it enough. Absolutely loved it. I mentioned last week that I'm going to start reading some books on copywriting and marketing. So I am currently reading a book called This is Marketing by Seth Godin, and I am also reading the Adweek Guide to Copywriting. So my plan is to work through those and make notes and hopefully get better at getting my books to people. So I think as I'm coming to the end of March, I'm thinking about what I need to do for the next quarter. My main aim is I want to get at least 2 more books in the Ravenglass Chronicles written. I also want to get Night of the Wasteland finished. I did the rewrite of Wizard. Now I'm working on Night, so I've done the first chapter of that, and I want to keep plodding on with that. I'm also hoping that one of my collaborators on the Black Death series should be finished with his draft of Book 3. So if you remember, I wrote my contribution to this over a year ago, so it's just been hanging there. So I really want to get this out, really want to get it done. I don't like waiting this long on a project. I feel like we've left a lot of money on the table, and we would have had a year of earnings, a year of cash flow if we'd released it when we originally planned. So I mentioned last week, I think, that I've been recording episodes for the Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast. We did our 3rd episode last week where we actually interviewed a rocket scientist. So that was pretty cool. So we're going to launch this podcast. I think we're going to send out the first few episodes on the launch day on April the 24th. So there's still a few weeks to go, but what we're doing is we're getting a few episodes in the bag before we launch, so we can get maybe 5 episodes out within the first week and then go on a weekly schedule where we have an interview episode one week and then an extract of someone's writing on the next. So that should be very exciting. So I've had no questions this week, but if you've got a question, email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I'd also like you to consider supporting me on Patreon. So this is patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. From as little as $1 a month, you can get access to exclusive stories, articles, audio stuff. If you go there now, you can read some of my stories for free, so please do check that out. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in April the 14th, 2019. I've had a very busy week. Most of it has been spent playing with my son, because he's now on his Easter holiday. So we've been doing our usual trick of enjoying the sunshine by wrestling on his trampoline and binging on David Attenborough programmes. So we watched the whole series of Frozen Planet and Galapagos. And we also watched a film called Wreck-It Ralph, which I've never seen before, but it's great. It's a kids' movie, but it's one of those ones a bit like Shrek or Toy Story where there's a lot in there for grown-ups to enjoy. So it's basically a story about the bad guy in a 1980s video game who wanted a better life. So I thought it was really well done, really enjoyed it. I would recommend it. I watched it with my 6-year-old and he completely loved it, so do check that out. In terms of actual writing, I did manage to get some stuff done. So I got my feedback from my alpha readers this week. So I've just been going through that. I made a few structural changes in the story just to get the pacing better. And I think there were one or two scenes where maybe I'd indulged a bit on the world building and nothing really happened. So what I've been able to do is mash those scenes together. So you've got the cool descriptions, you've got the cool world building stuff, but stuff is happening, and that's important. And I know this because that's what I tell people. But I think it's one of those things where you kind of get lost in your own mind, get lost in your own stories. So it's sometimes good to have that reminder. So I've now got strength ready for the editor. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to get that out within the first week of May. I'm also in the process of rejigging the Ravenglass books. All of the books have been reformatted. They've had the links in the back changed and that kind of thing. I've also reposted them, so The Magician is now book 1. I've got Amazon to make me a series page, so that's all good. Had to re-upload every single book, shift the number across. It took a while, took me quite a few hours to get that done. I also had to order a new cover for the Ravenglass box set, so I updated that, and I updated the blurbs, the descriptions, based on the stuff that I did last week with the book on Amazon descriptions. But what I've realised is I've still got a lot to do in terms of actually getting everything right with this. So I've got an automation sequence on my mailing list, so when people sign up for the emails, they'll get, I think, 5 or 6 emails that give them stories, that give them information about my books. Now, at the bottom of a lot of these emails, I've got links to the old box set. So this is the one that's got the Fool on. I think one of the early emails asks readers, what did you think of the Fool? So I need to rewrite that, make sure everything's in line. So that's going to, again, take me a few hours, I think, to work through and do. And I also need to update my website, so it's just finding time to do that. As well as that, I tried out an advertising platform this week. I ran a lot of tests on a site called BookBub. I think I've basically thrown £200 down the drain. None of these tests performed at all. I read this book that was about how to do them, and it was saying, you run these test ads in order to find out some well-performing authors who write similar stuff to me, and none of them performed. I don't know what to do, because I know that when authors make this platform work, it works really well for creating income, but I can't keep throwing money away. I can't afford to do that. So I need to have a refigure. I'd kind of written that money off anyway because I thought this is going to be tests. So really, I'm seeing it as a thing that stopped me from wasting more money. My suspicion is that someone's written a book about this platform and people like me have bought it, lots of people, and so it's made the ads less effective because lots of people are probably trying the same techniques. So that's unfortunate. I think I might do a few other tests, but I'm not going to hold my breath. So an update on the Black Death series. So I think last week I mentioned that the third collaborator had lost his contribution to the second novel. He hadn't written the contribution to the third novel. Me and the other collaborator had written our parts over a year ago. So we are parting ways with the other collaborator. No hard feelings, it just is what it is. And so Lynn and I are just going to focus now on getting this book up to scratch. I think we've got a bit of extra work to do in order to make the third book work and in order to bring the word count up to a reasonable level, because at the moment it's in the very short end of the novel length. This is obviously because we've got about 20,000 words less than we originally had. So I think what we need to do is probably have a conversation over Skype and hammer out some ideas to fill in the gaps. So I'm looking forward to that. I've got the new covers ordered. And I've already put together the first book using the scenes from both of us, so that's looking good. So as well as that, I've been reading a few books this week. I have been reading The Prince by Machiavelli. So this is a non-fiction book about ruling and leadership and things like that. It's very good, actually. There's some stuff that I will no doubt use in my fantasy series. Now, this is part of me trying to read some of the classics in the Western canon, so I'm continuing that. I'm also carrying on with The Dragonbone Chair by Tad Williams. About halfway through that, and to be honest, it's a bit of a slug. It feels a bit bloated, a bit overwritten. The story's there, but I think it could do with a bit of editing. I think if I wrote in this style, my epic fantasy series would end up at about maybe 2 million words rather than 500,000 words. So just a style thing, I suppose. I just think more recent writers are a lot more pacier, a lot tighter. Someone like Brian McClellan or Scott Lynch, they don't indulge in the language so much, the world building, cut out a lot of the adjectives and adverbs, a lot of the stuff that just doesn't make the action flow. Finally, I've started watching the most recent series of A Man in a High Castle. So this is series 3. I watched the first 2 series last year, and it's great. Really love this programme. Love the Philip K. Dick book, but this takes it in a new direction. There's a really intriguing character who isn't in the actual book, who is high up in the Nazi Party in America, and he's a fascinating character because he has a son who appears to be developing multiple sclerosis, and so he's covering his tracks because the Nazis didn't like people with disabilities. There was only one place for them, and that was the grave. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I'm also looking for advanced reviewers for my Ravenglass Chronicles series. Because of removing The Fool from Amazon, a lot of my initial reviews have gone. So The Magician only has 8 at the moment. So what I'll do, if you're interested, email me, john@joncronshaw.com, and I will send you a review copy of The Magician. And then if you like it, I'd appreciate a review on Amazon. I keep posting stuff on my Patreon as well, so you get my author diary a day early. Plus I've been posting stories and articles and some old podcasts that no longer exist. So that's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. Please do check that out. If you're getting any value from this podcast or anything else that I've done, you can support me there from as little as $1 a month. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending April the 21st, 2019. This week has been a bit different to what I expected. My son went to stay with his grandma for a couple of days, so that gave me a chance to do some work. Now, because this wasn't scheduled work, I decided to focus on working on the Black Death series, so I wrote 20 scenes, so 10 scenes for book 1, 10 scenes for book 2. This is basically to fill in the gap from losing one of the collaborators. So my other collaborator, Lynn, is now going to write some extra scenes as well. So they're very bare bones at the moment. They are in first draft state. I think what I'll probably end up doing is adding more descriptions, bringing out more of the emotional impact, but the dialogue's there now and some basic details, because that's how I write. I tend to write something similar to a poorly written screenplay in my first draft, and then I build on that and build on that until I get to my third and fourth drafts, where I'm working on things on a sentence level. So I'm really pleased with how those scenes have gone. What I've done as well is revisited the first 2 books. So I've reread them. I'm really excited about the story. I've been sat on it for over a year, and sometimes when you go back to stories after a long time, you think, oh, I need to do this, need to do this. And I think because I did quite a detailed outline for this, the story's solid. Book 2 especially, I really like the way the suspense builds up. The new scenes I've written are quite dark, so this isn't going to be a book for younger audiences. Most of my books that I write tend to be suitable for teenagers onwards, really. This one is definitely geared towards an adult audience. There's a lot of dark themes, a lot of bad language. It's much grittier, but I'm really proud of what we've come up with. I think the third book, the scenes that I'm going to write for that, is going to be a bit more involved. There's a lot more moving parts of the plot. It was more intricately planned out, so I need to work out how I can fit my additional scenes into what's already there. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. Also made a start on The Hermit, which is book 9 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. So I wrote the first 2 scenes for that. I'm not sure yet how it's going to work with getting this next book out on time. Based on how long they usually take, it's looking unlikely. I've got my sister-in-law staying at the moment, and then next week my sister and her boyfriend are coming to stay for the week, and then the week after that we've got a new boiler being fitted. I'll just see how things work out, but there's a chance that I might not even have a solid first draft until mid-May. So as well as the writing, I've also been doing more reading this week. I'm currently reading a book called Yendi by Stephen Bruce. This is a fast-paced, tightly written fantasy assassin story. It's about a 6-hour audiobook, so it's a perfect antidote after the 33-hour slog that was the Tad Williams book. I'm already halfway through, and it's a blast. I think it's a great series. Can't wait to get on to the next book. I watched the new episode of Game of Thrones this week, which was very exciting. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this turns out. Now, my wife and I made a little bit of a date night of it, so we ordered some takeaway food. And as I say, my son was staying with his grandma, so we put our feet up and watched. Now, I don't know where I heard it, but I'd heard that the episodes in this series would be 90 minutes long. This one wasn't. It was 50 minutes, so it was just standard length episode. So when the credits came up, I was like, oh, okay, that came sooner than I thought. But still, without giving away any spoilers, it was basically a lot of setup for the finale. As well as that, I've also been working on getting the episodes ready for the Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast. So this is a podcast that I've been doing with other science fiction and fantasy authors. There's usually 2 or 3 of us on a show talking about a subject in the sci-fi and fantasy realm. So we're looking at launching on April the 24th. So by the time next week's Author Diary comes out, it will be available. The show's quite a lot different to anything that I've done before, and there's a good division of labour, so I'm not having to do everything, which suits me down to a T. So I had a question this week from Amelia. She asked, what is your favourite fantasy series? Now, this is one of those questions where there's probably too many to name, but I think it'd have to be Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive so far. It's a massive epic series, but there's still 7 books to go on it, so we'll see how that pans out. I also love George R.R. Martin's Song of Ice and Fire, so much so that I've read all the spin-offs and novellas and things like that. And then there's the Powder Mage trilogy by Brian McClellan, which I really enjoyed. He's got the second trilogy in that. I think the second book of that's come out, so when the third book comes, I'll probably binge the entire series. Also really enjoyed R.J. Barker's Age of Assassins series. I think I read that one quite recently. And then I did an interview with him on the Stop Booking Around podcast, which really helped me when I was writing The Chariot in my Ravenglass Chronicles. And then there's The Gentleman Bastard by Scott Lynch. I think we're long overdue for the next book in that series. And speaking of long overdue, Patrick Rothfuss's King Killer Chronicles. How many years has it been now since book 2 came out? So I've been posting more stuff on my Patreon. So if you want to get access to this diary a day early, or if you want to read any of my short stories or articles that I've written about various topics, please visit patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So if you found any value in this podcast or anything else that I do, you can support me there from as little as $1 a month. So I need to thank my latest $3 patron. So thank you, Rebecca Hamrick. Really glad to have you on board. I hope you enjoy the stories and all the other crazy nonsense that I'll post. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in April the 28th, 2019. I've had a fun week, not done much in the way of work. I had my sister come to stay with her boyfriend and my nephew. And it was really good because my nephew and my son get on really well. My nephew's 8 and my son's 6, so it was a bit noisy, but they had a good time, so that's the main thing. In terms of actual work, I've managed to do very little. I got 2 scenes written for The Hermit, so that brings it up to a total of 4 scenes. And then I wrote an outline for the new stuff that I need to write for Black Death 3. I should get that finished early next week. My sister introduced me to a really fun comedy called What We Do in Shadows. Now, I've seen a film of this a few years ago, and I didn't realise they had made a series. So if you're not familiar with this, this is basically a mockumentary comedy about vampires living in the modern age, and it's hilarious. It's really good. I also watched the new episode of Game of Thrones, which was great. Again, it seems like they're doing a lot of setup. They're tying off a few storylines before going into the finale. Part of me does feel that they've had about 7 series worth of build up to this, so maybe they should just get on with it now. Of course, I won't give any spoilers, because that would be mean. Though I did laugh uproariously at the thing about Giant's Milk. I've been getting into a relatively new podcast this week. This is called 30 Animals That's Made Us Smarter. Now, this is basically the same format as 50 Things That Made the Modern Economy. It's a BBC World Service podcast. And so we've had episodes about things like kingfishers and how they inspired the bullet train, how bats have inspired equipment for visually impaired people. So it's one of those fascinating, quick 10, 15-minute podcasts that the BBC does really well. Speaking of fascinating, I listened to the interview with Graham Hancock on the Joe Rogan Experience. This was a deep dive into things like lost civilizations in America and stuff about early man. So it was a fascinating discussion because of my background way back when I was doing stuff with academia. He was one of those historians who was derided and treated with suspicion because a lot of what he does goes against the grain of archaeology. Now, I tend to find myself being very suspicious of consensuses in academic fields. I always find they're perfect places to disrupt and to find cracks. And when you do, that's when you get paradigm shifts. This is something that happened in science. It's happened over and over again in history. The whole point of the historical and scientific process is that you are meant to question and challenge. And I think when you do get these consensuses, that's when it becomes dogmatic and incredibly limiting to development. So I really enjoyed that conversation. I don't know how to take him, just because I agreed with a lot of the things he was saying on a philosophical level. But, you know, I'm no archaeologist, but some of his theories about things like the development of maps was really fascinating. So I'd recommend checking it out. I read a writing craft book this week. This was a book called How Not to Write a Novel, and it was great. It's one of the better writing books that I've read in quite a while, to be honest. I think what I've found, because I've been going through a lot of things like writing courses and books about the craft of writing, a lot of the lessons seem to be the same. A lot of the advice given is the same, so it's been very hard to find anything really new with it. Now, this book had about 200 examples of bad writing, bad storytelling, and it was really funny. Well worth a read. If you're just starting out as a writer, it's a brilliant book. Even if you've been writing a while, I think it's one that I recommend. It made me feel confident that I'm doing a lot of the right things. So a lot of my writing time in May is already starting to be whittled away. So I'm just going to have to take it as it comes. But we've got things like European elections. So my son's school is being used as a polling station. And there are other things going on like bank holidays, and then there's another half term. So I think I might have maybe 10 writing days throughout May. So I'm thinking that'll give me just about enough time to get a second draft of The Hermit done. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You can also support me on Patreon. That's patreon.com/JonCronshawAuthor. You can also check out a new podcast that I'm involved with. This is called the Sci-Fi Roundtable. So this is where we talk about different subjects in the sci-fi and fantasy realms. We've released our first few episodes, so we've got one on the multiverse and Japanese mythology. And so it's a roundtable format. There's a few of us doing it. We take it in turns with the hosting and things like that. So it's a really cool podcast. It's a lot of fun to do. So please do check that out. And if you enjoy it, please do share and leave a review. We want to make this as big as possible. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in the 5th of May 2019. I've had a really productive week. I managed to finish my first draft of The Hermit. So this is book 9 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. So I'm really pleased with how that went. I think the story builds up to a really good climax. I think it answers a few questions. There's a big revelation in this episode. I'm also working towards book 11, which when this gets re-released later on as a series of novels rather than novellas, this will be the climax of the second novel. So I'm really working towards that. Things are ramping up. There's a lot of tension. The stakes are being raised. As well as that, I also finished writing the new scenes for Black Death Book 3. So again, fast pace, a lot of drama, a lot of action. It was really good to write a redemption story. One of the things I did in order to get this last book right, I needed a bit of a crash course in thriller writing. So I read Dan Brown, his book Angels and Demons. A few weeks ago I'd done his course on fiction writing as well. And I also read a book called The Easy Way to Write a Thriller That Sells by Rob Parnell. And so all these things together, I think I've got a grip on the basics of thriller writing, how to pace scenes and things like that. So this was really useful. I don't intend to write thrillers in the future, although reading the Dan Brown one, I do now have an idea for a thriller, which is a bit annoying because I know that I need to focus on my main series. The Dan Brown novel was fine. I quite enjoyed the way it was paced and the way it was written. The story was preposterous, to say the least. There seemed to have more fantasy elements in this than the stuff that I'm writing at the moment, which has wyverns in and magic swords and sentient ships and prescient dreams and things like that. But that doesn't matter because it was a good story and a very fast read. So I've started reading a young adult fantasy novel called The Queen's Poisoner by Jeff Wheeler. Now, this is a story that I've been recommended a few times. Some people have compared it to my Ravenglass Chronicles. So I'm about 25% through and I can see where the comparisons are. I think definitely in terms of the writing style and the level of detail, like I get a bit frustrated sometimes when I read epic fantasy. I love the stories, but especially some of the more classic series, some of the older ones, they're very bloated in terms of writing. It seems like they revel in the descriptions. So this is actually quite a lean book in terms of description, in terms of cutting away all the unnecessary stuff that bogs the story down. Because at the end of the day, I want a story. So because the tone is similar, it's making me think that I really need to get to grips with this young adult audience. And so when I do release these as novels, I need to think about that in terms of when I get covers and things like that. Because the last thing I want to do is to try and appeal to someone who's really into military fantasy, then pick up the book and go, this isn't for me, 1 star or something like that. So as well as the reading, I watched the latest episode of Game of Thrones. I use the word watch very loosely, as I think this episode was filmed with a lens cap on for most of it. It was really good, really tense. Shit is really starting to hit the fan now with the story, and I was on the edge of my seat throughout. I've also decided that I want to revisit some space opera series that I love, because I've got a real itch to write some space opera at the minute. So I don't think I'm going to write it straight away, but it might be that when I'm done with this fantasy series, I'll write a space opera, maybe do it collaboratively or something like that. So I'm going to watch Babylon 5 and Firefly, Battlestar Galactica, Cowboy Bebop again, just to get some inspiration. I wrote a story quite a few years ago that was a mess. It was my first novel. It was called The Slip. And so I've got a whole world that I've built. I've got characters, and now I've got the tools in order to be able to tell the stories that I wanted to. So I might be adding this to the maybe one day, maybe never list. But as a priority, I need to finish Black Death, finish the Ravenglass Chronicles, finish the Wasteland series, and then move on. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. If you haven't done so already, please do subscribe to the Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast. We've had some cool stuff recently. We had an interview with Stephanie Barr, who is an author and rocket scientist, and she talked about troubleshooting in space and cats and dragons and all manner of subjects, so that was a lot of fun. We've got episodes about steampunk coming up, about genetically modified humans, about sci-fi with a soundtrack, so there's a lot to go with, and we've got loads more episodes coming up. So please do check that out. That's a Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast. If you're an author, please do join the Sci-Fi Roundtable group on Facebook, because there's a lot of resources there to help you. Finally, please do check out my Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. I'm still posting stories and articles and bonus audio and all this stuff, so do check that out. Some of it is free and available now, so just have a look, have a browse. So that's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in May the 12th, 2019. May the 12th is my birthday, so happy birthday to me. Woohoo. Now, I've had a bit of a mixed bag of a week. It was a bank holiday on Monday, so that wasn't a writing day. And then on Tuesday and Wednesday, I was feeling pretty rough. Still kind of getting over that. I think it was basically a bit of a chest infection virus thing. Lost my voice for a little while. That was fun. But what I've managed to do is I have completed the first draft to Wheel of Fortune, which is book 10 of the Ravenglass Chronicles. So I've now got 2 first drafts. I've got the Hermit and the Wheel of Fortune. I think I'm going to go straight on to write the next one. Now, if you've been following my progress for a while on this series, you know that what I usually do is I'll write a first draft and then basically complete the book before going on to the second. And this is usually because I wait for feedback from my alpha readers. Now, what I am doing this time is I know exactly where each episode is going to end for the next few episodes, so I'm just going to keep ploughing on and just keep the momentum going. Book 11 is basically going to be the end of the second novel, so I'm really into the faster pace, lots of stuff going on, so there's a lot of revelations, a lot more mystery, and then boom, we've got a big game changer at the end of book 11, so that's going to be a lot of fun to write. Looking forward to getting there. I think that's giving me momentum, motivation, that kind of thing, to get through to the end of book 11. So I'm really pleased with the story. I'm basically getting enough stuff backed up, so when the summer holiday comes in July and August, I've got stuff I can be editing and working on. And it feels weird that I'm nearly at the halfway point. I've had this story in my head for years now, So it feels like a really cool accomplishment that I'm almost at a really good milestone. I've also got Strength now back from the editor. It's been proofread, it's been formatted, it's ready to go. So that is going to launch on Monday, so the 13th. People on my Patreon who were on it above the $3 level will have already got access to that file. And it's also meant that I can launch the next box set in the Ravenglass Chronicles. So this is books 5 to 8. So on Friday I went to see Detective Pikachu with my son and wife. It was quite amusing. There's some fun moments, some good jokes in there. I was impressed to find out that one of my old friends in Leeds had actually designed the inflatables used in the film, so that was pretty cool. It's one of those films that is a bit like Toy Story, where it has stuff for grown-ups and it has stuff for kids, so it wasn't completely tedious. I finished reading The Queen's Poisoner by Jeff Wheeler. That book was really good, really enjoyed that. I started reading Ursula K. Le Guin's A Wizard of Earthsea, which is the book we're going to be reading for our May read on the Arcane Book Club. So far so good. This is another one of those classics in fantasy. I really like her writing. She's got a really great rhythm, really musical quality to her stuff on a sentence level, and the world she built is really interesting as well, so I'm enjoying that. I'm about a third through that. I also finished reading a book called The Artist's Journey by Stephen Pressfield. I'd say this was more of an inspirational book than a book on writing craft or anything like that, so I enjoyed reading it. It's a lot of the same things as his other books. I read Do the Work quite recently, and I've read his book The War of Art a couple of times. And I'm also reading a book called The Inevitable by Kevin Kelly. So this is what I would call speculative non-fiction. So this is looking at the way technology might develop in the future based on an extrapolation of a lot of the trends in technology. So I've only just read the intro, so I don't really have much else to add to that, except it seems interesting so far. So my steampunk story, Lord Sidebottom and the Awesome Airship Mystery, has been reprinted on the Science Fantasy Hub, and it will be featured on next week's Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast as a audio story, so do check that out. So I've had no questions this week, but if you do have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I also continue to post stuff on my Patreon, including getting access to this a day early and access to Strength almost a week early. So you can join that for $1 a month, which is 20p a week in the UK. So please do check that out. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in May the 19th, 2019. I'll be honest, I didn't feel like doing this podcast this week. I have felt rough all week. I am absolutely sick of this chest infection, this whatever it is that I've got. I feel like I've had it for about 3 weeks and I've not been able to shake it. It's one of those things that just gets me down and makes me feel quite frustrated. I've had a bit of a mixed bag of a week in terms of the writing. So I have launched Strength and the second box set for the Ravenglass Chronicles. So that brings together episodes 5 to 8. And then in terms of actual writing, I've written the first draft to a non-fiction book. So I figured I'm going to write a bunch of non-fiction books that I can use as an extra source of revenue while I'm writing my fantasy. The serial itself isn't selling very well, so I need to do something in order to make some cash. So when I do eventually re-release these as novels, I'll be able to pay for covers and things like that. So it's a bit of a desperate times kind of thing. So I'm writing a book, which is called Podcasting for Authors. I'm going to do a few more books around the theme and rewrite sections of the book. So I'll have, there may be like podcasting for newbies, podcasting for businesses, that kind of thing. So I'll have a think about how I can tailor the content to different audiences. I'm also going to be unpublishing my book, Stop Booking Around. So this is a book I've written to help people complete their first novel. I've added some more chapters to it. I'm going to expand it and change the title so it's more in fitting with the type of things that people will search for. So I think I'm going to call it something like Finish Your First Novel, something like that. So people who are looking for that kind of thing will be able to find it. And so I've brainstormed quite a few different ideas for non-fiction books that I can write on subjects that I know enough about just to be able to do them very quickly. So with the book on podcasting, for example, I wrote the first 8,000 words for that in one writing session, and then I've written about the same again in another, and I've added about 4,000, maybe 5,000 words to the Stop Booking Around book, so I'm probably going to come back to editing the next Ravenglass book in a couple of weeks. I think I just need to focus now on getting these non-fiction books ready for an edit, so I can get those out as quick as possible. In podcasting news, I released the latest episode of the Sci-Fi Roundtable, so this is a deep dive into steampunk. It was a really interesting discussion, so do check that out. I've been carrying on reading the Kevin Kelly book, which is called The Inevitable, and it's actually very good. It's very well thought out. It's this kind of speculative non-fiction about what's going to be happening in the future and the kind of trends in terms of AI and things like that. Now, I think I'm about 9 chapters in, and I think there's 12 in total, so I'm quite the way through. And it does paint a future which, to me, seems quite dystopian. I think there's a lot of ways for these things to go wrong. And I think over the next few years, we're going to approach a point of very tightly controlled internet. And I've seen the first signs of this with Google's Chrome. So over the last few weeks, Chrome has disallowed you from using ad blockers on their service. You have to pay to block adverts. So one of the unintended consequences of this is this actually annoys the crap out of people who are visually impaired, who maybe can't see the very slight crosses that they have on adverts and things like that. So it makes the internet experience a lot more difficult, a lot more frustrating. It messes around with screen readers. It's very annoying. So I have moved from Google Chrome now to Opera, which has a built-in VPN. Its ad blockers are excellent. So it's just nice to be able to use a clean internet. So as well as the Kevin Kelly book, I have been reading a book called The Sudden Appearance of Hope by Claire North. This is a really good book. Really like this. So I'm about 2/3 of the way through that. And the premise is the main character is immediately forgotten by people. So they'll talk to her, they'll converse with her, they'll see her, but then when they walk away, they forget her immediately. And so she's able to use this in order to become a thief. This is one of those books which is shelved in the literary section of bookshops, but it's clearly sci-fi. So I do recommend checking that out. I've had no questions this week, but if you've got a question, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I had loads of happy birthday wishes last week, so thanks to everyone who sent those. If you want to support me, you can go onto my Patreon page. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And hopefully next time I speak to you, I will have gotten over this bloody chest infection. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in May the 26th, 2019. I've had a busy week. I've carried on working on my non-fiction. So I've sent Finish Your First Novel off to some beta readers. So I'm going to get some feedback on that. And I've finished the second draft of the main body of Podcasting for Authors. So the next step in that book is that I need to write the appendices, because what I've got in the main section is basically just principles, a lot of things about how to prepare and do podcasts, interviews, that kind of thing. And then the appendices are going to be more technical, walkthrough guides on how to upload a podcast, that sort of thing. So when the inevitable does happen and something like a podcast host updates its system, I'll be able to go into the appendix pages and make those necessary changes without it affecting the main body of the text. And I've also got some other non-fiction ones planned for the future. So next week is the half-term holiday. So I will be maybe only doing about an hour a day, 2 hours a day, something like that. The rest of the time I'll be doing things with my wife and son, as my wife's off work as well. And I finished reading The Sudden Appearance of Hope by Claire North. I thought that book was excellent. I've read a few of her books now, and I think she is up there as one of my favourite authors, I think. Highly recommended. I've also started reading Stormfront by Jim Butcher. So this is the first book in his Dresden Files series, and it's been recommended to me countless times. I've never really been a fan of urban fantasy, but I am enjoying this book immensely. So I'm about halfway through. I think I'll probably get this finished within the next day or two. So I watched the end of Game of Thrones this week, the finale of the entire series. Now I've seen online that there are people signing a petition to get the series refilmed. I think this is absurd. It's not your story. Now, granted, there were some disappointing things about the finale, and there were quite a lot of questions that had been raised throughout the series that weren't answered, like who was Ashura High, what was the point in Arya becoming a shapeshifter. So this is going to be a bit spoilery now, so turn off if you haven't watched it yet and you want to. So my key gripe with the last episode was the fact that Jon lost his agency as a hero in the scene. So after he kills Daenerys, the dragon arrives. Don't know why the dragon burnt the Iron Throne. That didn't really make sense. That's the point where Jon should have got on the dragon. He should have asserted himself as the king in that moment. That way the Unsullied would have had to bend the knee. And I don't know why Grey Worm was having a say in Jon's fate, because he was like a tertiary character at best. And so what I think would have worked better is if Jon had renounced his claim and returned to the Night's Watch voluntarily. I think one thing I do find interesting is the complaints about Daenerys' character arc throughout. The idea that how on earth could she become evil? Her entire arc has been about the rise of a tyrant. She's been uncompromising with people she perceives as bad. She has utopian thinking, meaning that she thinks that she can create a better world by getting rid of the bad people. And then that equates with bad people or anyone who is against me or my plan. So that has been hinted at for ages. That's been there since she was taking over Slave Bay and things like that. So I didn't see the problem with Daenerys' story at all. Finally, I have a bit of a theory about Bran. So I think that the three-eyed raven is evil. I don't think it was an accident that the Night King was created, because Bran made himself in the right place to be king. He even said he knew that he needed to be there. Now, my theory is that he knew because he's got prescient powers. He could see through time, and so he probably knew that Daenerys was going to do a Dresden on King's Landing. And also think of all the people that have died in his wake because of his journey. Hodor, Rickon. So, Bran, evil genius. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have one, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can check out my Patreon page. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. You'll have access to this a day early, plus lots of short stories and articles and things like that. I try to post at least a couple of things a week, so do check that out. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending June the 2nd, 2019. This week has been half-term holiday, so my son and my wife have been off. So we did things like we went to go and see my family in the Midlands, caught up with my brother, went to Walsall Art Gallery, spent time with my mum and my sisters, got to see my niece and nephew as well, so I enjoyed seeing them. On a car journey on the way there and back, we listened to How to Train Your Dragon by Cressida Cowell. So this was actually surprisingly different to the film. I really like the films. I think the only thing that really remains from the books is the characters' names and the location. The entire world and story is different, and I prefer the movies, but it was read by David Tennant and he was really good, so thumbs up for that. In terms of actual writing, I've done a bit here and there. So I've got my Finish Your First novel back from some beta readers, so I've been going through their feedback. I think on the whole the book is there. There were just one or two useful points, such as changing one of the exercises for readers and adding some more subtitles, and it is now with the editor. I've also been writing a second draft to Podcasting for Authors. I feel like this has really slowed down just because I am now in the technical part of the book where I'm having to tell people how to use Audacity and things like that, which is a free piece of sound editing software that a lot of podcasters use. I don't use that personally, so I've just been having to get my head around Audacity a little bit. It's a very simple interface, it's quite intuitive, so that's good. I read a really fascinating book this week. It's called Fingerprints of the Gods by Graham Hancock. Now, I think I mentioned to him a few weeks ago because I heard his interview on the Joe Rogan show, and I think it was a fascinating, well-researched read, but I can see where the criticisms of his work from the academic establishment come in. And to be honest, I think the author brings it on himself. It's not because his research is flawed or anything like that. I think this was really interesting research. But when you position yourself against the mainstream, against the orthodoxy, as someone who's actually been in academia, I know that historians are always looking for new discoveries. There's not a cabal protecting the view of history that exists at the cost of the facts. So I think there's a bit of a conspiratorial thread to his writing that doesn't help his case. But then there's a lot of evidence that has come out in recent years that does support a lot of the things that he's said. And so it's a book about ancient civilizations, about lost civilizations, and so it does make for fascinating reading. So I'm recording this on Saturday morning, and in about an hour I'm going to go out into Morecambe for the Morecambe Steampunk Festival, so that should be a lot of fun. It's basically just an excuse for me to go out and look at some crazy contraptions and drink some beer. I watched the All Elite Wrestling show at the weekend, so this is a new Major League Wrestling company that started. I thought their first show was very good. Watched it on pay-per-view. I haven't bought a pay-per-view in years, but I watched this one and it was excellent. I lost interest in WWE many years ago because it felt like a stale product, and this is very fresh, very exciting. I think there are a few rough edges in this first show, but they're new, so I'll give them a pass. Hopefully they can improve some of the issues I had with commentary and quick cuts with the editing. If you are or have ever been a wrestling fan, do check out the Cody versus Dustin Rhodes match because it's tremendous. It was on the level of something like the Stone Cold versus Bret Hart match from WrestleMania or the Bret versus Owen match. So next week I am back at the writing desk. I've got 7 weeks worth of writing left until the big 6 weeks holiday. So in that time I want to finish The Hermit, The Wheel of Fortune, and finish the first draft of Justice. So these are the 3 Ravenglass books. So Justice is book 11, so it's halfway through the series. I've got a massive game changer planned. It's going to be a huge episode, and all these episodes that I'm writing at the moment are leading up to that. I will continue to add to the non-fiction here and there, but the priority is to get the fiction done. So I've been continuing to post stuff on my Patreon page. Please do check that out. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. You can get this a day early, and you can also get access to loads of short stories and articles. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in June the 9th, 2019. I've had a busy week. I am back at the writing desk after the week's holiday, and I've been experimenting with a new schedule for my work. So instead of just focusing on one project at a time, I'm now splitting my workload. I'm going to see how that is. I'm going to track it. But what I'm doing is I'm working on one project in the morning, and this is a project that needs editing. And then I'm doing first draft stuff or outlining, that kind of thing, in the afternoon. So I think what's going to happen with this is it's going to make my projects maybe take a little longer in the short term, but I think in the long term this will balance out. So this week during the mornings I was working on redrafting Ravenglass Book 9, so this is The Hermit. I feel like I'm just getting back into the series after taking a bit of a break from it. I've also been working on Wasteland Book 4, which is Cleric of the Wasteland, so I basically outlined up to the midpoint because I thought, I'll figure out the ending later on. So I've now reached the midpoint of the story, and so what I've done now is I've outlined the second part of the book. So this has been on the back burner for over a year now, and I know that I've been saying that I'm going to do it, and so I'm hoping that with this new way of working I'll be able to continue working on Ravenglass books and also get to an end of a first draft of Cleric of the Wasteland. Now I'm planning to relaunch my Wasteland series later this year, and so here and there I've been working on doing a complete overhaul of the writing, so taking it from being written in present tense to past tense, which is actually a lot of work. And I've also learnt so much about writing scenes, about story structure since doing those books that I've really been able to tighten up the stories, getting rid of scenes that slowed the pace down or weren't adding anything to the stories. There's also a bit of a weird thing I've got where between books 2 and 3 in the current series I essentially left a year gap. Now there's part of me thinking that I may write another book that goes between books 2 and 3 when I do the relaunch, so that book 3 will actually be book 4, if that makes sense. So I did an outline a while ago for a book 3, and I think it might have been for a novella, I can't remember now, but I think it was for a novella that was set between the two things. Now I can expand on that outline and essentially have a novel if I want one. So I suppose I need to think about that in terms of this relaunch strategy, because obviously I'll need to order a new cover and I'll need to get my designer to adjust some of the other covers in order to allow this book to be in the series. And so I have been adding to Knight of the Wasteland as well. So I did the overhaul of Wizard of the Wasteland. I'm now about a quarter of the way through Knight of the Wasteland. So I'm just going to keep plodding away at that. And as well as that, I've also been outlining some extra stuff for the Black Death series. So this has actually been really challenging and probably quite time-consuming just because of having to take up the slack when we lost the collaborator. So over the trilogy, we're basically having to add a novel's worth of material. So it's a bit more of a mess than I'd like, but it is what it is. But I think it's still a project that we need to get finished, get out there. I'm also thinking that when I finish this Wasteland series, I'm going to go back and work on Blind Reset. So it's been a year since I abandoned this book. I thought it was rubbish. I hated it. I think it was probably the pressure of writing a book while it was on pre-order. So I put on a 3-month pre-order and started writing. I will never do that again. That was a bad idea. But I was curious the other day and I thought, was it as bad as I thought? And I have reread my scenes. I've got about 16,000 words written, which is basically almost halfway through one of the arcs in the story. So this is a story that's split between a real world and game world. So this is halfway up the real world stuff. Now, I remember writing Blind Gambit, and that was really hard work just because it does deal with disability and blindness, and that's something that I have to cope with on a day-to-day basis. And I know that these scenes are hard work. So I think with this new way of working, if I can do a couple of scenes a week and just keep chipping away at it, this will be another book. Because I've read the outline. The outline's fine. The outline is actually quite good. I think the story's there. I think it's really tight. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think I just wasn't in the best place and probably, as I say, felt that pressure when I abandoned it. So who knows? It's not a priority, but I am going to revisit it. But keep it probably just as a duology, because writing a standalone is actually really hard to market. So I can do a re-release of the first book, release the second book. Be quite good if I can do that. Maybe by the end of the year. We'll see. I think my predictions of how long things are going to take are a bit off. So we shall see. And as for the non-fiction, I've put that on the back burner. Finish your first novels with the editor and podcasting for authors. I'm going to work on that over the summer. It's not a priority. Fiction's a priority, but if I can have little moments here and there where I'm getting the editing finished, then that'll be good. I've started reading The Sword of Shannara by Terry Brooks. So this is one of those epic fantasy classics in the genre that I've not read. And we're doing this as part of the Arcane Book Club on Facebook. So this is a book club that I run for epic and military fantasy. And we do a monthly read. So this month it is The Sword of Shannara. I've been on a bit of a ancient Egypt rabbit hole this week. So I've been watching quite a few documentaries and listening to books and things about that. Now, I've been watching one on Netflix called The Pyramid Code, and the first episode was great. You know, all the stuff about the pyramids being aligned to the constellations and Orion and being aligned to things like the solstices and things like that. It's absolutely fascinating. There's just so much in there that is just absolutely absorbing. And then the second episode, it went down the pseudo-science, pseudo-archaeological, mystical nonsense route. And it was talking about subtle energies and magic. And it's like this subject is fascinating enough as it is without having to add these layers of really out there speculation. You know, we can prove that these things align to the precession of the stars and things like that. And so it doesn't need this extra woo. They were talking about pyramid chambers having these orbs in them. I used to do photography many years ago. So what they call orbs are basically when you are in a dusty place, an old place, the flash reflects dust back to the camera, and because the flash is reflecting off a dust thing, they look like light orbs. And so basing magical theories on these things that for some reason can only be picked up by cameras but end up being an invisible light field, it's ridiculous. So that was a bit disappointing, the way that went. First episode, great. No, the rest of it is just nonsense. So I mentioned last week that I was going to the Morecambe Steampunk Festival. Now, this wasn't as good as it was last year. Last year they had the roads blocked. There was a lot more going on. This seemed like a much smaller version of the festival. Now, I know that the organiser has had real health problems, so I'm sure it's to do with that. But we went out last week and had a good time, drank some beers and checked out some cool cosplay. There was a steampunk scorpion that was pretty cool. So hopefully it'll still be there next year. because it is a lot of fun. So I've had no questions this week, but if you do have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I'm also on the Patreon. I post these diaries a day early. I have articles, I have exclusive short stories and other audio. So please do check that out. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in June the 16th, 2019. I've had a busy week. I finished my second draft of The Hermit, which is book 9 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. So I'm going to send it off now to one of my alpha readers just to give it a read over, make sure that the story's okay. And then when I get that back, I'll work on the final draft of that. I've also been working on the Black Death series, so I've written 10 more scenes for book 1. And I've outlined 20 more scenes for use in books 2 and 3. Really happy with how that story's going. It's a lot darker than my other stuff. I think there's a lot of depth to the characters. So I'm really looking forward now to just getting that finished and getting it out there. Because it's a project that should have been done and out there over a year ago. So I've been carrying on reading The Sword of Shannara by Terry Brooks. Really enjoying that. About halfway through. I've also read a book called Flow, which is about the psychology of being productive. And so anyone who's creative will know about that feeling that you get when you're in the state of creation. It's where you kind of feel almost detached from yourself. So it's about getting into that headspace, which is great for when you're writing and things like that. It's my wife's birthday this week, so we went to a spa day on Thursday. So this was basically just sitting in different rooms at varying temperatures, some of them dry, some of them steamy. And we ended up sweating a lot and then having an afternoon tea. So that was lovely. So next week I'm going to start my second draft of Wheel of Fortune, which isn't my story about a game show gone wrong. This is the 10th book in my Ravenglass series. So I've already written the first draft of that. And so straight into second draft. Hopefully I can get that finished by the end of the month. And I'm also going to try and write some scenes for the Black Death series as well. Next week, I'm going to try and experiment and see whether I can get up at 5 a.m. to do some extra work in the mornings. I'd like to get an extra hour and a half to 2 hours in before my son is up and around. Now, I usually get up at 7, so this might be a challenge, but hopefully I'll be able to do it and then be more productive. So I've had no questions this week, but if you've got one, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. You can also support me on Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. You can also check out the Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast. In our last episode, we talked to Mike Van Horn, who is the author of Aliens Crash Landed in My Backyard. Because his main character is a country star, he's actually got musicians to record an album as if it was by his protagonist. So that's a really interesting discussion. So please do check that out. That's Sci-Fi Roundtable. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in June 23rd, 2019. I've had an incredibly productive week, and I put that down to reading a book last weekend called The Miracle Morning, which I've been recommended several times, and it's a book about how to reshape your mornings in order to be more productive, in order to have a better day. And so every day this past week, since Sunday, I've been getting up at 5 a.m. I usually get up at about 7:30, so this has meant that I've had at least 2 more hours before everyone else is up in the house to do work, so that's been really good. So basically what I've been doing is I get up at 5 a.m, I meditate for 15 minutes, I do affirmations, visualizations, I do some exercise, some stretches, and then I do a bit of journaling. So that usually takes me about half an hour, and then I start writing. Now, I've never been interested in stuff like affirmations and visualization before, but I just thought, what the hell, give it a try. What's the worst that can happen? And I think it has been really positive. I've not pressed the snooze button once at 5 a.m, even when I've been really tired. So my wife went to see Metallica in Manchester. She got free tickets at the last minute a few days ago, and she got back probably at 1 in the morning. And foolishly, I had left my key in the back of the door, so she had to knock and wake me up. So even with just 4 hours sleep, I got up. It was hard. I felt like a zombie, but after the meditation, after drinking a pint of water and doing the exercises and things, I was awake and productive, ready to go. And for some reason, these hours just feel more focused, more productive. Maybe it's because I'm close to this sleep state. And so this week, my goal was to finish the second draft of Wheel of Fortune, which is Ravenglass Chronicles, Book 10. So I did that. I also did a third draft of that. Did a third draft of The Hermit. I wrote 10 new scenes for the Black Death series. I outlined 20 more scenes for it. I've outlined a spin-off to the Black Death series, which is called Black Death London. I've written a couple of chapters for the Cleric of the Wasteland. I've been planning a new non-fiction book. I spent most of Friday setting up a new website to tie to my non-fiction. So it's been busy, but really productive, and I felt fresh doing it. And I think there's a lot to be said for just changing your mindset on something. I've always been, I'm not the type of person who'll be able to get up at 5 a.m. That's not me. I'm not a morning person. And I think talking like that is a good way to not do stuff. So I do recommend reading The Miracle Morning. It gives you a couple of extra hours, makes you more productive. Just gives you a really good start to the day because you're not rushing around. You're not suddenly having to go, right, I need to get my breakfast, I need to get out of the house. It just eases you into the day. So, yeah, really pleased that I've done that. So the other book I've been reading this week is one called Surprise, Kill, Vanish by Annie Jacobsen. It's a history of the CIA, so a lot of stuff about assassinations and guerrilla warfare and things like that. So this is one of those books that I'm reading to get inspiration for the future of my Ravenglass Chronicles book. So even though it's about the CIA, the way that it's going is that there is going to be stuff with assassins and things like that. So anything that I can glean from that I can use as a jumping point for ideas will be useful. So enjoying that so far, about a third of the way through. I did a reading on Friday night. So this was a place in Lancaster called Story. Now, I've done readings there before, so I just went up for the open mic night. Someone had pulled out, so I put myself on the reserve list. And I read a piece of flash fiction called Eating, which is a nice, happy tale about cannibalism. That went down really well. This week was also the 2-year anniversary of me publishing my first novel. So Wizard of the Wasteland came out June the 20th, 2017. So 2 years ago. And I've literally just sent off the rewrite in past tense to some beta readers. So that's quite crazy, really. I can't believe it's 2 years. It's definitely been a roller coaster of a ride. And so next week I'm going to have to refigure my schedule because I am now a few weeks ahead of where I thought I would be, which is great. I'll probably work on the first draft of Justice, which is book 11 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. Try and carry on with the redraft of Black Death Book 3 and try and fix some of the issues that I am having setting up this new website. Finally, I would really appreciate it if you checked out my Patreon page. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. I've been posting articles where I am going through my music collection and choosing which albums to keep or cull. And so instead of doing just a normal music review, what I'm doing is I'm using it to see which memories in my life it sparks. So they're kind of autobiographical. They're kind of music reviews. It's a bit of a unique format, I think. I've also been posting stories and audio and things like that, so please do check that out. Patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending June the 30th, 2019. I've had another productive week. I've been continuing to get up at 5 a.m. in order to get a few hours work done before everyone else is up. So this has worked really well for me. I made the mistake last weekend of getting up normal time on Saturday and Sunday. And so when I came back to this on Monday, it felt like I was starting again with the process. So what I'm going to do is just keep getting up at 5 a.m, do my meditation, do my exercise and stretches, doing the affirmations, visualizations, reading and journaling first thing. So this is based on the Miracle Morning book, which I mentioned last week. So I've actually gone and bought, I suppose, a spin-off version of that, which is called The Miracle Morning for Writers. So this is basically a lot of the same kind of things outlined in that, but when I've been doing my morning reading, that's what I've been listening to. So it's just keeping me focused on this Miracle Morning mindset, which I found really good, really useful, really productive. So this week I wrote the first draft to Justice, which is book 11 of the Ravenglass Chronicles. I also got book 9, which is The Hermit. That is now ready to go. It's been with the editor, it's been proofread. I've written my author's note, and so I just need to sort out the back matter for the book, and then I'll probably get that going live in the next week or two. So as well as working on that, I've also been working on Black Death number 3. I've been doing a redraft, so I've got one character called Liam, who is looking for his missing son, and so I wrote the first draft to this way back, I think it was in December 2017, maybe January 2018, something like that. And so I've revisited this, it was dictated, it was a raw first draft, so I've just been going through that, giving it a rewrite, giving it a polish. I've added probably about 3,000 or 4,000 words so far, and I'm about 2/3 of the way through. So because of having to basically mop up after losing a collaborator, I really need to focus on adding more words, adding more scenes. So with this, I've added another story arc that fits around the main story, and so all the characters come together in the final book. So this week I wrote 10 scenes for book 2, so that's felt really productive. It feels like it's just starting to come together now as a proper novel. I've got an official draft of the first novel complete, and we're about 5,000 words shy of our word count target, so I think with a redraft and based on the way that I write my scenes anyway, this will be easy enough to repair and to get up past a decent length for a novel. So next week, I'm still deciding what I want to do. I will be carrying on with the Black Death stuff for sure, so I want to get Black Death 3 redrafted, and I want to write the new scenes for Black Death 3 as well, so I'll have that done by the end of next week. I'm flipping between the ideas of either just hammering Cleric of the Wasteland, just getting that done, because I am a few weeks ahead of the Ravenglass Chronicles series now. I thought I'd be finishing my first draft of Justice in about 3 weeks, so I've got more time than I expected, so I think I'll either hammer Cleric of the Wasteland or I'll start work on book 12, which is called The Hanged Man. I've already outlined that, so I went and sat in a hotel in Morecambe overlooking the Stone Jetty and did a broad strokes outline for books 12 to 16, and then I wrote a more detailed outline for book 12. So I'm really excited to write this. We've just had a massive game changer at the end of book 11, so I'm thinking it might actually be better to wait to let the stuff simmer, so maybe I can think of some more stuff, some different ideas, because the story is now going in a different direction. So it might be that I don't actually do any drafting for that until September, because I've got enough stuff now lined up to cover the releases for July and August. And then with book 11, that can come out in September. So I've got all of September and October to do this. So I think, thinking out loud, basically, that I will focus on Cleric of the Wasteland. I think I need to get that finished. And then once I've got this Black Death stuff redrafted, I can carry on with the edits for the second and third books of the Wasteland series, and then I can do the redraft and edit of book 4 and keep it within the same style. So instead of it being present tense, it's going to be past tense. So I'll be doing book 4 as part of a relaunch either later this year or early next year. So as well as reading the Miracle Morning for Writers book, I have also been reading a book called Confessions of a Sociopath. Now, this is a really interesting book because it's basically a memoir from the perspective of someone who is a sociopath. Now, this isn't to say that this person's a murderer or anything like that. It's just a anomalous personality type, let's say. And so it's interesting when I realise, yes, someone I used to work with is definitely like this. One of my old bosses was definitely like this. Politicians who I interviewed while I was working as a political reporter were definitely sociopaths. So it's very interesting, and it does explain a lot. So I would recommend reading that. Again, it's part of my ongoing research, finding inspiration in all these different kind of books. I'm going to have a sociopath character in something that I'm writing, so I just want to get it right. So as it's the end of June, I'm going to start doing this, but I've been thinking about my Q3 goals. So this is going from July to the end of October. In this time, I've got the 6-week school summer holiday, so my productivity is going to go down for a while, but I'm going to keep getting up at 5 and do some editing in the morning. I've found that this is definitely a better use of the time than trying to dictate. I don't know why, but sitting at a keyboard and just getting into a weird zone and just editing, rewriting is working the best for me. This morning, for example, I did 3,500 words worth of editing, So that's brilliant. So I'm going to keep on doing that. Obviously, I want to get Justice redrafted and edited and ready for publication. I also want to get The Hanged Man, Death, and Temperance done. So these are the next 3 episodes of the Ravenglass Chronicles. I want to get Black Death finished, ideally ready for launch. I'm thinking realistically that having an autumn launch set is probably going to be necessary, I think. October is probably a good time to release a post-apocalyptic series. So hopefully by then as well, I'll have done my rewrite of Night of the Wasteland and got my non-fiction book, Finish Your First Novel, done and released, and also got a solid final draft of Podcasting for Authors ready. And then I will reassess, obviously, at the end of September. If I get time, I might just spend a week on Blind Reset, get a draft for that done. I think if I can get Cleric of the Wasteland done within a week, real focused attention on the last 30 or so scenes, then I might be able to get a first draft done of Blind Reset by the end of the year. I've basically got a backlog of things that I need to do, that I need to focus on, and when I finish the Ravenglass Chronicles, I almost want to be at a point where I've got nothing else, and so I can just focus and deep dive into a new project and actually see how productive I can be, whether I can be one of these authors who can write a novel a month. Because at the minute I feel like I'm on a bit of a piecemeal thing where I'm focusing on different projects. That's the plan. Let's see if it works. I think at the minute it does feel like I'm mopping up these projects, getting them done, and then I can move on. I'd really like it if you could check out my Patreon page. I've been posting these author diaries a day early, as well as short stories, articles, other audio. So you get an exclusive RSS feed for your podcast that you can put in your podcast app, and so you can get some more audio. I've been reviewing some science fiction stories and things like that, so please do check those out. But if you have any questions, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. So I think I've gone on long enough for today. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the weekend in July the 7th, 2019. I've had another busy week. I think this week has been characterised by getting stuff finished. So I've been procrastinating on getting the first draft of Cleric of the Wasteland done since December 2017, something like that. The first draft is now done. There's a lot of work to do on the rewrite. I think I basically just rushed through to get to the end. So I know there will be a lot of stuff still to do. Now I'm in a position where I can build on what I've already got. I also finished the first draft of the Black Death trilogy. So as I've said before, I wrote my original arc for this back in December 2017, January 2018, that kind of time, and was waiting for one of the collaborators to get his stuff done. He didn't deliver. So what I've gone and done now is I've written a new storyline that fits around the other stories. And so I've basically written 65 new scenes for the trilogy. And so once this is all edited and redrafted, this should bring the word count up to a level that I'm happy with. As well as that, I've also written the first draft for a Black Death spin-off. So this is called Black Death London. Now, there are a lot of options with this. It's either going to be collaborative with Lynn. I think if he gets time, he'll probably do something. If he doesn't, then it can work as a standalone novella. I could add another POV to the story and expand it out. There are a lot of options, but I was really excited about the story. It's not quite enough yet to be a novel, but it's certainly a decent-sized novella. And so it might be that it gets released as a spin-off or some kind of newsletter thing. I don't know yet. And on Thursday, The Hermit, which is book 9 of the Ravenglass Chronicles, came out. So I've got some feedback on that from one of my alpha readers. I changed a few things, tweaked bits here and there. I've also got the feedback for Wheel of Fortune because I sent to them both at the same time. So I'll be working on those corrections over the next few weeks. And they've also just finished doing an edit of the first quarter of Blind Reset. Now, regular listeners to this, if you've been listening to this for a while, you will know that in May last year, I abandoned Blind Reset. I hated it. I hated the story. And it's kind of hung over me because I don't like to abandon things. I want to basically clear my backlog of half-finished stories and things like that so that when I finish the Ravenglass Chronicles, I'll have a completely free slate. And so I've got a lot of ideas for potential projects going forward. And so when it comes to the right time, I'll look at a lot of things and see which project excites me the most. But I want to be able to focus on that 100%. So I've got basically 15,000 words that I've gone over. And the story is actually there. It's good. I think I made a decision at a time when I was feeling pressure, probably when I was suffering with depression. You know, looking back, I had a really difficult summer last year with depression. And so what I'm going to do for the next few weeks is basically focus on this project. I'm still getting up at 5 a.m. I'm actually getting up at 4:45 now. So this means I can do all my stuff in the morning, I can do my meditations, affirmations, reading, journaling, that kind of thing, and get straight to work at 5:30. That means I have 2 hours before anyone else in the house gets up. So this is why I've been so productive this week. I mean, I looked at some of my word counts. You know, they've all been hovering around 9,000 words a day. Now, mathematically, this doesn't make sense because I'm basically adding 2 hours to my work time, but I'm doubling my usual word count. So that's insane to me, but I'm not going to complain. So I know that I have got basically 2 weeks left until the summer holidays. Now, Monday, I've got a plumber coming round, so that's really annoying, actually, because that's going to disrupt my planned writing that I was going to do. But what I'd like to try and get done is as much of blind reset as possible. I'm aiming to finish it by the end of the week on Friday, get the first draft done. We'll see how that goes. I'm hoping I can do it. I think if I push myself, I will be able to. I've checked my outline. It's absolutely fine. The story's there. The story works. So it's just a case of really focusing, really drilling down on this project, because it has been hanging over me. So as well as writing, I've also been doing reading. So I read The Miracle Morning for Writers, which is basically a spin-off of The Miracle Morning. So I read that. I don't think it's as good as The Miracle Morning. It's got a lot of the same stuff, but I felt like The Miracle Morning had more for me for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it was just new or something like that. I'm also reading a book recommended by an author friend called Paul Teague. So he has recommended that I read a book called The 5 a.m. Club by Robert Sharma. And this is a bit of a strange one, to be honest, because it is a business book, but it is told in a narrative style. So it's like the advice comes through a story. I'm about halfway through that. There's a lot of good stuff in there. It's one of those things where you've got to really listen and pull it out, but that's fine. I've also just started a book called Darkblade Assassin by Andy Pelequin. So this is for the Arcane Book Club on Facebook. So this is a fantasy book club I run. And so I'm really looking forward to getting into that one. I appeared on his podcast ages ago, actually, talking about addiction and things like that. And I seem to remember that the podcast started at some ridiculous time, like midnight or something, because he was based on the west coast of America. And so I remember by the end of the interview just feeling half asleep. And so I don't know if that was my best podcasting experience. I mean, I'd like to do the show again, maybe at a better time now. I watched quite a cool film this week. It took me by surprise. It was a film about a wrestler. So it was called Fighting With My Family. It was about the wrestler Paige, who is a British wrestler who ended up going to the WWE. She had an audition at the same time as her brother, and it was her brother's dream, and he didn't get in and she did. And so it was about that, and it was about the struggles. And I thought this was going to be a bad wrestling movie. It was made by WWE Studios and starred The Rock. But it was surprisingly good. I really enjoyed it. I mean, it wasn't, The Godfather or something like that, but it was really entertaining. And it had people like Nick Frost and Stephen Merchant in. So very funny at points, good comedy, British comedy. And so do check that out. So next week, I'm going to continue with Blind Reset and also do the second draft of Justice. I'm going to revisit Wheel of Fortune just to make sure that the little suggestions from the alpha readers are in place. And so once the summer holidays hit, I'm still going to keep getting up, but I'm basically going to be doing 2 hours a day for 6 weeks. And in that, I've got a holiday, I've got a book conference, I've got a wedding to go to, and we're going to be on another holiday for a week because of that. So I'm basically preparing for time off. So I've had no questions this week, but if you have a question, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. That's JONCRONSHAW. You can also support me on Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. I'm putting quite a bit of effort into the Patreon at the minute, and it's not really gaining any traction. So I'm going to see how it goes over the next few months. If it still hasn't done much over the summer, I'm just going to knock it on the head because it's not worth my time to do that. So it'll be that this podcast will just come out as normal on the podcast feed, and I'll probably do things like post the stories either on my website or in my newsletter or something like that. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in July 14th, 2019. I've had another productive week. I've carried on working on Blind Reset. I am now about 8 scenes away from the end, so I should have a first draft of this book ready by the middle of next week, maybe sooner. I've also finished a non-fiction project that I was working on called Podcasting for Authors. So I've sent the draft out to some beta readers now who are fellow authors, and they're going to read it and give me some feedback before I go and do the redraft. And as well as that, I also responded to some feedback on Wheel of Fortune, which is book 10 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. So I'm going to try and wind down a bit next week. I have got some stuff that I want to do. Obviously, I want to finish Blind Reset and I want to do a few fiddly editing tasks. But I've been getting up at 4:45 all week, and I've been doing this Miracle Morning stuff since the 16th of June, so just under a month now. And I'm just starting to feel a bit tired. And I've been told by a few people who've done this that this is the hardest bit between day 22 and day 45. So I think the next few weeks are going to be difficult. But once I get past that, that'll be really good. And then once I've been doing it for a couple of months, it'll just be a habit. And I'll probably be able to get up without an alarm and all things like that. So it's just a case of pushing forward, getting through the tiredness. I don't think I've been as productive this week as I have last week. I think it didn't help that on Monday night my son decided to wake me up at 1:30 in the morning. So I disturbed sleep. I kind of felt a bit like a zombie. I think what's interesting now is what I considered a poor performing day on Tuesday is what I would have considered a good day before doing this Miracle Morning stuff. So I got 5,000 words done, but I've been averaging in the region of 8,000 to 10,000 words. So I definitely took a big hit that day. But that's fine. I've got the summer holidays coming up. I'm going to continue getting up. I'm going to try and do a couple of hours of work in the morning and try and grab time here and there. But to be honest, I don't know whether I'll get much done in terms of actual drafting. I would like to try and get Justice done, which is book 11 of the Ravenglass Chronicles. So that needs redrafting. I've got the first draft of that in the bag. And I've also got an outline for book 12, which is called The Hanged Man. So I've been doing a bit of an experiment with the writing because over the past few weeks I've been editing first thing in the morning. So doing rewrite, second draft kind of stuff. And this week I decided to go all in on first draft stuff. Now, I don't know whether this is linked to my son waking me up, but I don't think that is as productive. So I think the mornings are going to have to be for rewrites and things like that. And then when I get back after dropping my son off at school, that's when I'm going to do first draft stuff. So I'm going to have to work out how that's going to work with projects going forward. I mean, what I'd like, if I can get it to work, is to have almost like a bit of an equilibrium going where I will draft scenes one day, edit them the next morning, and then draft the next scenes and so on. So I'm just working on one project and kind of doing a second draft as I'm going along. I'm going to have to experiment with that because I don't know what the flow will be like with that, whether actually doing that will disrupt just getting the story out there. So we'll see. But I've been really pleased with how Blind Reset has gone. I got all of the real world scenes done and the first 19 of the game world scenes, so I've got 8 more to do. Now, felt a little bit of resistance on this last bit, so I think that's my brain telling me that I need to revisit the outline, do something to really push the drama of the ending. So I've read a couple of good books this week. They're both on similar topics. I read Deep Work by Cal Newport, which is about focus and flow states and things like that. And on a similar vein, I read a new book, so this was an advanced copy, so it's not quite out yet, but this is called Creative Thinking by Jonathan Firth. Now, I thought this book was excellent, really well done. He's a cognitive psychologist and goes really deep into how to be more creative. It's just full of tips and tricks and things like that. So I would highly recommend giving that a read. It's not just for authors, it's for anyone doing anything creative. He talks about coders, he talks about business people, he talks about filmmakers, artists, musicians. You know, it was anyone who is in a creative field. There's some really useful stuff in there, and some of it I've not read in other places before. So next week is my last week before the summer holidays. My aim is to get Blind Reset done. I want to get a solid plan for a new non-fiction book. And I'm also going to be going over the final edits of Wheel of Fortune, hoping to get that out probably in the first week in August. We had a great discussion on the Sci-Fi Roundtable this week, so the episode that went live on Thursday, we talked about artificial intelligence and androids, and this was an episode that was actually recorded over 3 continents. So there's 5 of us on the roundtable, and we take a real deep dive into the subject. I think I might have been the most pessimistic on there, so do check that out. Finally, I'd really like you to leave a review on Apple Podcasts. I don't think I've really asked this before, but it'd be really cool to get some positive reviews and help more people discover the show. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in July the 20th, 2019. I've had a busy week. I have finished my first draft of Blind Reset. So it's taken me over a year, but I've done it. So it's a good feeling to know that it's not an abandoned project, it's just a postponed project. So that feels like a massive weight lifted off my shoulders. So brilliant, really pleased that's done. I've also got Wheel of Fortune back, so it's proofread and ready to go. I just need to write an author's note and format it and then get it submitted. So I'll probably get that out in the first week of August, so really pleased with that. I've also been carrying on my rewrite of Night of the Wasteland, so I'm about 20% through doing that. So it's going slowly, but this is one of those things where I'm just going to keep going at it, keep chipping away when I don't have anything more urgent to do. So that's been really cool doing that. I think it's really obvious that I'm much better at writing and telling stories now than I was when I released my first trilogy. So it's been really nice to kind of revisit it and bring the quality up, hopefully make for a better reading experience. There is part of me thinking that, maybe I should just leave it as a monument to how I was and to show that I've moved on and things like that. But, I've got to think of the reader first rather than myself and what's easiest, because this is a long-term thing. This isn't just a case of me getting stuff done and getting it out there. This is stuff that's going to be a legacy. This is going to be something that I can feel proud to sell in 10, 20, 30 years. So this is going to be an ongoing thing. So I've read a few books this week. I read one called Prosperity for Writers by Honoré Corder. She was a co-author of the Miracle Morning for Writers book. And to be honest, there was nothing new in this that I'd not read before, so I'm not really sure how to rate it. It's fine. It did what it said it was going to do, but I don't think there was anything that I had to learn from it. I also read a book called 365 Days with Self-Discipline. This was a really good book. There was a lot of stuff in here about self-discipline and about focus and things like that, and if you've been listening to me for the last few months, you'll know that I'm really trying to get as many ideas to kind of focus my mind get into this flow state and things like that. So that was really useful. Got a lot of good tips from that. So do check those out. I'm also reading a book called Underworld by Graham Hancock. I've read a few of his books recently. He's really interested in uncovering evidence of early civilizations. Now this one is specifically about underwater lost cities and things, so he explores them, and it's really fascinating stuff. So check that out. Next week, I'm going to have the week off, so it's going to be restful. I don't know how my body's going to cope. I might just explode. I don't know. But I am going to relax. I have no plans to do work. Next weekend, I'm going to the 20 Books Edinburgh Conference. So this is a conference about books and marketing and all those sorts of fun things. So I'm looking forward to that. I know there's a few people who listen to this podcast who are going, so come and say hi in person. That'd be cool. So what this means is next week the author diary will come out on Monday, most likely, so bit of a delay, but it will be out. So I've had no questions this week, but if you do have one, please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. I'm on the verge of stopping doing Patreon. I think it's basically a waste of time. I am not seeing any traction on it. I really appreciate everyone who has supported, but it's one of those things where I have to think, is it worth me spending this time writing extra stories, posting extra content for less than $10 a month? And unfortunately, the answer's no. So unless I suddenly get a surge that makes it worth it, I'll be closing that down within the month, I think. Finally, I have been posting some stories on my website. So it's joncronshaw.com, so JONCRONSHAW. So I've got a story on there called No Rehab for Wizards that I've just posted, and a story called Host, so a fantasy one and a post-apocalyptic one, so please do check those out. And I think what I'm going to do with the Patreon stuff is gradually start moving my stories over to my website, so you can go there and check those out. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to John's Author Diary for the week ending July the 28th, 2019. I'm actually recording this on the 29th, which is the Monday. Because last week I was away. It was my 10th anniversary with my wife, so we went away to basically sit in the woods for a week in a log cabin, enjoying wine and gin and a hot tub. So, fantastic week, really chilled. Finished that off by spending the weekend in Edinburgh. So I went to the 20 Books conference and learned a lot about marketing and writing, craft and things like that. So my head's still spinning with everything that I've learned. There was absolutely loads of stuff in there, loads of useful things. Met some great people, caught up with some author friends. So a lot of these people I have only spoken to online. So I'm in a few things like accountability groups on Facebook and things like that. So it was really nice to catch up with people, actually put faces to names, and also to see people who I've met before at other events and catch up with them, because you know, writing is a bit of a weird business, especially when you're an author who does it full time. And so actually having conversations with people who get it is amazing. You know, even my closest family, my closest friends won't be able to have those kind of conversations with me just because they probably see it as a hobby or something like that. So, yeah, really enjoyed that. 20 Books Edinburgh, great times. I'm not sure if they're going to do any more UK events. I hope they do. I got a lot from this. So one thing that I did notice while I was there is because I went on holiday, I decided to leave Digit, my guide dog, with a boarder. So he went to stay for a week with the woman who actually was his puppy walker. So when he was being trained to be a guide dog, he stayed with this woman for quite a while. And so she taught him how to be a good dog, basically. And so he's gone to stay with her for a week. I think in about an hour he'll be returning. But I really missed having Digit around. I don't like going around with a stick. I feel really awkward with it now. So I'm just glad to be getting the dog back. I mean, one of my main reasons for not taking Digit to the conference was because he is such a cutie. I knew that I would end up having 150 conversations about dogs rather than a conversation about the stuff that I'm interested in, which is books. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am interested in talking about dogs, but when you're paying a conference fee and you're there to meet people, it's not really where I want to focus my time and energy, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. So I've been reading a book called The Witcher, Blood of Elves, first book in the Witcher series. This is by Andrzej Sapkowski. So I've been recommended this, I can't even remember how many times, so many times. So I've been reading it and I'm about halfway through. It's cool. It feels like lots of interrelated stories, kind of more like short stories. So yeah, really cool. I think there's some great world building in there, really interesting stuff going on, some good characters, so I would recommend that. I finished reading Underworld by Graham Hancock, so that wasn't as good as some of his other books. It was a bit of a long slog. It's a 31-hour audiobook. I mean, I listen to them faster, but it still takes a while to get through. So I did enjoy that. I thought there was some quite interesting stuff in there, but a lot of it seemed very inconclusive. So this was the book about exploring underwater cities, evidence of lost civilizations, and it seemed that a lot of the places that he was exploring can also be explained by geological things, so I don't know. There was nothing firm about that. He has got another book that I'm interested in reading, which is called America Before, so I've got that on Audible, so I'll probably listen to that over the next few weeks. I'm also reading a book called A History of Britain in 100 Places, so again, this is another one that is looking at our ancient history. So the first, I think I'm 7 places into it. And so they've all been kind of Neolithic, kind of early human kind of stuff. So all very interesting to me. Now, what I've really liked recently as well is my son. He's 6. He's going to be 7 in September. He's really starting to get into reading. So he has recently read all of the How to Train Your Dragon books by Cressida Cowell, and he's read the first 2 in the Wizard of Once series, and now he's moved on to Harry Potter. So I couldn't be prouder, to be honest. Very cool. So this Thursday is the release of Wheel of Fortune. I've mentioned before, I don't like this title. It reminds me too much of the game show, but it is a tarot card in a major arcana. Next one after that is called Justice. So over the next week, I'm going to try and do the second draft of that. I don't know if I'll get it complete, but if I can get at least halfway through, I'll be pleased with that. That's going to require me getting up at 4:45 a.m, do my meditation, do my exercises, things like that, and then get started writing before everyone's up at about 5:30. Now, this morning, I broke from that routine, so I got up at 7:20. I needed a lie-in. I was absolutely drained from speaking to scores of people, other authors, all the information from the conference. You know, we drove from Edinburgh to Morecambe last night, so that was quite a few hours as well. So, yeah, just tired this morning. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to have a lie-in, screw it. I'm sure I will pay for that tomorrow when I get up at 4:45, because I am now in dad mode. I'm in, you know, my son's off school for the next, well, it'll be 5 weeks now. And so the only time that I'm going to be able to do any of my work is before he's up. And he usually gets up at about 7, 7:30, something like that. So I'm urging him to have a lie-in every day so I can get more done. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love playing with my son and hanging out with him, and he's really into Pokemon at the moment, so he is talking a lot about Pokemon, which is fine. You know, I used to play the Pokemon games myself, so I can kind of keep up-ish. But I don't know, he can talk about it for hours, and I'm just like, yeah, no, that's great, yeah, so blah blah evolves into a super badger or something, yep, no, that's great. So it's good. I'm glad he's enthusiastic about something. What would be ideal is if he got really enthusiastic about podcast editing or something like that. Finally, I've got an announcement about my Patreon. I think over the last few weeks I've felt as if I don't know whether I'm going to do it anymore, but I'm basically going to give it one last push. I have got things like stories and, you know, post up these podcasts and things like that early. So what I'm thinking of doing is I've got my rewrite of Wizard of the Wasteland. I'm going to start posting that 3 chapters a week. And then obviously I've got Knight of the Wasteland and King of the Wasteland to do as well. And so I'm hoping that having this kind of deadline creeping up on me, that I know I need to get Knight of the Wasteland done and all that. So this will basically push me to get the stuff on there. Now, the stories have had a complete overhaul. They've had a complete rewrite. I've added stuff. I've taken stuff away. So they're different stories. They're different books. If you've read Wizards of the Wasteland before, go on to Patreon now. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. You can read the first chapter for free. It's just open to anyone. And what you'll see is, yeah, it's similar, but you'll probably notice for a start that it's written in past tense now. And I think the writing's better. We get access to Abel's thoughts. There's a lot more going on. And I think, you know, I'm a better storyteller now. I understand story more. So I think it's a tighter story. I'm hoping that it will resonate more with readers. I mean, I still get good reviews for it, but I think now what I've produced is a book that I'll be proud of in 10, 20, 30 years' time, something like that. So I do check that out. It's still in a rough, ready shape. It's not been professionally edited. The original novel was professionally edited and proofread meticulously. It was as perfect as I could make it, and then I've gone in there and tore it all down. So I will basically need a new edit, new proofread and all that. But, you know, it's there, the story's there, you can see what's going on. And so I'm going to post that 3 times a week until that's done. Then I'm going to move on to Night of the Wasteland. I'll probably end up doing the same with the scenes that I've been writing for Black Death. Now, because that is a collaborative work, the way we're doing it is I'm basically writing, 3 points of view within the story, and then the other collaborators writing another point of view. So what I'll probably end up doing is posting those scenes as well. So there's going to be a lot of stuff coming up for patrons. And I think that's going to be my thing going forward. I think what I want to do is, the Ravenglass books, offer the scenes as I write them. And I think what will be interesting is, you know, when I do my second draft of the Ravenglass books, I send them to a couple of alpha readers, and then sometimes I rewrite the scenes and the story pivots or goes in a different direction because it's still, you know, everything to play for really in terms of where the story goes. So it might be that the version that the readers on Patreon read might be different to the version that's published, but I think that is quite cool to have a record of that process. So I'm really excited about this, actually. I think this is a way that I can do it that's sustainable, where it doesn't feel like I'm having to do extra work, but it's also giving some really cool value to people who want to read more of my stuff and kind of have a bit of a glimpse into the ongoing process. Now, there's even part of me thinking, I don't know if there's interest in it, but I might even post my raw dictation to my stories. Now, this will sound insane to anyone who is listening, because when I dictate, I also dictate the punctuation. So you will hear me say things like full stop and open quote and new line and things like that. But if that is something you're interested in, let me know, and it's something I'll consider. So please email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. Same goes if you've got any questions or anything like that. So please do check out my Patreon. It's patreon.com/JonCronshawAuthor. Do that now. Check out what I'm doing. I'm really excited about it and really energised about it. So, if you are interested, if you want to support this podcast, if you want to support me, if you want a glimpse into my writing process and things like that, I'll probably end up sharing things as well, like pictures of my outlines and my crazy scribbles on how I come up with stories, because, I do it probably in a really strange way compared to other authors. So I'll probably start sharing stuff like that to some of the higher tiers, but you can sign up for $1 a month. And as I say, there is stuff on there that is free for anyone to look at. Just scroll through, see what's going on. So thanks again for listening, and please do check that out. So patreon.com/JonCronshaw Author. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending August the 4th, 2019. It's been a bit of a slow week in terms of actual work. I've been in holiday mode, so I've essentially been doing dad stuff. So I went to Blackpool the other day. That was fun. My mum has come to visit, so she's here this weekend. And then next week we've got two lots of friends arriving at different days, so it's been difficult to keep any routine or anything like that. So the only things I've managed to keep doing consistently is the meditation and exercise. The 5 a.m. ups have gone a bit by the wayside. So I've got back to that this morning. I woke up at 5. And now my mum is in my writing room, so I didn't actually get to do any writing. But what I've been doing is I've been reading a book by Andy Pellequin called Darkblade Assassin. I'm planning on doing I suppose you call it like a flagship series. So I want to do a series that is at least 5 books. So epic kind of dark fantasy stuff. So wanting to keep the fantasy thing going. And so what I'm going to do over the next few months is I'm going to read a bunch of fantasy assassin novels. What I want to do is deconstruct them. I want to unpick them. I want to work out how they're structured, what they do, how they work. And I've got ideas for what this series is going to look like. I've got ideas for the world. I think that it's going to be basically a spin-off of the series that I'm on at the minute. So it'll be a spin-off of the Ravenglass Chronicles. It'll be set in that universe. It will have the same magic system. It'll be set in a different location. So I'll refer to different locations throughout the Ravenglass Chronicles. These are places where I would like to tell stories. There's also a big element of this story that will come later in the Ravenglass Chronicles, so I don't really want to spoil that. But this is something that comes in to the last probably 5 or 6 episodes of the Ravenglass Chronicles. So speaking of the Ravenglass Chronicles, I launched Wheel of Fortune this week. So that's episode 10. I'm currently working on a second draft of Justice. So as I say, the writing has been going slowly, so I'm 2 chapters into that. So I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do any serious work on Justice until probably the latter half of the month. But that's fine, I need a holiday, I need breaks. Can't beat myself up about these things. As well as that, I've been posting on Patreon. So I mentioned last week that I was going to start doing more stuff with the Patreon. I've posted the first 4 chapters of the new version of Wizard of the Wasteland. So the first chapter is available for free, so anyone can read it. And then it's just $1 a month to keep up with the chapters. I started off with 4, and then every week I'm going to post Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and there'll be new chapters of something coming out. Now, I've not seen any new subscribers yet from doing this, but I hope that if I keep plugging away at it, keep doing it, keep spreading the word, then that'll hopefully help. I think it might be one of those things where if I don't get any momentum by Christmas, then I will definitely be knocking it on the head. So it's an experiment. I've already been doing it since January, and I figure one last big push, then I can see how it goes. One thing that I might do, as well as the Wasteland stuff, is start posting the Black Death stuff, so people will be able to get a preview of the scenes that I've written before it hits the market. Now, I've been speaking with my collaborator Lynn about what we're going to do with this series, and I think based on his schedule and all these other moving parts that are going on, it's looking like it's either going to be November or February. I think it is. If we can get it November, that's perfect. If not, then we are not going to try and do anything over the Christmas period and instead come back in February with a big launch. So yeah, my head has been all over the place a bit this week, and I think that is just because of being out of the writing. And so I just need to keep reminding myself, don't make any decisions based on where my head is at the moment. So, for example, I've had the great idea of switching my primary genre to space fantasy, space opera kind of stuff. And part of my thinking behind this is basically when you write fantasy, there's an expectation of at least 100,000 words for a novel. Now, if I write space opera, space fantasy, that kind of thing, I can do shorter novels, say 50, 60,000 words. And so it's basically I can produce a story in half the time. Now, my head is full of stories. I've got more stories than I'll probably be able to do with in a lifetime. And so there is part of me thinking, why don't I just write a big, epic space opera series, perhaps a whole bunch of trilogies set in the same universe? And this is a really difficult thing to do, difficult thing to think about, because I would probably enjoy that, but I don't know whether that's training me to think in a very non-linear way. You know, I want readers to know what to expect when they buy one of my books. And at the moment, the only thing that is really linking my series is the idea that I build characters that create deep emotional connections. So I'm really interested in creating deep characters that you spend a lot of time with. You know, that's in my Wasteland series, that's in my Gambit series, that's in my Ravenglass Chronicles. But of course, not everyone who reads fantasy reads post-apoc and vice versa. And so if I'm adding another genre, even though for me, I think of sci-fi and fantasy as being pretty much the same thing, I know that when it comes to subgenres, there will be people who are really into space opera but won't read military sci-fi. And so there's that crossover issue that I'm going to have, and I'll essentially be building a new audience and all this stuff, and therein lies the frustration, I think. And of course there's the flip argument of I need to love what I'm doing, and I need to be passionate, I need to be enthusiastic, and I write better when I'm enthusiastic. If I'm really into a project, I'm super productive. If I'm not, then I will find any reason in the world to procrastinate. So I don't know. This is why it's like annoying when I have these holidays, why I have these breaks, because I default to kind of self-reflection, I think. And so I don't know. I'm still committed to basically clearing the backlog of stuff that I've got in progress. You know, I was thinking the other day, I'm basically sitting on 7 drafts in various states. So this is the 3 books in the Black Death trilogy. I've got Black Death London, I've got Cleric of the Wasteland, I've got Blind Reset, and I've got Justice, which is in my Ravenglass Chronicles, and that's not counting the non-fiction books, of which I have 3 in draft form. I've got plans for another one. So I'm just seeing this as a blip. I'll write stuff down. I'll keep a note of it. My priority's got to be the Ravenglass Chronicles. I think with my new schedule of getting up at 4:45, then it'd be great if I could get out a first draft of an episode of the Ravenglass Chronicles each week. If I can do that, that means I will be able to have a first draft ready of the entire series by Christmas. Now, this might be difficult to actually do just because I know that I've got things like the Black Death trilogy to launch and things like that. So I don't know. You know, I am really excited about the Ravenglass Chronicles and where they're headed. At the end of Justice, which is the episode that I am working on at the moment, there's a massive game changer and the story takes another unexpected turn. And so it almost feels like I'm going to be going into a fresh project. It's the same character, but there's a big change with the character. There's a big change with the world and the expectations. The stakes are different. The motivation's different. And so this is going to be a 5-episode arc, which will then lead nicely into the last 6 books, which will be where the story climaxes. Now, there's a possibility that because of the way the cards are, the tarot cards, you know, this is a thing based on the tarot. If you remember way back, I wrote The Fool, which was the original story. The Fool is card 0. It's also card 22, so I had that originally as the first story, and then I stuck it together with The Magician. So I have got room if I need an extra episode to wrap things up. I can do the Fool again. I can have episode 22 as the Fool. So it might be that I'll do that. It might not. I'd like to just get it wrapped up by book 21. So I'm kind of chomping at the bit to get writing this next episode, but I know that I'm not going to be able to start it until September. So what I'm going to try and do, if I can, I've got The Hangman outlined, which is book 12. So I think I might try and outline the next 4 books after that as well, and aim to get all those drafted by October half term. And then after October half term, just get down with finishing the series. So that's basically a long way of saying that I just need to get on with what I'm doing and ignore my brain when it tries to send me in different directions. Please do check out my Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. Hopefully next week my mind will be a little bit more focused, but we'll see where we're at. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending August the 12th, 2019. This episode is going to be a little bit different to usual, so I'm just going to give a bit of a warning ahead that I'm probably going to talk about some things that are quite difficult. And, if you are easily upset, then maybe just switch this one off. So this week, I found out my dad died. Not only did he die, he took his own life. So he hung himself. And I don't tend to talk about stuff that is too personal on these podcasts. I mean, I talk about my life, things I'm doing, but I've definitely avoided talking about my past. And I think that part of this is because I had a very challenging upbringing. And I think the stuff that's happened this week has just kind of brought that back. So I'm just going to talk about it now. And I don't know why. I just feel the need to, really. I think what I found weird, to be honest, is I've got friends and my wife who have reacted kind of more upset than I am. They seem more hit by it. I've been estranged from my dad for a couple of years. So have my other brothers and sisters. And the reason for this is because he was an abusive twat when we were growing up. I grew up in a home with a lot of violence. My dad was on drugs throughout my childhood. He was in and out of prison. He was violent. He was mean. He was spiteful. He played power games. And so it's difficult for me to mourn this man. And yeah, he's my dad. He brought me up, kind of, but at the same time he didn't. He might have been there, but he wasn't really present, if that makes sense. I was talking to my brother about this, and how you get people who wear those "What Would Jesus Do" bands. I've always thought of myself as having a "What Would Dad Do" bands, and then do the opposite. Because I just think he was the absolute worst role model. And over the past few years, he met my son a couple of times. I was trying to have a bit of a relationship with him. My mum finally divorced him about 4 or 5 years ago. Now, I think she should have divorced him, 20 years ago, maybe longer. And this was on the back of quite a violent incident where if it had gone another way, she could probably be dead by now. So there was all this, there was all the drugs. I've grown up and I've had friends die. There was big problems where I grew up in Wolverhampton. So I've had friends I grew up with who died as a result of heroin or in prison, or they've got into stuff to do with gangs. And I got away from that. There were basically 3 ways out of where I was. It was boxing, music, or education. And I did the education thing. And it was only through force of will and having this real drive to get as far away from that situation as possible that led me to going to university, that led me to doing a PhD. I was the first person in my family to go to university. I did a PhD, and now I'm writing books. And this shouldn't be the path for someone with my upbringing. If you go with the narrative, the usual narrative, the victim narrative that goes on, where you are a product of your upbringing, that you're almost fated to be like your parents or something like that. And I've always just thought, fuck that. I'm not a victim. I've looked to successful people who've done well. I've found other role models. I've tried to model them. It's been hard. It's been a struggle. I'm not where I want to be financially yet. I'm lucky that I've got a really supportive wife. And, you know, I've got the blindness as well. You know, I'm going blind. I should have that victim mentality. I should feel sorry for myself. But I don't. You know, it drives me. And it makes me want to do better. And, you know, if there is a lesson from his life, that's it. It's like, don't do what he did. You know, don't live your life trying to be the master of your own little world by bringing other people around you down. Don't just spend it on drugs, doing benefit fraud, robbing, doing violence. It was like the things I was hearing about him over the past few years. You know, I'd hear about him getting a job for a couple of weeks and then he'd lose it because he smashed up the place, or, you know, he'd have assaulted someone and they had to have reconstructive surgery, or he'd turn up at someone's house with a knife. And, you know, I wish I was in a position to feel bad. I wish I could mourn him. I wish I could grieve him. And I can't. And I know that sounds terrible. You know, he's my dad. But he added so little value to my life. Like, I was thinking about memories, trying to come up with happy memories. And there was nothing really I could come up with before, you know, the age of 6. I remembered that he'd like made a treasure map for me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. And, you know, we stained it with tea and he made up a story about this treasure and all this stuff. And he used to bring back books, like Thomas the Tank Engine books. But, you know, I was 3, 4 years old, something like that. So they were the things I remembered. They were the kind of positive, happy thoughts that I remembered. And then what? Nothing else. Which is really sad, which is a really shit legacy to have, isn't it? That's just fucking awful. And then I think about the way he died, the way he killed himself, and his brother killed himself. And so I've known, you know, I've had 2 people very close to me who have taken their own life, and it's hard. It's a hard thing to kind of comprehend, because there is part of you that goes, okay, what if they'd done this? What if they'd done that? Could I have helped? And when my Uncle Ian died, you know, he was more like a father figure to me when I was growing up. So he would take me places. He taught me fishing. He taught me, you know, he bought me my first guitar. He took me to go and see steam trains and all this stuff, and basically got me away from my dad. So when he took his own life, I mean, it was when I was doing my PhD, so it was over a decade ago now. Like, that hit me hard. That was really hard. That was like, I grieved about that for a while. And I've seen suicide for a while. It has like, it's almost like the result of depression. It is the kind of final nail in the depression illness. And there's been part of me kind of worried about that kind of thing, you know, because I have on and off had depression and things like that. And I don't believe I am fated to do that. I don't believe I'm fated to make the same mistakes. And the sad thing is with my dad is I realised quite a few years ago, I worked out that, okay, he's either, within the next few years, he's going to, you know, after the divorce came through, my mum, I thought he's either going to kill himself, he's going to have some kind of drug overdose, or someone is going to kill him because he's a violent twat and he's going to hurt the wrong person. And so it was the first one. He did hang himself. And I think the thing that I found I found the whole thing really sad, just sad. But I think one of the sad things about it is he's been living in like this community accommodation for quite a few years now. You know, he went into a hostel after divorce and then ended up in like these community houses where there are other people who were probably in a similar situation, you know, maybe having addiction problems and things like that. And the police reckon that it had been about 3 weeks. So like, just no one had seen him. Nobody had bothered. And it's sad. It's like, what? I think about my legacy quite a bit. And what I want people to see my life as being the things I've achieved. Now, this could be in terms of books. This could be in terms of actually, you know, being a good, attentive father, being a good husband, that kind of thing. And having people who care, leaving people who care behind. You know, it sounds like a harsh thing, but I'd like to think that people will mourn my passing. And, you know, I've got two sisters and a brother, and we were all talking about this, and it's just like, it's just a very weird feeling. It's a very weird feeling just to think that, we were all estranged from him and we all had very different reasons for being estranged from him. Usually just because of the way he was, the way he acted, things he'd done to us, things he'd done to people we care about. So, I don't know. It's an odd one. And it does just put things into perspective with life and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very ambivalent about it all. I think that's probably the thing. That there is a real sadness, a real deep sadness to the whole situation. And, he's got quite a few brothers and sisters. And, I mean, his brother, I just can't imagine how he's feeling. He's had 2 of his brothers take their own lives. And that must be just horrible to think about. And I think the thing that people who take their own lives, they don't consider... I mean, maybe they do. Maybe, I hate to say this, but maybe he did it to almost have this as a bit of a last power thing or something. I don't know. Like, the fact that I'm even thinking that, I think says a lot about him. But I don't know. It's not good. People who take their own lives, some people say it's like a coward's way out, and I don't necessarily agree with that, because I do think that with things like depression and whatever, like, people aren't necessarily thinking right, but there is a double sense of loss for people. There's the death, there's the mourning that goes with that. And then there's the self-reflection on, am I to blame? Did I do something? Should I feel guilty? Now, I don't feel guilty for being estranged from him. And the reason is as I've outlined, the violence and not feeling comfortable having him near my child and things like that. And I say that, but at the same time, he had my number. And I said, call me whenever. If you need anything, just let me know. I did have the olive branch there. I said, if you ever want to come and stay in Morecambe for a bit, you can. And he never called. And I think over the few years, the only times I did hear from him was his phone would be in his pocket. He'd make a bum call. He'd call me and I'd just hear his pocket. Just hear the noise of him walking or whatever. So he had my number. And I don't know. He just didn't... I think he just expected everyone else to come to him. And yeah, as I say, everything he did is just like the opposite of what a rational, good person should do. So, I don't know. It's, as I say, it's an odd one. It's an odd one. And I think I'm going to leave it there anyway. I'm glad to have got that off my chest a bit. I don't even know why I shared it really, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll give you some clues as to why I write the things that I do, the themes I work with. I mean, the addiction one is obviously, that runs through my Wasteland series. That's a big thing that I've tried to get my head around, and I don't know, maybe you can pull something from that. I don't know. But I think I do and have found it difficult to share quite personal things. I'm quite a private person, really. I know I do these author diaries, but they're more kind of practical, just, things I've been doing, and not so reflective, not to the past anyway. So I don't know whether this will be a regular thing I do, or whether this will just be a one-off. I hope. I don't know. I don't know where I hope. I don't know what I'm saying. But I'm probably not going to edit this either. So I sometimes edit my author diaries just to, make them a bit tighter. But yeah, probably won't edit this. So anyway, I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks for listening. And, just thanks for listening. It does mean a lot anyway. So I do appreciate each and every listener to this, and to people who buy my books, because it does mean a lot. So yeah, I'll shut up now. Right, bye. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in August the 18th, 2019. I went on holiday this week. If you listened to last week's episode, then you'll know that it's not been an easy couple of weeks. So I spoke about how my dad died last week, and I guess his legacy, and all it's done is made me more determined to be a better dad for my son. And so I had a really good week away, we went to Northumberland, a place called Beadnell. Now, I love the Northumberland coast. It was going to Holy Island, I think it was in like 2011, something like that inspired me to write my Ravenglass Chronicles series. So that's a series that's been bubbling in my head for a long time. And I'm sure that if you read a lot of the descriptions, you'll be able to see that coastline in the story. So even though I was on holiday mode, I still got up at 4:45am to get some work done while everyone else was sleeping. So I managed to get the second draft done of Justice, which is book 11 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. I felt like I've been with this story for ages, this particular one. I think just because of the summer holidays and the fact that I've not been drafting any of the other ones. So I've just finished working on draft 3 of chapter 1. So I'm going to keep getting up, keep doing that. It's still summer holidays for another few weeks. So I just need to keep plodding along with that. So as well as that, I have also been starting to plan out what's going to be a bit of a flagship series. So I've decided on my genre, I've decided what I'm going to do. I know my head's been all over the place, flipping between different genres, but I am going to stick to fantasy. My flagship series is going to be in the same world that I'm already writing, so it's going to be set in the Ravenglass universe. However, it's going to be set in a different country, have different characters. It's going to be a bit darker. It's going to be focused on a pair of best friends who are street kids. They're thieves, but then they become assassins, so it's about their journey. I've outlined the prequel, so this is a story that I'm really excited to get into. And I've also got some major plot points down for book 1, and what I'm going to keep doing is just adding stuff to outlines, because this is a series where I do want to do several books. I think these characters are really strong. I think there's a lot of different stories that can be told with them, and so I'm just going to keep planning different story arcs, different outlines while I'm doing the Ravenglass books. And then hopefully by the time I come to actually start writing, when I've cleared the backlog of other projects, because that is still a priority, I will be able to go full force into this series, concentrate on it fully, and have it as the series that really cements my position as a fantasy author. I'm feeling really confident with it. I feel like the story is there already, and I think it's one of those things where it's both familiar enough and original enough to be attractive to readers. So that's my hope, anyway. I've been reading I Shall Wear Midnight by Terry Pratchett. I'm about halfway through that. Great book. Really like the Tiffany Aiken stories. I think they're some of his strongest in terms of writing and emotion. And so I'm probably going to get that done over the next few days, get that finished. So I would really recommend that. I'd recommend all of Terry Pratchett's Discworld books, to be honest. Apart from maybe Eric, which was a bit crap. So I've been carrying on posting Wizard of the Wasteland, the rewrite, onto Patreon. They can read the first chapter for free. That's available to everyone. I've also been posting some short stories and articles. And obviously you get access to my author diary earlier. So please do go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And for just $1 a month, you can support this podcast. You can support my work. And you can get access before anyone else to the Wizard of the Wasteland rewrite. And finally, I just want to say thank you to everyone who reached out to me through emails and DMs last week. I know I responded to everyone in person, but it means a lot to know that there's people listening and that the issues that I talked about are important. You know, some people shared some very touching stories, so thank you. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the weekend in August the 25th, 2019. This week has been a bit of a mixed bag. The virus knocked me about for a couple of days, so I ended up in bed. It did give me an opportunity to read a big chunk of Anthony Ryan's book called Blood Songs, which is book 1 in his Raven's Shadow series. So this is a grim, dark, epic fantasy set around a military order. There's a lot of mysteries about the guy's past, about his dad, about his mother, this kind of stuff. So it's really interesting, really good story, really into the characters, so that's good. I managed to finish my third draft of Justice, so this is book 11 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. This means it's now ready for the editor. So I'm going to send that off and have a think about what I'm going to do next week, because I'm still planning to get up at 5 a.m. to do work. It's the last week of the summer holidays. Now looking forward to September. I think there are going to be a few things that will disrupt me along the way. So there's going to be my dad's funeral, which I'm still not 100% whether I'm going to go to that yet. It basically depends on whether it clashes with our new kitchen being fitted. And obviously with the kitchen being fitted, that means that there's going to be someone working in my house for probably a week, which will no doubt have an impact on my word count, on my ability to focus, that kind of thing. So I don't know what I'm going to do that week. It's probably going to be just a focused editing week. I'll probably get Black Death finished and edited, all tied up. Next episode is going to be my 100th episode. Part of me thinks that I should do something special for that. And so if you've got any ideas or suggestions or anything like that, please do email me. It's john@joncronshaw.com. On the latest episode of the Sci-Fi Roundtable podcast, I was joined by Zachary Wheeler and Damon Ballard to talk to author Rick Tye about interdimensional motorcycles. So go to sfrtpodcast.libsyn.com or find it on iTunes. Just search for Sci-Fi Roundtable. Finally, I've been continuing to post on my Patreon, so I'm about halfway through posting the rewritten version of Wizard of the Wasteland. So I'm dropping a chapter on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. And so if you want to have a first look at that, the new rewritten version, go to patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And for as little as $1 a month, you can have access to stories, articles, exclusive podcasts. So please do check that out. So until next time, cheerio. That's ridiculous. Because we're now in September, that means that my normal writing schedule will start on Monday. Really looking forward to that. Now, things are going to be a bit different than they were earlier in the year. So my old writing schedule used to be I'd write Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. My wife would be around on Thursday, so I'd do lots of editing and marketing kind of tasks. And on Friday, write again. My wife's day has changed, so she will now be having days off on Tuesdays. And so it's making me think that maybe Monday should be dedicated to something like marketing and editing, those kind of tasks, and then having those 3 days as solid first draft writing days. I don't know yet what's going to happen. It might just be that I throw myself into the writing on the Monday. I just find it very hard to write first draft stuff when there's somebody else around. Maybe that's something that I just need to get over. So if you've been listening to this podcast for a while, you know that I've been telling myself not to start new projects until I've cleared the backlog. Well, I have. So this past week, I wasn't really sure what I was going to write. I think I got to the end of doing my third draft of Justice just a little bit faster than I expected. And if you recall, I released a book last year that was the first book in the Ravenglass Chronicles called The Fool. Now, this was a short novelette. This was a free introduction to the series. And so I used this to get people interested. And because it was book 0, because The Fool is Tarot Card 0, Amazon would not let me include this book as part of the series. So that was really frustrating to me. And what I ended up doing was taking the text from The Fool and putting it as the first part of The Magician. So book 1, The Magician, is basically a combination of The Fool and The Magician, which has actually worked out well because that's brought it out of the short reads category on Amazon. So, you know, it's a nice meaty novella length rather than being on the short end. So that's good. I'm pleased that I did that. And I think that The Magician ends on a stronger note than The Fool did originally. So what I've done this past week is I've actually written a story called The Fool. And so this is a prequel, and it's a proper prequel. Try saying that several times. Whereas The Fool was basically a first act in this longer arc. The Fool is actually a proper prequel. It's set about 9 months before the events of the main series, and it's a nice novella length. And I basically hammered through the first draft of it this week. My wife and son went to Centre Parks for a day with some friends, so I just stayed at home because the idea of spending a day in a crazy busy swimming pool without peripheral vision isn't much fun. So I just focused on my work, and I did a 16-hour day. That's not an exaggeration. I got up at 4:45, and I think I finished working at about 10 at night. And in that as well, I had a conversation with a mentor. So I have been getting help to improve my author career from a very successful author. So this has been really useful, really great, got a lot of great advice. And I think I spoke to him after about 14 hours worth of dictation. So I think my voice was a little bit ropey. And then on Friday, I started with the edits and then went back to bed. So I got up at 5, did edits for a while, did about 3,000 words, and then I went back to bed and I was completely wiped out, absolutely exhausted. So I'm not making a habit of these crazy long days. It's just that I knew that I had this big window where I wouldn't have to do things like sort my son's breakfast, sort out his tea. And so, I managed to get this story done. First draft complete. Really pleased with the story. We find out how Kat and Hansel first met. We get hints at some things that will play out further in the story. I mean, this will be something that I'll give to people who sign up to my newsletter. I'll send a copy to people who are already on my newsletter. So it's just a bonus. And it's something that I've not had in terms of marketing, because with my Wasteland series, I've got a book called Addicts of the Wasteland, which really helped draw people into the series. So giving that book away for free and then using joint promotions and things like that to get people interested in the series, get them onto my mailing list, that kind of thing, so I could tell them about the Wasteland series. And I had that with the original version of The Fool, but obviously because of the almighty Amazon and their unwillingness to bend on the issue of the series number. So now I've got something anyway that I can use to attract new readers. And of course I've already got a cover, so even better. So next week my intention is to start work on The Hanged Man, which is book 12 in the Ravenglass Chronicles. I'm pretty sure that by the end of the week I should have a first draft. That's my intention anyway. And the week after that, my dad's funeral is on the Thursday. Now, I've said before I wasn't sure whether I was going. I am, just for the day. So I'm literally going down to Wolverhampton for the funeral and then travelling back up to Morecambe on the day. It's more to be there as a shoulder for my sisters and my mother, and just to draw a line under the whole thing, if that makes sense. So I've been trying to think of what I should do when we're getting our kitchen fitted, which is going to be mid-September, whatever that means. So I think that's going to be probably the third week. So again, going back to the not starting new projects, I have started another non-fiction project, but I have put another non-fiction project on hold. And so what I'm wanting to do is a book called The Stoic Writer. So I've been reading a lot of Stoicism. When I did my philosophy degree in, 2000 to 2004, I was really interested in Stoicism. And so I'm actually going to show how using Stoicism you can have a successful author mindset. So after I finished getting the Fool finished and doing those edits and, had my going back to bed thing, when I got up, I gathered lots of quotes by people like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca and things like that, things that I thought would resonate with authors. And so I'm going to combine them together with my own commentaries and show how this ancient wisdom, this is stuff from 2,000 years ago, how this stuff is still relevant today, how it's important, how Stoicism is actually perfect for times like these where there's a lot of uncertainty and chaos. So I'm really looking forward to writing that. I'm going to do that in the week when I've got someone working in my house, so I can't dictate. So I'm just going to be writing on the keyboard, writing commentaries. And it's going to be bitty as well. So I might write 300 words about a quote. And so if I do get distracted, do get disturbed, it's not going to diminish my flow particularly. So that's my plan for that week. That should be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a different way to how I've done non-fiction books before, which is basically me just doing a bit of a brain splurge and then arranging it once I've got it out of my head. This one's going to be a bit more focused. It's not going to be academic, but it's going to require more of a academic approach, I think is how I'd put it. But obviously the style will not be academic at all, and it's going to be written for a general audience. Hopefully it'll inspire some people, because I love Stoicism. I think it's great. It's really helped me with my mindset, my self-discipline and things like that. So I think it's an important book that I'm looking forward to write. So as well as that, I've also compiled the Black Death series. That is now off with the collaborator. So it's with him now. He needs to add about 5,000 words to each book. So this will be expanding his scenes or adding new scenes. He'll be doing a pass on mine, I think. So it's out of my hands for a while. Hopefully it'll get done in a not too distant future. Would really like to get 2 Ravenglass books drafted this next month. And so hopefully when it comes to October and I get these books back, we'll be at a point where we won't be too far from releasing. So stay tuned. Hopefully it's not too far away. So I was really excited this week to see that one of my favourite bands have released a new album for the first time in, I think it's like 13 years. So Tool have a new album out. It's really good. Really good. So if you are a fan of progressive metal, check it out, because it's a great album. It sounds a bit of a cliche or a bit cheesy or even a bit pretentious, but they're not songs. They're like musical experiences. They're like journeys. They're 12, 13-minute long, and they feel like stories. They've got structure to them that doesn't feel like normal songs, and it's almost like this hypnotic thing that you get with listening to Tool. So, yeah, really good. I think it's the best album they've done since Anima, so highly recommend that. I finished reading Blood Songs by Anthony Ryan. Really enjoyed that book. Again, another highly recommended title. This was the epic fantasy, kind of grimdark style with a religious military order. I like how it developed. I like the ambiguity of the characters. You know, there was no black and white, there was no good guys, no bad guys. It was just a lot of flawed people trying to get through life. And I've also started a book called Nevernight, which is another grimdark fantasy. This is one about a 10-year-old girl who gets trained as an assassin. So this is another grim, really grim, gritty fantasy story. It's set in a city that is the skeleton of a god or a giant or something, which is really cool world building. And the narration is, I don't know, it's kind of meta in a way. It makes references to other fantasy stories. It pokes fun at fantasy conventions, the references, and lets you know when it's going against the hero's journey, story structure and things like that. So it's very clever. It's gritty as hell. A lot of bad language, a lot of gore. You know, I've just listened to a scene where the main character gets her arm chopped off at the elbow, and it just seems like a very horrible place to live. So I wouldn't want to live there. And so this is episode 100 of the podcast. I just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who's listened, who's come along with me for the journey. I know there's some of you who've been with me since episode 1, which is amazing. I did have some ideas for doing something a bit different, but then I thought, screw it, I've done a lot this week, so this will probably go long. So there you go, super long episode. There's your treat, episode 100. Woohoo! So finally, I continue to post stuff on Patreon. I will no doubt start posting the new version of The Fool as I go through the chapters, get them closer to a final draft. So this will probably be a earlier version, a pre-edited, pre-beta reader version. So you'll be able to see what a terrible writer I am, really. And then, of course, I'll continue to post the Wasteland series. So the rewrite of Wizard of the Wasteland is going up. That's going up on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. When I start posting The Fool, I'll probably do it on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and then, of course, there's the usual things of short stories. You get this podcast a day early, you get other podcast episodes, stuff that's not available anywhere else. You know, I've got some articles that I write about music and loads of different stuff, so please do check that out. You'll get a lot of value from it for $1 a month. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending September the 8th. I've had a productive week, but it's been a difficult week. I started work on Book 12 of the Ravenglass Chronicles. Book 11 is complete, it's been edited, it's been formatted, it's ready to go. That's going to come out on September the 12th. Now, I've done 4 chapters on Book 12. This is called The Hangman. And I've been finding it really slow work, so I think what I need to do is go back, revisit my outline. I think I've basically outlined it and thought, oh, I'll fill in some of the gaps when I go along, and so that's given me some resistance. So I just need to go back and do that. So what I've done instead is I have focused my attention on writing a non-fiction book. So I've written a book about author mindset called The Stoic Writer. And so what I've done is I've brought together lots of quotes by Epictetus, Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, people like that. And then I've written commentaries on those quotes about how they can be applied by authors. Now, I'll race through the first draft of that, and then I've done the second draft. So I've now sent that off to a bunch of beta readers. So I'm hoping to have that out quite soon. I've made me a cover. You know, non-fiction covers aren't as detailed and intricate as fiction ones. And because I can use things like Photoshop, it's actually not too taxing for me to put covers together for books like this. So that means I'm going to have 4 non-fiction books that are pretty much ready to go now. I've got one that's called 50 Ways to Generate Fiction Ideas, which is one that I'll give away for free for people who sign up to my mailing list. And this basically goes over different ways you can generate ideas for stories, get inspiration, things like that. Then I've got a book called Finish Your First Novel, which is basically an expanded, improved version of Stop Booking Around, which is a book that I put together last year. And then I've got Podcasting for Authors. So there's going to be all these non-fiction books that will come out in a short space of time. I do have a fourth non-fiction book that I want to write, which is all about productivity and time management and things like that. Getting past procrastination, self-discipline. So that one needs writing. I've got it outlined, I've got it planned. I know what the different chapters are going to look like. It's all in my head, but it's just getting it on the page now. And to be honest, I might end up doing it next week because I don't think my head's in fiction at the moment. It's my dad's funeral next week. Not particularly looking forward to it, but I want to go to support my sisters, my mum, and I don't know whether that is one of those things that's kind of gnawing at the back of my head. I don't know. But I need to carry on with the second draft of the new version of The Fool, get that finished. I'm about halfway through that. And then I think after my dad's funeral, I've got the week after that, which is when we're having a new kitchen fitted. So there's going to be someone here all week hammering and bumbling around downstairs. So I think it's just going to be the next few weeks are going to be focused on editing. And I've got a friend coming on the 20th to stay as well. So that weekend will be a write-off in terms of work. So it's going to be the last week of September, really, before I can start to draft stuff again. And to be honest, I think that's when I'm going to start doing the Hangman. Messes up my schedule a bit, but I have got a lot of things in the backlog that need editing. So, Blind Reset, Cleric of the Wasteland, these non-fiction books. I really want to get these non-fiction books out to the world as soon as possible, just so I can get some cash flow, because I'm halfway through the Ravenglass Chronicles. I've put together the first 2 novels of this series. This is basically a novella series that I'm doing, but I'm writing them so that they end the end of book 4, the end of book 11, and then the final book as novels. So the way it's looking is probably going to be a trilogy, depending on the word counts for these next 5 books. It could be a quadrilogy, a quartet, whatever the word is. And so I am writing it with that in mind. But I don't want to do that thing where I'm just basically padding it out for the word count. I want the story to have what it needs. And if it means releasing a trilogy, that's great. So, yeah, I'm going to do that. And then I want to buy some really, really good covers, probably illustrated. I want to get some maps done. I want to go all out on this epic fantasy kind of thing. So I guess I just need to get on with writing. I finished reading a book called Nevernight by J. Kristoff. I love this. I thought this was really good. Very clever, kind of grimdark assassin fantasy. It's gory, it's a bit smutty, it's just really dark, really grim, really gritty. So I've gone straight on to book 2 called God's Grave, and I'm already about 20% in, and I'm really enjoying it. So I would highly recommend that series, but it's not for kids. And if you're easily offended by most things that you could find offensive, then probably not for you. So I'm continuing to post on my Patreon page. I'm already getting quite a way through the new version of Wizard of the Wasteland. It kind of makes me think, okay, I probably need to carry on with the rewrite of Book 2, which is Night of the Wasteland. Because what I want to do is when that's finished is just go straight on to Book 2. And so hopefully that'll keep me motivated to keep this rewrite up and to do the best job that I can, because that is starting to catch up. So if you do want to support me and support this podcast, you can do so for as little as $1 a month. For $1 a month, you get all access to the stories. You get this podcast a day early. So visit patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. That's JONCRONSHAW. Finally, I just want to mention that the episode of the Sci-Fi Roundtable that went live is all about blind authors and blind characters. Now, obviously, I'm severely visually impaired. I have a guide dog called Digit, who I probably don't mention enough. But we had a roundtable with another blind author, Wesley Britton. Now, he's completely blind. He's got the same condition as me, which is called retinitis pigmentosa. And he is in his 60s, so his condition is much further along than mine. He's completely blind. So it's really cool to have a conversation about the experience of being a blind author and talking about some of the tools we use, talk about some of the issues we have, talk about the way we deal with characters and descriptions and things like that. So I think, for me anyway, it was fascinating. I think to anyone else listening, it should be interesting and different just to see, I guess, a different slant on the world. So please do check that out. Either look up Sci-Fi Roundtable on wherever you get your podcast, or if you go to sfrtpodcast.libsyn, that's libsyn.com, and then you'll be able to see the podcast feed. And there's loads of stuff on there. We're quite the way in there with the episodes. We've been releasing at least an episode a week for over 6 months now. Last week I had Shane Thomas reading a chapter from my book Blind Gambit, so I've not got an audio book of that yet, but my plan is that when Blind Reset is finished, I want to get a audiobook done of books 1 and 2. So this will mean that it will be a decent length audiobook. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending September the 15th, 2019. This week has been a bit of a struggle. So it was my dad's funeral on Thursday, and so that was a bit of a weird and awkward day. You know, lots of people have different sides. I saw the side of him that was not a good person, and then hearing people talk about him, you know, because he did put on this side of being quite chirpy, quite chipper to other people, and so people had memories of him being generous and things like this, so it was really strange. But as I say, I went down there to be a support for my mum and my sisters, and so it was literally a flying visit. Me and my wife went down there, arrived at about 11:30, you know, it's a 2.5 hour drive, and then we went to the funeral. We had lunch afterwards at the wake and then headed back. And so my writing has kind of gone a bit on the back burner this week. I was looking, and as a combination of first draft and editing, I got 10,000 words done total this week. Now, during the summer holidays, my average was somewhere around 12,000. And then before that, it was in the region of 35,000, something like that. And what I've been finding is real resistance. I've not had resistance like this since when I was writing Blind Gambit, which is just like, it's a real struggle to write. And what I've done in the past is I've gone back to outlines, or I've tried to work out what it is that is causing the resistance, because I am not a believer in writer's block or anything like that. And so I was thinking, okay, what is it that is causing resistance on this story? And then it hit me. It's just a complete coincidence in terms of timing, but I am basically writing a book with the title of the cause of my dad's death. So I'm writing a book called The Hanged Man. He hung himself. There we go. That explains the resistance. So I am working through the draft slowly. It needs writing. I'm going to get through it. It's just a bit of a messed up coincidence that I didn't kind of make the conscious connection until, you know, a few days before the funeral. I thought, that's why. So that's a bit odd. That's like a bit of a crazy one to try and get my head around, but, you know, I'm doing it, and I've been editing The Fool, and I think it's actually making my edit of The Fool, my second draft, better, because, again, this is just complete coincidence in terms of timing, but the main theme running through The Fool is the idea of grief and loneliness and things like that. So I've got my main character kind of longing for her father after his death, and so I don't know what's the word? It's not serendipity, is it? But some kind of coincidence. I don't know. Synchronicity, maybe. Yeah, there's just a weird synchronicity going on with it. And so I know that it's hard to write. I don't know I'm going to get through it. And I think because of the rawness of it, it'll make for a better reading experience, a better story, more honest story. So, yeah. What I'm saying is there might be a delay in the next episode. But, you know, episode 11 has just come out again with the coincidences. Synchronicity Justice came out on the day of the funeral. And I'm now releasing the box set, bringing together the first 11 episodes of the Ravenglass Chronicles. So for the first week or so, I'm going to have that at 99 cents, which probably seems crazy, but, you know, it's a early incentive. I want as many people as possible to get into this series to read it. And so I've got a whole bunch of things set up, like adverts and paid promotions and stuff. So that was the thing that I was mainly working on this week. So even though I haven't been writing, which, you know, is the core of what I do, I have been able to set up listings and promos and arrange cross-promotion with other authors and things like that. So, I mean, this box set is more than 800 pages on Kindle. I don't know what page count really means on a Kindle, to be honest. Because when I've done these as paperbacks before, when I've put a Kindle thing together as a paperback, the word counts usually far exceed what Amazon says it is. So who knows? But as I get paid for page reads, I don't mind taking a hit on the 99 cents, 99 pence kind of price point for people who aren't in Kindle Unlimited. You know, I just want people to read the story. So next week's going to be a bit crazy because we've got a guy coming around to fit a new kitchen, and he's going to be doing the floors in our hall as well. So it's going to be a bit chaotic. I don't know what we're going to do for food. I think there's going to be a lot of like microwave meals and pot noodles and things like that. Actually, we've got a slow cooker, so I'm sure I can rustle up some stews and things. Just a bit concerned about, you know, refrigeration and things like that. But that's going to be disruptive. I'm not going to be able to do dictating that week, I don't think. I'll probably get some done in my first writing session, which is between 5:30 and 7:30 in the morning. And then everything else is going to be editing and second drafting and things like that, which is fine because I do have a lot of things that I need to edit and second draft. So if I can get the full finish next week, that would be great. I'd also like to get the Hangman finished as well, because I just need that out of the way. Now, going way, way back, one of the first things I released before I released Wizard of the Wasteland was a collection of fantasy stories called Her Name Was Red. And the title story for that is basically where I am at now in the Ravenglass Chronicles series. So I have a short story that's about 12,000 words that is kind of where I first pictured this series starting. So it's the same character, it's the same story I've been writing to this episode for a long time. It's also one of the things that I've written that has most resonated with readers in the past. So what I am going to do is, because this story is written in first person, is I'm basically going to use that as my first draft. I'm going to rewrite it, I'm going to expand it, going to add bits here and there. So it'll be a novella length, it'll be within the series, but I've essentially cut out a little bit of work for me by having this episode done. So that's quite cool. I mean, obviously it means more editing and things like that, but that's, you know, needs doing. So my non-fiction book, The Stoic Writer, is now with beta readers, and I've started to get the first bits of feedback for that. It's going down pretty well, so that's good. Really want to start getting these non-fiction books out as soon as possible. I've got things that I'm starting to arrange for that as well, like podcast interviews and doing panels at conferences and things like that. So I'm just putting together pitches for things like that because, you know, as an author, as a full-time author, I need to think of different revenue streams, different ways I can pay my bills and feed my family. Non-fiction is a different revenue stream. It works different to fiction. So that's something I'm going to focus on and try and build up over the next year. You know, I'd like to offer things like coaching services and things like that as well on the side. So help people with motivation and offer a sounding board for stories and things like that. So I just need to kind of get all my ducks in a row for that and then get these non-fiction books out there. So as well as the writing stuff I've been reading, I'm reading Fool's Assassin by Robin Hobb. Now, I have a bit of a mixed relationship with Robin Hobb. I love the Farseer series. This is the first book in the third trilogy of that. I think it's really well done. I love the character's voice and things like that. Everything else I've read by her, I think completely sucks. Because it's first person, I think she adopts the voice of the main character and not her own writing voice as a third person omniscient writer who uses too many adverbs. So I'm very much enjoying the story. It's a bit of a weird one because, you know, it's called Fool's Assassin. He's meant to be an assassin in the series. There's very little in the way of him being an assassin. And I'm about a third through and I'm still waiting for the story to start. So it's a long book and it's just stuff happening at the moment. But as I say, I really like the voice. I really like the character. I've invested a lot of time in this world. So I'm sure by the end of the third book, there'll be a story, I hope. So finally, please remember I've been posting on my Patreon page. You get this podcast a day early and I'm posting the rewritten version of Wizard of the Wasteland. So a chapter of that is dropping every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. I've also been posting articles and short stories, some things that, you know, I've not posted anywhere else. And you can get all that for just $1 a month. People on the $3 level get every release I do as a pre-release for any ebook format. So all of my books are Kindle exclusive, but if you go onto Patreon, you'll be able to get justice, for example, on any format that you want. So this is great for, obviously, people using Kobo and things like that. So that's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. And finally, I just want to say that I'm going to be doing a reading of one of my stories at the Spotlight event in Lancaster on Friday the 20th. So that's next Friday. So this is at Story at 7 p.m. So I'm going to be reading one of my short stories to a crowd of adoring fans. Well, no. But it's going to be good. I do like doing public readings. They help me to kind of realise what works and what doesn't with my writing, because you can get a feel for the crowd when you're telling a story in front of people. And it's one of those things where I don't like doing public speaking. I don't like standing in front of people and reading, especially because my eyesight sucks. So it's actually quite difficult for me to read. I have to really concentrate. But it's one of those getting out your comfort zone things, and I think it's really beneficial for authors to do. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to be getting a visit from my mate Russ from Wolverhampton, so that'll be good. I am hoping that by the time he arrives, the kitchen will be done. I'm not sure. He might end up coming and it's going to be a bit of a shithole, and we'll end up having to have a KFC or something. I don't know. We'll just have to sort it out on the weekend. So here's to next week being a bit less sludgy. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending September the 22nd, 2019. I've had a busy week. Last Sunday I launched the books 1 to 11 box set of the Ravenglass Chronicles. And so I've been doing a lot of things this week to get that out to as many readers as possible. So doing things like setting up Facebook ads and Amazon ads and cross-promotion with other authors. It's working so far. It's currently the #1 new release in teen and young adult historical fantasy. And it keeps hovering around the top 20 in quite a few teen and young adult categories on Amazon. So that's a good start. It's just something that I hope that I can keep up. So as well as that, I've also been writing The Fool, so I have finished that now. I've now sent it to a couple of beta readers just to get some notes on the story. And then I've also been doing the feedback for my book, The Stoic Writer. So there's actually a week coming up which is called Live Like a Stoic Week. And this is from the 7th of October. So what I'm hoping is that I can have a really quick turnaround on this book now with the edits and things like that. Get it proofread and hopefully get it out there on a week where a lot of people are talking about Stoicism and things like that. So perfect timing. Hopefully I'll be able to just get everything sorted and finished. I've also been outlining a new story for an anthology that I've been invited to. So this is basically retellings of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I was trying to think about which of my worlds to set it in, so I could have it as a bit of a spin-off story to something else that already exists. So I think what I'm going to do is write another Lord Sidebottom story. So this is basically comedic steampunk. I really like the character. I actually performed the story on Friday at a place called Story in Lancaster. So this was their Spotlight event. So I'm looking forward to actually getting a new story out and doing that. Now, of course, this is all a bit of me putting off finishing writing The Hanged Man. And I know this, so I'm trying to just have this in my head as book 12. It's just book 12, I need to work on that. I'm about a quarter of the way through my outline, so I'm about 4,000 words in. When I rewrite, when I do my redrafts, I always add words as well, so it will come together. I just need to be in a headspace where I can do it. I also need the house to myself, so all week the house has been upside down. We've had someone doing the kitchen, and so we've had hammering and banging and sawing. We've had electricians and gas people arriving, so it's been fine to just focus on writing a third draft of The Fool, but there's no way I could have done first drafting because I need that concentration, I need that headspace. I finished reading Fool's Assassin by Robin Hobb. I enjoyed the story. It started to pick up near the end. It took a while to get going, and I'm deciding whether or not to go straight on to the next book. I tend to find when I read Robin Hobb things, I either really enjoy them or really hate them, and usually if I enjoy them, then I just go straight on to the next book. So I've just finished, so I don't know yet what I'm going to do, because this wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst, but I still enjoyed it. So finally, I just want to mention that I'm nearly done posting the rewritten version of Wizard of the Wasteland on Patreon, so you can check that out now for just $1 a month. So what's that? That's half a cup of coffee, if that. And you get access to articles, short stories. You get this a day early. So please do check that out. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. Next week, I'm hoping that I'll have my house back and I can report that the first draft of book 12 is finished. So I'm putting that out there now. I'm accountable. I need to do it. So until next time, cheerio. Hello and welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending September the 29th, 2019. Yesterday was my son's 7th birthday, so that was fun. He went to the zoo and did a lot of Pokemon-related things. Apart from that, my week has sucked. I've hated this week. I've not been well. I've had a virus. The kitchen is still being done, so this is a week late. I'm told it should be finished on Monday, so fingers crossed. I found that I've just been unable to do my work. So in terms of actual word count, I think I've probably done about 750 words all week. I've done a lot of stuff to do with advertising and marketing. So that has helped with getting a bestseller tag on my Ravenglass Chronicles box set. And so I'm doing things like building up a new review team and things like that. So that has been positive. But I am itching to get back to the writing. I just need my space. I need my writing room not to be full of stuff from the kitchen. It's just a chaotic environment and I can't work in it. So book 12 still isn't done. I have outlined a story for a Jekyll and Hyde anthology. So this is basically stories inspired by the story Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I was flipping around what I'm going to do with this. I think I mentioned last week the idea of doing something set in my steampunk universe, something like that. And instead what I'm going to do is write another story in my Ravenglass universe. I want to tell a story about Cat's mum and dad getting together. And so this is going to be the story of the transformation of, quite a happy, caring guy into a monster. So it's got that theme of transformation into a monster that you've got in Jekyll and Hyde. So I'm looking forward to writing that. Obviously, it's going to be set before my Ravenglass series, and I'm going to write it in 2 points of view. So it's going to be really quick cuts between these different characters. If you've read my story Clockwork Titan, it's going to be in a similar style where you have these very short, snappy scenes where you're going from one character to the other and back and forth. So I'm looking forward to writing that, and hopefully I can get that done for Monday. And as it's the end of September, I've now been thinking about my goals for the next quarter. Now, because of the week I've had and just everything that's gone on over the past month and a half, really, I'm not really sure what my goals are going to be. In terms of fiction, I want to get as many of my Ravenglass stories drafted. So my ideal thing would be to outline a story on a Monday and then do the actual writing on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then in the morning spend time doing editing. That's the working schedule that I'd like to have. If I do that, then I should be able to get a first draft of the entire series done by Christmas. I don't feel very hopeful on that at the moment, but I think that's me. I think that's my mindset. I need to get back on the horse. I've continued doing my meditation and exercise. I'm doing meditation every day. I actually passed 100 days streak of meditation this week, so that's pretty good. But my 5 a.m. get-ups have slipped for the last few days. This is just because of feeling ill. So Monday, I just want to get up at 4:45, do my morning routine, get back into it. The kitchen's going to be together. I'll be able to cook me some scrambled eggs and things like that. I'm sounding like an ingrate now because, we are having a new kitchen, which is great. But I'm sick of having people banging around my house, sick of my writing space being in chaos. I'm sick of not eating decent meals. I've had 2 weeks now of sandwiches and pot noodles and pasties and stuff that can be cooked in microwave, and I'm just bored of it. So I'm looking forward to good food, getting a kitchen back, having my writing space, and just getting on with stuff. And the first step to that is going to be to get this story drafted, and then the next step is just to get book 12 finished, because the quicker I can see the back of that, the better. So as well as the fiction, I've also got the non-fiction, and I'm basically sitting on 3 non-fiction titles that I want to release in the next quarter. So this is Finish Your First Novel, The Stoic Writer, and Podcasting for Authors. Now, I still haven't got round to doing the changes to Podcasting for Authors, so that has got to come at some point. I will probably do that on Tuesday. So Tuesdays from now on is going to be my days dedicated to things like non-fiction and to marketing and to faffing, basically. So that's the plan. So in terms of reading, I went on to read Fits in the Fool Book 2. So this is one called Fool's Quest by Robin Hobb. I'm about a third of the way in. Enjoying it. It's pretty good. I've noticed that Book 3 of the Nevernight series is now out on audio. So I will be getting that as soon as I'm done with this Robin Hobb series. I read the first 2 books of that recently by Jay Kristoff. Really enjoyed it. So I'm looking forward to Book 3. And there's also a new R.J. Barker book called The Bone Ships, so I'm looking forward to that as well. So there's a lot to keep me going. Finally, if you haven't checked out my Patreon, please do so. It's patreon.com/Jon Cronshaw author. I'm nearly at a point now where the Wizards of the Wasteland rewrite is all posted and done. Hopefully next week I won't feel like crap. So until next time, cheerio. Hello, welcome to Jon's Author Diary for the week ending October the 6th, 2019. I've had a mixed bag of a week. Started off well enough. I wrote a short story called The Princess and the Tailor. Now, I've done this for an anthology which is inspired by Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So I was invited to do a story for this. We'll see whether it gets accepted in the end, because I gave the original story a reread after a few years, and to be honest, it sucks. Really didn't like the story, so I took the theme of a person transforming into a monster and went with that. So unless you're reading it on a really thematic level, you might think, well, what's this got to do with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Because it is basically telling the story of the way my protagonist's parents meet from the Ravenglass Chronicles. So the story itself, I really enjoyed writing it. It's quick and snappy, it's got short scenes, and I think it actually adds quite a bit to the main story. So I've got that outlined, written, and redrafted, sent off. So that's with the anthology guy now. And so I went back to work on book 12. So I basically did a second draft up to where I've written, and then carried on once I got to the end. So I'm probably about 3/4 of the way through now. And I just really want to get it done, really want to get it finished. My Friday was a complete write-off because on Thursday, my guide dog Digit, he got attacked by a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. And so I had to deal with the fallout of that. And so this has meant, after it happened, going to the vets and calling the police and guide dogs and dog warden and giving statements and going back to the vets. So, yeah, the attack happened, and then it seems that there's basically a lot of admin to do in relation to that. I'm now out of a guide dog for 2 weeks. Digit, he's been a trooper. He's feeling sorry for himself a bit because he's got one of those stupid cone things on his head. Luckily, the injuries weren't too serious. He's had 4 staples done in his leg. He's got quite a deep gash, but luckily it hasn't damaged the muscle or anything like that. It's gone down to the muscle, but it hasn't tore it or anything. So that was lucky, because that could have been a more serious injury. So that's derailed my plans for the weekend, for example, because my sister-in-law has just had a new baby, and I was planning to go to Leeds to go and visit her, and I can't really do that with a dog with a cone around his head. I can't leave him here, so my wife and son are going to go and see them, but I will use that time to catch up on writing this book 12. I have to admit, I'm feeling really frustrated at the moment with all these things that are getting in the way of my writing. My wife keeps telling me, don't worry about it. It's just, it's life. It's, you've not got a boss breathing down your neck. So, just take it on the chin. And it's like, actually find that there is more pressure in a way because it is all on me. And, I've got myself breathing down my neck, if that makes sense. So I've got the pressure on me. I really want to get the stuff done and out, because the longer stuff sits there gathering dust, that's leaving money on the table. And there's a lot of things like momentum, and there's been a month now between my Ravenglass releases, and I still haven't finished my first draft. So I really want to just get this book out and into the world. I'm really excited about this next series that I want to work on, but obviously I've got to clear the backlog can't start a new project until I have done with the Ravenglass Chronicles series. So I did manage to do a few bitty things. It seems that I can do things like go through corrections on non-fiction. That's fine. I can do that when there's stuff going on. But the fiction stuff, I need to get into a flow. I need to get a decent chunk of headspace in order to do it. And I can't do that when, I've got police coming around and people mending my kitchen and stuff. So at least that's done. At least the kitchen is finally done. But I'll say finally, it needs decorating now. We've had the worktops and tiling done and all that, but the walls have been plastered. It's just bare plaster and the ceiling needs sorting. So I think we're going to do that at the end of October. So more disruption on the way. So I did have a bit of a revelation this week, and this probably isn't really much of a big thing to anyone apart from me, but I've realised that I've been getting hung up a bit because I do my planning by months and quarters. I've been getting hung up on, when I get disrupted months because of the way the school holidays fall and things like that. And I looked at my calendar and realised, okay, there's only 2 months in a year which aren't disrupted. So July and November are basically 3 months. So I need to shift my mindset on that from the October half term. I'm going to start planning in half terms. So I'm going to do it in line with the school holidays and think about doing a project in that time frame. Because, the way I've been doing these Ravenglass books and getting up at 5 a.m. and things like that, it's made me realise how much I can actually do. And so I think that I could quite comfortably write an 80,000 word novel over 6 weeks, and that includes first and second drafting and line edits as well. So that's how I'm going to start looking at things. I'm going to start looking at them as these half-term chunks and to have as my kind of baseline 4 novels per year. Now, with the half-terms, there are 6. So there is a potential to do 6. But I want to give myself that leeway, that buffer, because, hey, who knows, maybe there'll be another couple of weeks where there's disruption and things like that. So I'm just looking forward to next week anyway. Hopefully things will be a bit simpler, a bit easier. I mean, Digit's still going to be running around with a cone on his head for the next couple of weeks, and on Tuesday I need to take him back to the vets. But Tuesday is the day my wife has off work anyway, so that won't be too disruptive. In terms of reading, I've nearly finished Book 2 in the Fits and the Fool series by Robin Hobb. I'm 95% through the audiobook, so I will probably have that finished by the time you listen to this. I've not been wowed by the book. It's okay. It feels like there's been a lot of pages where they're just building to Book 3 and there's just stuff thrown in to fill up space.